But it was too late. Countless spears shot out of the ground with each one of them 30 meters long and incomparably sharp. These experts' sense of danger hadn't even been triggered before they were skewered. Countless miserable screams rang out. The unending spears were like a huge wave devouring them. The majority of the corrupt experts that had been charging out were now killed. Only a small portion with extremely sharp senses had managed to escape with their lives. But seeing the endless spears on the ground, they felt a cold breeze on their backs. Those who died had been killed in the most humiliating and terrifying way. The spears that were enveloped by runes had pierced out of the ground and out of their bodies. Those that hadn't escaped fast enough and had been struck felt their bodies harden, and they quickly became earthen statues that then shattered. Haha, what powerful earth energy. Brother, you really are vicious. Up in the sky, there was a muscular man with a head as bright as the sun. That person was Gu Yang. As for his bald head, it wasn't on purpose, but because of a cultivation technique passed down from his ancestors. In this lifetime, he shouldn't even think about growing a strand of hair on his head. Gu Yang held a golden spear, his muscles practically bulging with explosive power. Standing in the air, he gave off boundless pressure. Haha, since you could get strong, how could us brothers not follow? Laughed Li Qi. After refining the earth spirit bead's energy, their spirit roots had changed. They had instantly become experts capable of controlling earth energy and were finally able to vent. Just as everyone was shocked by Gu Yang, Li Qi, and Song Minjuan's arrival, the sound of vomiting blood rang out in their ears. That expert fighting Meng Qi finally couldn't endure any longer. He vomited several mouthfuls of blood and fainted. This fight, which had taken a day and a half, had finally reached its conclusion. Meng Qi put away the soul-suppressing tower. Standing in the air, her pale face recovered to its original rosy color. She didn't appear the slightest bit tired. You, PFT, the corrupt expert pointed at Meng Qi, shuddering. He vomited another mouthful of blood. He finally realized Meng Qi had just been playing him. Sorry, Zhu Yu, you won't be able to achieve that desire of yours, said Meng Qi indifferently. In truth, using the soul-suppressing tower was extremely taxing, especially to a person's soul energy. It was just that Meng Qi was connected to the soul-suppressing tower's item spirit, and the two of them had worked together. The soul-suppressing tower had been in charge of defending, while Meng Qi had been in charge of absorbing energy from the air to make up for the consumption. Let alone fighting for a day and a half, she could have continued this kind of battle for a year without losing any soul energy. Lord, that expert looked at Zhu Yu aggrieved. Zhu Yu icily stared at him. I only care about the results and I don't like excuses. Sorry. That expert let out a miserable scream as Zhu Yu took out a bone claw and crushed his head. That white bone claw was like a greedy beast. It crazily sucked the blood from the crushed head, desiccating the corpse. His essence, blood, and heavenly Tao runes had all been absorbed. The corrupt expert's heart shook. Zhu Yu's ruthlessness was famed within the corrupt path. Zhu Yu slowly pulled back the bone claw, his expression calm, as if he had done something completely unremarkable. He turned to face Meng Qi. You were stalling for time for them. Why has Long Chen come? If you're patient, Long Chen will quickly arrive, said Meng Qi indifferently. At this time, Meng Qi was standing with Gu Yang and the others in front of the aboriginals. They were greeting Feng Jian's people. Although it was their first time meeting, after following Long Chen for so long, they had been infected by his habit of using intuition to judge others. Just looking at Feng Jian, they judged him to be a righteous man. He didn't seem to be that kind of petty, scheming person. Thus, they directly treated him as one of them. Seeing Gu Yang and the others treat them like their own people without even asking anything, Feng Jian couldn't help being moved. This kind of magnanimity was something only the legendary Dragonblood Legion could possess. Even though he hadn't seen Long Chen yet, just this was enough for him to sacrifice his life for. Wait for him? No, my time is precious. Even if I have to wait for him, I have to prepare some gifts first. Zhu Yu icily smiled. Now that he knew Long Chen was coming, he was at ease. He turned to the people behind him. These aboriginals have no use anymore. Kill them all. As for Long Chen's group, I only want that woman alive. I only need the heads of the others. Now's the time for you to display your use. Don't disappoint me. With Long Chen's woman and brothers here, then with his character, even if this place was a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, he would come. Since that was the case, these aboriginals weren't important. As for Jai Changkong's plans, he hadn't cared about them from the start. He had always believed that schemes were useless in front of power. As long as he could kill Long Chen, he wouldn't care about any plans. He would then lead his army to slaughter their way into the Aboriginals' ancestral lands. Even if they had Foundation forging experts guarding it, he was confident in being able to destroy their altars in the first instant. Once the altars were destroyed, they would be under the heavens' curse and would be like sheep for the slaughter. At that time, the corrupt path could not only offer sacrifices to their corrupt weapons, but they could also wantonly snatch their resources. He was already getting impatient for it. Zhu Yu hoped that by the time Long Chen arrived, Meng Qi would already be in his hands. At that moment, he would display Gu Yang and the others' heads as gifts. That was the only way to win back the face he had lost. Kill, the corrupt experts roared and charged. Other than Zhu Yu, they had all sprung into motion. Everyone below rank 4 Celestials fall back. There's no need for you to participate. All you need to do is protect yourselves. Otherwise, we won't be able to face boss, shouted Gu Yang. The Aboriginals and disciples from the Wind Chant Pavilion were startled. Like this, wouldn't the only one participating in the battle be Feng Jian? Everyone fall back, Shikang ordered his people. A battle of experts on this scale could kill them with just shockwaves. Although he was unwilling, he had to admit that a battle on this level wasn't something they could participate in. Following Shikang's shout, all the Aboriginals rapidly retreated. The battlefield was left to Meng Qi and the others. As for the Wind Chant Pavilion's disciples, they hesitated, but in the end, they retreated with the Aboriginals. Boom! A rank 4 Celestial had already exchanged blows with Gu Yang. That terrifying power caused the void to shake. Gu Yang's spear shook, and like a dragon coming out of the sea, his aura erupted. As a rank 3 Celestial, he obstinately held back this rank 4 Celestial. Both of them were brute power fighters, so their exchanges were particularly resounding. On the other hand, Yue Zifeng was fighting with the previous spear-wielding rank 4 Celestial. Sword Qi erupted, and spear images shook the sky. Neither side could take the advantage. Meng Qi had just been about to use a large-scale soul art again to kill these experts when her heart shook. A terrifying ray of Sword Qi locked down on her. The soul-suppressing tower appeared in front of her, blocking this Sword Qi. This was an extremely powerful attack, and the soul-suppressing tower quivered. It was actually knocked back, and Meng Qi felt a burst of pain in her soul. This attack had also contained a spiritual attack. For a physical attack to contain a spiritual aspect shocked Meng Qi. Only now did she see the one who attacked her. It was a woman, and also one of the corrupt path's rank 4 Celestials. Are you curious? HMPH, then I'll let you see the power of soul martial dual cultivation. The woman raised her sword, and sword flowers suddenly appeared in front of her. They transformed into millions of rays of sword light that shot toward Meng Qi. Meng Qi rapidly formed hand seals, and the soul-suppressing tower rapidly grew, becoming 300 meters tall. It revolved in the air, and her enemy's sword light all shattered upon coming into contact with it. HMPH, I knew your tower was strange, however you'll still die. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind Meng Qi, startling her. This corrupt woman's cultivation was extremely terrifying. It was unknown what she had done in order to suddenly appear behind Meng Qi while she was distracted by the sword light. The corrupt woman launched a sudden sneak attack that came too fast to react to. Even though she was being sneak attacked, Meng Qi's expression didn't change. She shook her head. Sorry, Long Chen has said that my life isn't just my own anymore. It belongs to everyone who loves me, so I can't die. The corrupt woman suddenly sensed that something was off. Seeing the hand seal Meng Qi had formed, her expression changed. A furious roar shook the sky. A huge figure appeared and one of its wings smashing toward her. The huge wing struck her like a hammer, smashing her into the ground. 8th rank Earth Dragon. She crawled up from the ground, blood dripping out of the corner of her mouth. She looked in shock at the Earth Dragon, which, despite constantly flapping its wings, was still rapidly descending from the sky. Boom! The Earth Dragon crashed into the ground, leaving behind a huge crater. Although it had wings, its body was too heavy to fly. Suddenly, it opened its mouth, and a fiery wave of heat attacked the corrupt woman. Chapter 909, Fantasy Blade Storm. The dragon breath released a sea of fire that rapidly spread. The corrupt woman had no time to dodge before being submerged in the flames. Countless miserable screams rang out. The Earth Dragon's fire breath covered a huge area, and some of the corrupt experts were burned to charcoal. The Earth Dragon Golden Blaze was ranked first on the Beast Flame rankings, and that was the Beast Flame from a 6th rank Earth Dragon. Now that it was coming from an 8th rank Earth Dragon, its power was even more incredible. Even sea expansion experts were unable to block it if they didn't have protective treasure items. And to activate a treasure item to protect oneself required the treasure item to have at least reached the middle grade level. That wasn't something just anyone had. A single wave of dragon breath killed hundreds of corrupt experts. When the dragon breath faded, it revealed the corrupt woman was being enveloped by sword light. She shot toward Meng Qi while activating her treasure item's true power. She finally understood Meng Qi's power and didn't hold back at all. Her sword grew to a shocking size, and sword qi filled the sky. That sword qi was mixed with fakes. Some of them weren't true sword qi and were only condensed from spiritual strength. However, it was difficult to tell the difference. This was the terror of soul martial dual cultivation. If you treated the spiritual attack as a physical attack, or the other way around, you would suffer greatly. This woman's position in the corrupt path was extremely high, and her soul martial dual cultivation's prowess was shocking. Therefore, she had few opponents to compete with. Now she had just joined Zhu Yu, and so she was planning on using a thunderous blow to defeat her opponents, showing off her power. The corrupt path was different from the righteous path. Their principles were extremely simple. Life was survival of the fittest. The only important thing was power. Experts only needed other experts. They didn't feel that following another person was an insult, as long as that person was strong enough. Even if the strong wanted to enslave them, they could accept that. The corrupt path's principles were that the weak existed only to serve the strong. But subordinates needed to display their value if they wanted to be viewed more importantly and gain more resources. Meng Qi used the soul-suppressing tower to block the physical attacks while personally blocking the spiritual attacks. At the same time, she was also controlling the earth dragon to attack. The corrupt woman was startled and infuriated. She found that with the assistance of the earth dragon, Meng Qi's defense was seamless. Each time she fell into a disadvantageous position, the earth dragon would immediately launch an attack. The earth dragon was extremely strong. Its breath, its wings, and its tail all possessed immense power, enough power to threaten the corrupt woman's life. She suddenly realized that the power she was so proud of and confident in didn't have the slightest effect against Meng Qi. Meng Qi stood on the earth dragon's head, her expression calm. The earth dragon completely made up for her low defense. While Meng Qi and Yue Zifeng were fighting, Gu Yang was also battling another rank 4 celestial with a warhammer. Gu Yang's opponent was extremely tall. He was more than 2 meters tall, but his waist was as wide as his height, like a large balloon. Although his appearance was comical, his power was shocking. Each smash of his hammer caused heaven and earth to rumble. Gu Yang fought fiercely against him. Every single one of his muscles and veins bulged, and 3-colored runes surged behind him. What shocked Zhu Yu and Jai Changkang was that Meng Qi, Gu Yang, and Yue Zifeng were all rank 3 celestials, but could still battle the rank 4 celestials. Their runes were clearly dimmer than usual, showing that their heavenly Dao runes were being suppressed. However, they were still able to fight against rank 4 celestials without falling into a disadvantage. This was an extremely unusual situation. For a rank 3 celestial to become a rank 4 celestial didn't just require opportunity. It required the power of innate spirit blood. Those who could become rank 4 celestials all possessed a trace of spirit blood. However, the rank 4 celestials that had advanced didn't possess very dense spirit blood, which was why they couldn't compare to Zhu Yu and made the smart decision not to fight him. But even if these rank 4 celestials didn't possess dense spirit blood, in a 1-against-1, they could definitely dominate rank 3 celestials. Originally, they had been thinking of using the most direct, most domineering method to defeat their opponents, but what made them feel awkward was that they were unable to do a thing. While the 3 intense battles were being fought, thousands of corrupt experts were flooding toward the aboriginals. Feng Jian met them head-on. 3 innate rank 3 celestials immediately surrounded him. At this time, the difference was made apparent. Feng Jian was also a rank 4 celestial, but just fighting against these 3 was taxing. Normally, a rank 4 celestial would be able to fight against 8 innate rank 3 celestials. Stronger ones might even be able to win 10 against 1. But Feng Jian came from poor origins, and his sect was only able to offer him limited resources. His treasure item was only middle grade, and his foundation wasn't even as good as most of the corrupt path's rank 3 celestials. He wasn't qualified to fight against the other rank 4 celestials. It was precisely because Zheng Mingkong knew Feng Jian's power that he dared say he would kill him. He had that confidence. Feng Jian had to fight all out in order to maintain a tie against these three corrupt experts. Seeing that, the other corrupt experts ignored him and continued towards Song Minjuan and Li Qi. The two of them were the final defense before the aboriginals. As long as they got past them, they could undergo a massacre. Great earthen spears. Li Qi patted both his hands on the ground, and countless spears shot out of it. But this time, the corrupt experts were prepared. Wings appeared on their backs and they shot into the sky, easily dodging the spears that had appeared out of the ground. HMPH, do you think we're idiots? What? The corrupt experts' disdainful expressions changed. While Li Qi summoned the spears, Song Minjuan formed hand seals. The ground shook intensely. The spears that had appeared out of the ground shot out like arrows, piercing into their midst. The corrupt experts were horrified. Previously, they had seen these spears grow out of the ground like bamboo. Thus, they thought these spears couldn't leave the ground. But now thousands of them were flying through the air. The corrupt experts let out panic screams. Those who were struck were transformed into earthen statues that crashed to the ground, crumbling. The most terrifying aspect of these spears was that they contained extremely strong earth energy. When it invaded a person's body, it would transform them into earth. It was the same move that had once attacked the two of them. However, this time, it was Li Qi and Song Minjuan controlling the energy. The result was 100 times better than when the earth spirit bead had been using it. Unlike it, they knew how to attack a person's weak points. However, this kind of large-scale attack was only effective against weaker experts. Several rank 3 celestials waved their hands, activating their treasure items. The spears were blown apart and they shot back toward the two of them. Earth Spirit Battle Armor. Li Qi and Song Minjuan both formed hand seals. Earth energy erupted, and in front of everyone's shocked gazes, the ground twisted and wrapped around them. They became two earth giants 30 meters tall. Earth pillars appeared in their hands, and they were covered in runes. People could even sense the ground sending endless energy into their bodies. Boom! Their weapons smashed on the ground. The ground shook, and then huge earth swords shot out of it. Each one of them was a mile long. The corrupt expert at the front roared furiously and slashed his treasure item. He shattered the huge earth swords one by one. But the comparatively weaker ones didn't have that ability. When their weapons smashed onto the giant swords, it was like they had struck unbreakable boulders. They vomited blood. Only 30-some rank 3 celestials managed to make it through. They charged at the two earth giants. Song Minjuan's earth pillar smashed toward one of them. That expert blocked with his full power, but he was blown to bits. Blood filled the air, startling the other experts. They didn't know that this was Song Minjuan and Li Qi's strongest state. Now that they had summoned the Earth Spirit Battle Armor, they were drawing out the limitless energy within the ground. This was the strongest point of Earth attribute experts. Their energy was practically limitless. Don't fight them head-on. Their bodies are huge, so they have plenty of openings. Split up and attack, shouted one of the corrupt experts. He was someone who had gone through plenty of battles, and he immediately noticed that while the two of them were powerful in this state, their movements were clumsier. That was a fatal weakness. The corrupt experts hastily spread out. They noticed that when these two earth giants attacked, their movements were extremely obvious and easy to predict. Die, one of the corrupt experts slashed his weapon onto Li Qi's head. This was his full-strength blow, and he cut a small nick into Li Qi's giant head. That nick instantly healed, not affecting Li Qi at all. Careful, that person was stunned. His companion warned him, and he suddenly realized two huge hands were clapping toward him, like a person trying to kill a fly. Boom, that expert was flattened. As thin as a piece of paper, he fell from the giant's hands. Don't fight them head-on, split up, we'll handle this. Everyone else go kill the aboriginals, shouted one of the rank 3 celestials. They surrounded the two giants. The other corrupt disciples shot toward the aboriginals, bloodthirsty smiles on their faces. The aboriginals no longer had any guards. Brothers, don't be afraid, go all out, kill them one by one. If you kill two, then you'll have earned a profit, shouted Xiao Fei. He gripped his weapon, prepared to fight to the death. Fantasy Blade Storm. A voice rang out. It was a beautiful sound like the music of nature. A huge storm cloud condensed in the sky and then rapidly grew. Chapter 910, Tang Wanner arrives on the scene. A huge storm cloud appeared in the sky. It was a mile long and comprised of countless wind blades. An ear-piercing sound came from it, the rapidly spinning wind blades cutting apart space. They surged towards the corrupt experts. Everything happened too quickly. That huge storm erupted, and wind blades filled the air, instantly covering an area of 100 miles. The corrupt experts were horrified. There were too many wind blades. They hastily blocked, but the wind blades came in waves that devoured everything. They came from every angle. Those with weaker cultivation bases, as well as those who had thought to show off and had charged to the front, met with a terrible end. Hundreds of the corrupt experts were killed despite blocking with their lives on the line. Those who barely managed to survive were covered in blood, looking like they had just been cut by a million blades. Everyone hastily looked up to the sky to see a beautiful woman standing there, her robes and hair billowing. She looked like an immortal descending upon the world. Xuanhuan was surrounded by endless wind blades. The void was constantly twisting, making her appear even grander and more heroic. I got here in time. Xuanhuan looked at the battlefield and sighed with relief. As soon as she had received Xuanhuan's information, she had rushed over here. There are actually two such beautiful women, and they have two completely different styles. Looks like my luck with women isn't bad. Seeing Xuanhuan, Xuyu was startled and delighted. He was innately lecherous, and Xuanhuan wasn't just a beauty. She was a kind of extremely willful and strong beauty. Xuyu hadn't seen a beauty like her before. When she appeared, Xuyu hesitated about whether he should personally take action to capture her or not. But in the end, he didn't move. The corrupt path was different from the righteous path. They didn't fear battle. To their experts, it was a game of survival where the weak were washed out. The more unfavorable situations you could survive, the more it proved that you were powerful, smart, and lucky. Only such a person was worthy of being groomed. The corrupt path had fewer numbers, but they were elites amongst elites. Each time they fought against the righteous path, they viewed it as a trial. The corrupt path used those trials to pick their disciples. These were the corrupt path's unwritten rules on raising geniuses. This was the only way to guarantee that their resources were used on the right people, avoiding unnecessary waste. Furthermore, there was almost no such thing as possessing a powerful background and getting special treatment. Even the children of peerless experts had to kill their way up from the bottom. Other than some simple care, they wouldn't be doted on. The righteous path was the exact opposite. The resources were only given to their own people. Even if their talent was ordinary, they would pile on the resources, raising them as high as possible. This had created an existence like Feng Jian. Disciples with talent weren't able to obtain many resources. Many sects would rather waste their resources on their families than let outsiders get an advantage. Xuanhuan's arrival allowed Li Qi and Song Minjuan to relax. They were well aware that this huge form of theirs wasn't nimble enough. Although it was their strongest battle state, because their forms were too big, it sacrificed agility for absolute power and defense. They weren't confident in being able to protect everyone. Now that Xuanhuan was here, that worry evaporated. They launched a full-out attack against the corrupt experts. The other corrupt experts had all retreated because of Xuanhuan's arrival. Wind attribute attacks were too terrifying. They didn't just possess immense destructive power, but their scope was also shocking. If ordinary Celestials came over here, they would just be cannon fodder. All remaining rank 3 Celestials charge with me. One of the innate rank 3 Celestials not fighting Song Minjuan and Li Qi attacked Xuanhuan. Following him were dozens of other rank 3 Celestials. Xuanhuan had originally been forming hand seals when she received a spiritual message from Meng Qi. She stopped her original hand seals and formed new ones. Following the change in her hand seals, endless wind energy condensed into millions of wind blades around her. The space around her became a cyclone that enveloped her attackers. The corrupt experts didn't dare to be careless. They blocked with their full power, but they were horrified to find that these wind blades were exceedingly powerful. Although when they went all out, they were able to break apart the wind blades, she was able to summon more and more of them. The corrupt experts were unable to approach her. Heavens, are all the people that follow Long Chen like this? How is each of them more terrifying than the last? Xiao Fei was stunned. He was already a rank 3 Celestial and had awakened his bloodline power. But what made him speechless was that, even if he was free from the heavenly Tao's curse, the difference between him and them was immense. Of everyone fighting on their side, it seemed that the sole rank 4 Celestial Feng Jian was the weakest. That made no sense at all. Meng Qi, Gu Yang, Song Minjuan, Li Qi, and Xuanhuan were all shockingly powerful. We really were stupid. With our little power, we wanted to save Long Chen. All we did was cause trouble for him, said an expert from the Stone Tribe. They were all ashamed and regretful. They hated themselves for being too stupid and overestimating their own power. If someone like Long Chen really was in danger, would people like them really be able to save him? These aboriginals who had seen Long Chen being miserably hunted had all thrown caution to the wind to increase Long Chen's chances of escaping by just a fraction. But they hadn't expected that their hot-headedness would lead them headfirst into someone's meticulous trap. Now they were even implicating their own tribesmen who were thinking of how to save them. But even in such a dire situation, Long Chen's people were charging into this trap one by one to save them. As for those who followed Feng Jian and worshipped Long Chen, they didn't like this taste. They didn't even have the qualifications to participate in this battle. Looking at Feng Jian, who was surrounded by 3 rank 3 celestials, they sighed emotionally. You want to launch a sneak attack, die. While Tang Wan'er was entangled by dozens of corrupt experts, a squad of corrupt experts slipped past her battle, wanting to kill Xiao Fei and the others. As a result, a huge wind blade flew over. On the way, that huge wind blade suddenly exploded into millions of tiny, fingernail-sized wind blades that surged over them. Run! But it was too late. Now that Tang Wan'er had advanced to see expansion, her spiritual yuan was incredibly vast. She had obtained an ancient scroll in the immemorial path that recorded extremely profound wind magical arts. Her control of wind energy had reached a new level. Although attacks would be impacted if they were spread too widely, these experts were all rank 2 celestials. They weren't able to block these terrifying wind blades. Once the wave of wind blades passed, it was like cherry blossoms were flying through the air. Over 700 corrupt experts had been killed in one shot. Their blood dyed the land red, a bloody but beautiful sight. Hee Zuyu, now you've finally tasted the bitter fruit you personally planted. Serves you right. Within the mountain, Jai Changkong smiled icily. Jai Changkong's original plan had been to capture them one by one. It would have been much easier, but this idiot Zhu, you didn't even know how terrifying Long Chen was. Phoenixes didn't fly with sparrows. Dragons didn't swim with loaches. Although Jai Changkong hadn't been aware of most of their powers, he was well aware of how terrifying Meng Qi was. He had once suffered immensely because of her. For Zhu Yu to want a rank 3 celestial to defeat Meng Qi, he must have been dreaming. Jai Changkong had intentionally not said anything. This scene was almost entirely within his expectations. He wasn't furious. Instead, he was delighted. Unless Zhu Yu personally took action, his subordinates definitely wouldn't be able to handle this. But once he personally took action, it would prove he had run out of other options. His expression definitely had to be like an idiot who had just eaten dogshit. Thinking of that marvelous expression on Zhu Yu's face, Jai Changkong felt a burst of invigorating freshness. Tang Wan'er's attack finally caused Zhu Yu's expression to change. He had noticed that Tang Wan'er had actually been hiding her true power. She definitely could rapidly defeat her current enemies, but she wasn't doing so. That made him a bit uneasy. A curious feeling rose in his heart. He felt like something bad was about to happen. He was very curious, with his current power, who could possibly threaten him. As time passed, he was growing more and more uneasy. In the end, he finally decided to personally move out to capture Tang Wan'er. Halata! Suddenly, laughter rang out. A terrifying pressure descended upon Drake Mountain. A group of people had appeared in the sky. Zhu Yu and Jai Changkong's expressions changed. More than 10,000 corrupt experts had appeared, and each one of them was releasing their aura. They seemed to want to crush everyone with just that pressure. The person at the front was extremely tall, and every inch of his exposed skin was covered in scars. His face was especially scarred, making it look like his head had been cut into several pieces and then reattached. He had only one eye that looked as if it was made of bronze. It emitted a bloodthirsty light, like a cruel magical beast. Zhu Yu, I didn't expect you were so useless. You can't even handle these few people. That signifies that there's no longer use for you. The corrupt path's overlord is me, Kawudu. That scarred man laughed, his voice full of haughtiness and domineeringness. Chapter 911, Explosively Powerful Wall. Kawudu. Zhu Yu narrowed his eyes. Kawudu hadn't reserved his aura at all. That berserk energy coming from him made it feel like his body contained a hibernating dragon. There were 4 powerful rank 4 celestials behind Kawudu. As for rank 3 celestials, they numbered in the hundreds. It was not at all inferior to Zhu Yu's group. The scars on Kawudu's face could not be healed even with heavenly Tao energy. That was because those scars had been left by Ling Yuan. Each time she had attacked Kawudu, she had cut him to pieces. However, she hadn't killed him, but the scars she had left behind were for him to remember her by. Previously, Zhu Yu had sneered upon hearing Ka Wudu's name. He hadn't thought that he possessed the power to challenge him. But now seeing him in the flesh, he was startled. Ka Wudu's aura was extremely powerful, and he saw black blood flowing under his scarred skin. "You've activated your death spirit blood?" asked Zhu Yu icily. As soon as Ka Wudu arrived, he intimidated everyone. His arrival impacted the entire battlefield. Everyone stopped to stare. His powerful aura made it so everyone present felt that they were facing a devil king. It was like a wave of his hand possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. Mengqi, Tang Wan'er, Gu Yang, Li Qi, Song Minjuan, Yue Zifeng, and Feng Jian stood in front of the aboriginals, their expressions grave. Ka Wudu was too terrifying. If they fought, it would be a true life and death battle. There would definitely be casualties. Jai Changkong was also no longer able to remain sitting. He stared closely. He had always thought that Zhu Yu was the strongest expert of the corrupt path, but he wasn't afraid of Zhu Yu. He had his own trump cards. Even if he couldn't defeat Zhu Yu, he was confident in not being defeated. That was the only reason why he dared to cooperate with him. Although he had heard of Ka Wudu, he had underestimated him. Now that he saw him, he sensed his power was most likely not weaker than theirs. That aura gave people a feeling of boundless pressure. Ha, if I hadn't awakened my death spirit blood, how could I have dared declare myself ruler? Zhu Yu, the reason I've brought my people here today isn't to challenge you, but to tell you that the corrupt path is no longer just yours. Ka Wudu smiled sinisterly at Zhu Yu, and with his shocking scars, his appearance was truly terrifying. Zhu Yu clasped his hands behind his back. A display of power. A bit interesting, but I'm used to eating everything alone. I don't like splitting it with anyone, and I also don't like anyone standing at the same height as me. Oh, if that's so, then it's very simple. We can resolve our problems according to the corrupt path's old rules. A fierce light shone in Ka Wudu's eyes. He was just like a beast in human form. His gaze swept across the battlefield. Suddenly, he saw Mengqi and Tang Wan'er, and his smile grew more sinister. I didn't expect the righteous path to have such beautiful women. I want them. Ka Wudu suddenly shot toward Mengqi and the others like a cannonball. His speed was shocking. Courting death, Zhu Yu was enraged. He had long since begun viewing Mengqi and Tang Wan'er as his prey. He definitely wouldn't allow anyone to stick their hands on them. He flashed into motion, also charging toward Mengqi and Tang Wan'er. He wanted to capture them before Ka Wudu got there. Ka Wudu and Zhu Yu were both attacking at the same time. Their powerful auras shook the world. Mengqi and the others' expressions changed. Although the two of them were also rank 4 Celestials, their power was several times that of ordinary rank 4 Celestials. The difference in combat power was immense. Great earthen walls. Li Qi and Song Minjuan both shouted, slamming the ground with their palms. Their earth energy circulated, and a huge wall dozens of miles thick appeared. It was covered in runes and filled with the aura of the earth. HMPH, an insignificant skill. Ka Wudu snorted and raised his palm, crushing the huge wall in one attack. Li Qi and Song Minjuan received a backlash. If their feet weren't planted on the ground, they would have coughed up blood. Mengqi's soul-suppressing tower flew out, and the earth dragon released its breath. At the same time, Yue Zifeng and Gu Yang each launched a full-power attack. They were no longer stalling for time and had to go all out. A huge wind blade appeared in Tang Wan'er's hand. A mantis trying to stop a cart. Ka Wudu sneered and sent out a palm. It was unknown what magical art he was using, but his huge palm image possessed such immense power that all 6 of them were blown back. As for Feng Jian, he vomited blood. If Li Qi hadn't formed an earth shield around him at that critical moment, he might have lost his life. Oh, you have some ability. Interesting, but all your struggles are useless. So sorry, Zhu Yu, this prey is mine. Ka Wudu had moved before Zhu Yu. Although he had been forced to go through 2 blockades, he was still ahead of Zhu Yu. Spirit blood locks the universe, Ka Wudu suddenly shouted, and blood qi suddenly soared into the sky. Gu Yang and the others suddenly found that they were unable to move. It was like they were bound with countless invisible chains. They weren't aware that when Ka Wudu had advanced to become a rank 4 Celestial, he had also awakened his innate bloodline. His spirit blood was extremely dense, and he was able to release an inherited secret art. Caught off guard, Mengqi and the others couldn't possibly defend. Space was locked around them. Although it was at most only able to last for half a breath's time, that was enough to determine life and death. Come over here, you 2 beauties, laughed Ka Wudu. Seeing Ka Wudu release his bloodline power, Zhu Yu was startled. He was just about to form hand seals but suddenly stopped. Scram! A furious roar rang out, shaking the world. Even Ka Wudu's ears were ringing. A bone club smashed down from the sky. It came without any warning, and there wasn't the slightest bit of aura released with it. This attack came too suddenly. Before Ka Wudu could react, this club smashed into his shoulder. Cracking sounds rang out, and Ka Wudu shot back like a shooting star. The ground was like a lake that had been struck by a meteorite. Earthen waves erupted, and a hole was blown into the ground. Everyone was horrified. That was Ka Wudu, just who could smash him into the ground. Only now did everyone get a chance to see who had attacked. They saw a huge, muscular man standing in front of them. Wilda, Mengqi, and the others were delighted. In this world, perhaps only Wilda's natural height was so tall. Wilda was even more muscular than before. His arms were thicker than a person's waist. His body seemed like a volcano that had been slumbering for 10,000 years. He was full of explosive energy. I swept through the 4 seas, crossed 1,000 mountains. Heaven and earth ripple because of me. I slaughter demons, kill devils, pluck the stars and moon. A bout of fury from Xuanhuan causes heaven and earth to flip. Just as Wilda appeared in the most domineering, bold manner, a rhythmic chant rang out from the sky over the battlefield. Li Qi, Song Minjuan, Gu Yang, and the others' expressions stiffened. They speechlessly rolled their eyes. Even at this time, this brat didn't forget to be a poser. They had never seen someone so dedicated to their craft. They knew Xuanhuan's character, but the others didn't. They looked up at the sky with shock. Even Ka Wudu looked up. He wanted to see just who was such a poser. What he saw was Xuanhuan standing in the sky, glowing with health and looking down on these countless experts. It was truly the posture of a supreme expert. But that smile on his face sold out his wretched inner heart, gravely harming his image. "Who are you?" shouted Ka Wudu. He was somewhat intimidated. Xuanhuan's aura was extremely weak. He seemed to be no more than an ordinary rank 3 celestial. No, even ordinary celestials couldn't be this weak. But his experience told him that Xuanhuan was truly a rank 3 celestial. It was precisely because his aura was so weak that his guard was raised. He thought that Xuanhuan was extremely sinister and disguising himself as a pig to eat the tiger. After all, Wilda's attack just now had shocked everyone. This fellow seemed to be Wilda's companion, and he was extremely flashy. Everyone was wondering about his true status. Are you all idiots, or am I just so hard to understand? Why is it every time I report my name, people ask me what my name is? Have you ever read a book? You can't even hear the name in the poem. Are your ears useless? Xuanhuan pointed at Ka Wudu and cursed. He really was angry. Each time he used this flashy method to appear, people would always ask the same question: who are you? That was a slap in his face. He felt like his flashy entrance and poem had been an act for deaf and blind people. Furthermore, with such a huge stage with so many experts watching, Xuanhuan's greatest wish was for them to suddenly change their expressions upon hearing his grand name. It would be best if his name alone was able to intimidate them all. But these hopes had been extinguished by a single word from Ka Wudu. Xuanhuan was so infuriated that he had an urge to spank Ka Wudu, but he still maintained some rationality because he was unable to beat him. Everyone was startled by Xuanhuan's fury. They were intimidated because Xuanhuan's fury really wasn't faked. Xuanhuan took a deep breath. "Stand steady. My grand name is one that shakes the land and is spread throughout the 5 regions, the grand, the renowned, the mighty Xuanhuan. Nameless pawn, you dare to trick us, courting death." How could Ka Wudu have heard Xuanhuan's name before? He was infuriated, and he shot toward Xuanhuan. He wanted to personally tear him apart. Wilda smashed this idiot. Xuanhuan didn't even look at Ka Wudu. He directly had Wilda attack. "I'll smash you." Wilda was extremely obedient. Carrying his bone club, he charged toward Ka Wudu. Chapter 912, Collision of Explosive Power. Wilda met Ka Wudu halfway. His club once more smashed toward him. This time everyone saw it clearly. Wilda's attack didn't release any aura, nor were there any spiritual yuan fluctuations. This wasn't a magical art or battle skill. It was a simple, ordinary smash of his club. This attack contained purely brute force. It was no wonder no one had sensed anything when Wilda had attacked. Even Ka Wudu hadn't sensed it. "Die, you brute!" Black blood chi twisted around Ka Wudu's arm. It was like hundreds of black vapors. Ka Wudu had activated the power of his spirit blood. He could tell that Wilda was a brute force fighter. To defeat him, The best way was to use power to defeat power. So he immediately used the power of his spirit blood, which released a powerful pressure that caused heaven and earth to rumble. The boulders on the ground shattered from the power. This was a forbidden kind of power. Everyone was shocked. Was this the power of a peak rank 4 celestial? Zhu Yu and Jai Changkong's expressions changed, and the other rank 4 celestials gave up any hopes of challenging him. This power wasn't something they could handle, so they gave up any thoughts of fighting any of the peak experts. If they had to blame something for this, it would be their bloodlines. By their generation, their spirit blood was too thin, making them unable to compare to someone like Kawudu. This was the terror of spirit blood. "Careful, Wilda," shouted Meng Qi, her expression changing. Kawudu's power was completely beyond her expectations. Boom! Wilda's bone club collided with Kawudu's fist. Surprisingly, Wilda grunted and flew back, smashing into the ground. Wilda, Tang Wanner, and the others cried. "Don't be afraid. Boss said that Wilda's current combat power isn't any weaker than his own. Don't worry about it," said Gu Ran. Long Chen had told him that in critical times, Wilda was the most dependable warrior out of them all. When he wasn't present, Wilda would definitely be number one. A furious roar shook the land. A tyrannical pressure descended upon the world, like an ancient beast had finally awoken. A bronze giant flew out of the ground. The ground beneath him once more collapsed. The entire world was quivering because of his existence. What is that? Is that a monster? How is this possible? Seeing the 30-meter Wilda who seemed like a god, all the righteous and corrupt experts were stunned. Let alone them, even Meng Qi and the others were startled. They had never seen Wilda enter such a state. Others could summon some kind of energy to reach a height of 300 meters. 30 meters wasn't anything compared to that, but those people were like Song Minjuan and Li Qi, who summoned their earth spirit battle armors. For Wilda's true body to explosively grow to such a size was too shocking. Die! Wilda's roar shook the heavens. His bone club had grown with him, becoming a huge bone pillar. When he smashed his club down, even space would crumble. Kawudu was startled. He was a ruthless character, but seeing the giant, furious Wilda, his heart quivered. Kawudu once more met his club with his fist. This time he had increased his power, but he was horrified to have an unblockable force send him flying. He vomited blood, feeling a burst of pain in his arm. His upper robes blew apart. Impossible. Kawudu has already activated the power of his spirit blood. Just who is this monster? Everyone stared at the giant Wilda with shock. They felt goosebumps. Just what kind of existence was Long Chen for all the people beside him to be such monsters? Feng Jian had already retreated from the battlefield. As the battle was growing in intensity, he was helpless to find that he had gradually fallen into the ranks of those who needed to be protected. Although he felt powerless, he was smart. If he went out, he would only hold the others back. Although coming here was a bit impulsive and lacking forethought, he didn't regret it. He originated from a poor family. He was poor to the point that the only thing remaining was his pride. To have fought beside such powerful experts, to be viewed as a brother by them, it would be worth it even if he lost his life. Feng Jian fell back amidst the aboriginals. His current mission was just to protect them. Just like them, he looked up at the sky. The giant Wilda was still floating in the air, and Feng Jian felt a feeling of worship looking at him. In this era, strength possessed the greatest charisma. Death spirit energy. Kawudu roared and black chi began to revolve around his body. The image of a fiend's face appeared on his forehead, and with the black chi circulating around him, he seemed like a devil that had crawled up from hell. Kawudu was furious. This was his first battle since becoming a rank 4 celestial, but he had actually encountered a freak like Wilda. Wilda couldn't even count as a cultivator. Kawudu's heavenly Tao energy had no suppressive effect against him. Feeling helpless, he could only release his full power. A blood-stained sickle appeared in his hand, releasing a bloody desire to slaughter. Giant fool, time for you to die. Little brat, you're the one who's going to die. Kawudu and Wilda both roared and attacked. Kawudu was infuriated, while Wilda was also easily angered once he had summoned the barbarian blood bronze body. Their weapons once more collided, causing the world to shake. Although they were fighting in the air, each exchange would cause the ground beneath them to sink. The experts watching on the ground all felt their blood surging within them. Each impact made it feel like their innards were flipping. They were filled with horror. This power had already escaped the scope of their understanding, and they could only watch. Wilda and Kawudu were fighting intensely in the sky, neither side able to get an advantage. They were both brute power experts, so their exchanges were simple and direct. There weren't any flowery moves. As Zhu Yu watched their fight, he realized that his feeling of unease was growing. The arrival of Ka Wudu and Wilda made him lose his sense of absolute control. Suddenly, Zhu Yu took advantage of everyone's attention being drawn to Wilda and Ka Wudu to charge toward Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er. He was incredibly fast. I knew you weren't a good fucker. Trash. Although Xuanhuan liked to show off normally, at important times he was prudent. Having heard from Long Chen about Wilda's combat power, he hadn't been worried about Ka Wudu, so his attention had been on Zhu Yu the entire time. As soon as Xuanhuan saw Zhu Yu's gaze roving, he knew what he was thinking. He took out a huge golden crossbow. It was his greatest masterpiece, an upgraded version of his Voidbreaker crossbow. As his power increased, his forging arts became more refined. A golden arrow even thicker than his arm silently shot out and struck Zhu Yu midway. Its attack power was shocking. Zhu Yu had clearly not expected Xuanhuan to easily see through his thoughts. Furthermore, this attack came out of nowhere, and the timing and angle had practically reached the pinnacle of perfection. Zhu Yu snorted and slashed with his black sword. Boom, Xuanhuan's golden arrow exploded, but the explosive power was great, even shaking the void. Zhu Yu was blown back hundreds of meters away. Zhu Yu's expression involuntarily changed. The instant he had slashed the golden arrow, it had automatically exploded. If he hadn't activated his heavenly Tao energy to form a shield in time, then he would have been injured. At the very least, he would have been covered in dust. This move was too evil. He idiot, how's the taste of my exploding arrows? Xuanhuan rested his huge crossbow on his shoulder, smiling coldly. But in reality, Xuanhuan's heart sank. Zhu Yu's power far surpassed his expectations. This exploding arrow of his could easily shatter mountains, and for an ordinary rank 4 celestial, they would at least be heavily injured upon being struck. Zhu Yu hadn't known about the arrow's trickery, and he had simply let out a random slash. He hadn't had any defense at that time, but he still wasn't injured. Furthermore, his arrows were best suited for sneak attacks, especially the first sneak attack. Now that he had exposed his explosive arrows, even if Zhu Yu couldn't dodge them, he would be on guard. The chances of him using the explosive arrows to kill any true experts were now exceedingly low, but then he would be unwilling to use them against small fry. So this exchange could count as his loss. Monstrous, absolutely monstrous. This kind of reaction speed is ridiculous. In this world, perhaps only a supreme monster amongst monsters can suppress a fellow like Zhu Yu. Xuanhuan was now completely convinced. When he heard that Long Chen had suppressed Zhu Yu, managing to cut off his leg and his head, he had thought that Zhu Yu wasn't that strong. Now he realized he was wrong. Brothers attack together, kill Zhu Yu, shouted Xuanhuan. He took out a large cylinder. Chapter 913, The Storm's Fury. Xuanhuan took out a cylinder several feet thick and 6 meters long. He pointed it at Zhu Yu. The cylinder's runes lit up, and whistling noise filled the area. Countless foot-long needles pierced through the air, possessing shocking power. The air revolved around them as if space was being pierced through. Xuanhuan shot out millions of needles in an instant, completely submerging Zhu Yu. Even Zhu Yu didn't dare look down upon the needles. He slashed down with his sword, and as a result, explosions rocked the air. Each needle possessed the same effect as an explosive arrow, and now that millions of explosions enveloped him, although they might not be able to injure Zhu Yu, they could at least cause him some trouble. After the wave of needles exploded, a huge tower suddenly appeared above Zhu Yu and smashed down upon him. Meng Qi no longer needed to hold back and bolstered the huge tower to 300 meters tall. HMPH, Zhu Yu snorted, and black light erupted from his sword. He slashed at the soul-suppressing tower, but he was startled to find that the soul-suppressing tower was even stronger than what he had expected. He was actually blown back. Meng Qi and the soul-suppressing tower were naturally suited to each other, and with her vast soul energy, she was able to allow the soul-suppressing tower to release its greatest power. Suddenly, Tang Wan'er's wind blades, Gu Yang's spear, and Yue Zifeng's sword arrived. Boom! Zhu Yu once more slashed his sword, shattering all of their attacks, but he was once more blown back. He was startled and infuriated, not able to understand why these rank 3 celestials were so strong. Corrupt pupil gaze. Zhu Yu's third eye suddenly released a ray of light toward Gu Yang. Gu Yang felt as if a devil was staring at him. He was unable to move and could only watch as the ray of light shot toward him. A feeling of death washed over him. He didn't know what this light was, but he was sure that if he was struck, he would definitely die. However, he couldn't dodge. Soul-suppressing light. Meng Qi formed hand seals, hastily urging the soul-suppressing tower to block. At this moment, the soul-suppressing tower's runes condensed at the top of the tower. It also shot out a ray of light. The two rays collided, and terrifying soul energy covered the battlefield. Those with weaker spiritual strengths felt like needles were stabbing into their heads. Big sister, Tang Wan'er saw that Meng Qi's face was extremely pale now. A trace of blood was dripping from the corner of her mouth. She had clearly suffered from that exchange. To be able to block my attack with soul energy, your spiritual strength is very strong. Good, you're definitely a must-have. Zhu Yu's eyes lit up. Tang Wan'er was enraged, instantly summoning two wind blades in her hands. Endless runes danced around them as she shot toward Zhu Yu. Meng Qi's injury caused Tang Wan'er immense pain. Meng Qi had always looked after her kindly. Although she was a bit petty, Meng Qi had always conceded to her. Now seeing her injured, and for Zhu Yu to say such brazen words, Tang Wan'er no longer bothered with Meng Qi's warning. She didn't care about stalling right now. She wanted to kill Zhu Yu. Storm's fury. Two wings suddenly appeared on Tang Wan'er's back. They were 30 meters long and different from other people's wings. The world became silent for an instant. It was like the world's wind energy had all been sucked dry by Tang Wan'er. The runes circulating around her wind blades suddenly exploded in speed. Because they were so fast, it was no longer possible to see them. Tang Wan'er slashed her wind blades toward Zhu Yu. As they slashed through space, the void was cleanly cut. Zhu Yu was appalled. He had never seen such a terrifying wind cultivator who chose to fight at close range. Moreover, the two wind blades released a pressure that was greater than high-grade treasure items. He slashed his sword, but he felt an irresistible power send him flying. Storm apocalypse. Everyone's jaws dropped upon seeing this scene. But the greater shock came later. With her hair dancing in the air, Tang Wan'er merged the two wind blades, forming a sphere. Within the storm sphere, there were 4 large wind blades circulating. A painful whistling sound came from it, one that sounded like blades being scraped. The storm sphere left her hands and shot toward Zhu Yu. It rapidly grew larger, until it was a mile wide when it reached Zhu Yu on the ground. Zhu Yu was directly enveloped by the storm sphere. This attack was so quick that it came before he could recover from her previous attack. The storm sphere didn't immediately explode upon striking the ground. It continued to revolve chaotically. The earth blew apart, and it was deep in the ground when it suddenly exploded. An earthquake erupted. The experts standing on the ground suddenly felt a shockwave pass through them. Many of them weren't able to endure it and coughed up blood. The ground exploded and a figure soared out. Zhu Yu's hair was in disarray and he was covered in quite a bit of dust, but his gaze was even more excited. Looking at Tang Wan'er, he wasn't the slightest bit angry. He was even delighted. Ha ha ha, my luck really isn't bad. I want you both. If you don't want to listen, then once I refine you into puppets, you'll definitely be peak grade, laughed Zhu Yu. A huge illusory figure appeared behind Zhu Yu. Blood-red runes circulated as he activated his blood devil possession. Tang Wan'er and Meng Qi's power had exceeded his expectations. If he captured them, then the corrupt path had countless ways to make them submit. Thinking of how he could obtain 2 peerless beauties who would also be powerful helpers, he was full of anticipation. Tang Wan'er's fury didn't lessen at all. She once more condensed wind blades and attacked Zhu Yu. Boom, Zhu Yu stood in his original location, while Tang Wan'er was forced back. Beauty, be careful, I'm going to get serious. Zhu Yu suddenly appeared in the air, summoning countless afterimages behind him. His speed had increased. One sword hunts the soul. Yue Zifeng's flying rainbow came slashing toward him. This was his strongest attack, and his killing intent caused the void to shake. Boom, Zhu Yu had no choice but to block, and as a result, both sides were knocked back. But Zhu Yu was only knocked back 3 meters, while Yue Zifeng was sent flying. Dragon pierces out of the sea. Yue Zifeng's attack had just ended when Gu Yang's spear shot forward. At the same time, an arrow came from a crafty angle. Zhu Yu blocked Gu Yang's spear with his sword, while his other hand smashed apart Gu Ran's arrow. As expected, it was another explosive arrow that blew apart his sleeve. He had just blocked those 2 attacks when Meng Qi's soul-suppressing tower once more descended, smashing into him. Zhu Yu was entangled by their attacks. The 5 of them were all shocking experts on their own. When they worked together and stopped holding back, Even Zhu Yu was temporarily unable to do anything to them. Lord Zhu Yu is being held back. What are we supposed to do? The corrupt experts felt like they were dreaming. Don't just stand there. Kill those useless people, roared Zhu Yu as he dodged Xuanhuan's silent sneak attacks. Only then did his remaining experts react. Under the lead of the 3 rank 4 Celestials, they charged toward the Aboriginals. Brother Minjuan, Brother Li Qi, the defense will be left to you, shouted Xuanhuan. The current battle was being fought in the sky, and the 2 of them couldn't leave the ground to fight or their power would be greatly reduced. If they did join in to fight against Zhu Yu, well, their attacks were too direct and massive. They weren't suited for this high-speed battle, so they wouldn't be able to work together with them very well. In fact, they might end up breaking their rhythm. Not only were Zhu Yu's experts moving, but even Ka Wudu's experts were charging over now, led by 4 rank 4 Celestials. HMPH will show you what absolute defense is. Song Minjuan and Li Qi were still in their earth giant forms. They slammed the ground with their hands, and the earth wrapped up the Aboriginals, forming layers and layers, eventually turning into a huge dome. The 7 rank 4 Celestials from the corrupt path sneered. They slashed their weapons down and were startled to find that this dome was incredibly sturdy. They were unable to break it. Even if they could cause some damage to one layer, it would instantly recover. The 7 of them continuously attacked, but they were unable to break the dome. They were dumbfounded. When it came to combat power, perhaps Li Qi and Song Minjuan hadn't reached a high enough level. But when it came to defensive power, then while they were standing on the ground, they possessed practically limitless power. As long as no one could break the dome in one strike, their earth energy would come in an unending stream. That was the most monstrous aspect of earth attribute cultivators. While on the ground, they were practically undefeatable in the same realm. Jai Chengkong, are you just going to watch? Seeing that they were unable to do anything, Zhu Yu finally opened his mouth. Chapter 914, I look favorably upon you. Jai Chengkong, are you just going to watch? Shouted Zhu Yu. He was surrounded by them and was unable to do anything to them. Meng Qi and the others were too strong, especially Tang Wan'er. She was like a fierce tiger. Her attacks were extremely sharp, and she posed the greatest threat to him. A stone door opened on the mountain. Jai Changkong walked out, indifferently saying, I don't need you, Zhu Yu, to tell me what to do. Don't forget our positions. After all, Jai Changkong was part of the righteous path. Even if he were to take action, he had to clearly state his position. He didn't want to leave behind evidence after killing them all. Zhu Yu sneered disdainfully. The thing the corrupt path despised the most about the righteous path was their need to act sanctimonious while really being corrupt. It was the typical case of being a prostitute but wanting a memorial tablet erected for them. It was shameless to the pinnacle. However, Zhu Yu didn't bother exposing him. In any case, the evidence was in his hands. Whether or not he could kill Jai Changkong in the end, Zhu Yu would use the fact that Jai Changkong had colluded with him to frame Long Chen and viciously humiliate the idiots of the righteous path. Long Chen has colluded with the Aboriginals to harm the righteous path. His vicious means have made him guilty of reprehensible crimes. Despite your association with him, if you put down your arms now, we can spare your lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting vengeance for my fallen comrades and cleaning up the righteous path by killing you, shouted Jai Changkong. Gu Yang and the others were so infuriated that they felt like their lungs would explode. This bastard was truly too dangerous. He was clearly colluding with the corrupt path, but he still gave such pompous reasoning. Fuck your mother, Jai Changkong, you shameless trash. You better get ready to have my boss beat the shit out of you for this, roared Xuanhuan. Frame, Xuanhuan, you're just one of Long Chen's jackals. You've lost the face of the Xuanchen Dao sect. I can testify that Long Chen is a liar through and through. He caused the deaths of many of the Dao sect's disciples. Zhao Wuji suddenly appeared. Yue Qianchen was standing by his side. Now 2 of the Xuanchen Dao sect's heavenly geniuses were correlating the story that Long Chen had colluded with the Aboriginals. At the same time, quite a few of the other disciples of the Xuanchen Dao sect also appeared, joining in. Long Chen is the scum of the Xuanchen Dao sect. For some selfishness, he harmed his own sect. He's not just the scum of the Xuanchen Dao sect, but the scum of the entire righteous path. Such a person cannot be allowed to exist any longer in the righteous path. All of you on Long Chen's side are going all out to protect Aboriginals. That proves everything. Are you stupid? Brother Jai Changkong, please clean up the righteous path and kill these traitors. Clean up the righteous path and kill these traitors. Condemnation rang out in waves. The righteous experts following Jai Changkong were experts at shouting. This was the best time for them to form relationships with Jai Changkong, so they went all out shouting, afraid their voices would be quieter than others. They shouted so hard that they turned red in the face. It was like Long Chen had caused the deaths of their mothers. A group of idiots. Xuanhuan was so infuriated that his hair stood on end. He really had an urge to kill these idiots who clearly knew the truth but decided to go along with it anyway. Ignoring their consciences, they blindly spouted whatever anyone wanted. Seeing the excellent morale his side had, seeing the countless fervent gazes looking at him, Jai Changkong felt like he had become the people's hero. His wings flapped, and he flew over to a large dome on the battlefield. That was where Song Minjuan and Li Qi had laid down their absolute defense. 7 rank 4 Celestials were actually helpless against this defense. It had become a battle of attrition, but since the two of them were supported by the Earth's energy, they were able to remain undefeated. Useless fools, scram. Don't say I didn't warn you once you die. Jai Changkong had an urge to kill all of them together accidentally, but he resisted that urge in the end. If he really did that, then both Zhu Yu and Ka Wudu would immediately turn on him, and the situation would become chaotic. Because he couldn't expose that he was colluding with the corrupt path, and he also couldn't kill these people, his best option was to use a disdainful tone to get them to scram. An ancient immortal character lit up on Jai Changkong's forehead. That was his ancestral mark. It was different from ordinary ancestral marks, as golden lines were flowing within it. It was the extremely rare space-time energy. Jai Changkong's family possessed a long history, and terrifying experts had appeared amongst his ancestors. Although those experts had already died, they had used secret arts to leave behind a portion of their soul essence right before they died, leaving it to their family. When outstanding disciples appeared, they could receive the ancestors' spiritual blessing. This blessing had not only increased the purity of Jai Changkong's spirit blood, but it also allowed his combat power to increase by a shocking amount once his spirit blood awakened. Break! Jai Changkong smashed his fist onto Song Minjuan and Li Qi's earthen dome. When his fist met the dome, golden runes covered his fist. Boom! Everyone was startled to see that the absolute defense that 7 rank 4 Celestials had been powerless against was instantly broken by a single punch from Jai Changkong. Li Qi and Song Minjuan vomited blood, and it also contained some broken pieces of their innards. In fact, even their bodies were covered with cracks. They were just one step away from being blown apart. Jai Changkong's attack looked ordinary, but he had actually used an extremely powerful magical art. His control over that magical art had reached the pinnacle, which was why its aura was condensed and didn't leak out. The two of them were almost killed by this blow. They took on 80% of its power, but the other aboriginals with weaker cultivation bases fainted, blood pouring out from their orifices. Only experts on the level of Feng Jian, Shi Kang, and Zio Fei had been able to resist it without being injured, but they felt a ringing in their heads. Traitors from the righteous path, you've colluded with the sinister aboriginals to harm the righteous path, and you refuse to stop time and time again. Don't blame me for taking the place of the heavens to eliminate you, shouted Jai Changkong righteously. His palm smashed toward them. This attack was no weaker than his previous one. In fact, it might even be stronger based on the rumbling it caused. Xuanhuan had no choice but to stop assisting Tang Wan'er and the others. 3 huge arrows shot out, coming toward Jai Changkong at different angles. And Xuanhuan was alarmed to see Jai Changkong smile. His right palm was still attacking, but his left hand had formed a seal. A runic shield appeared around him. He was actually able to activate a magical art with just one hand. It had to be known that almost all magical arts required two-handed seals. Jai Changkong most likely specialized in magical arts and had studied them all the way to their roots. This was actually one of Jai Changkong's top moves. This way he could attack and defend at the same time. Xuanhuan's arrows had been timed and angled perfectly. Thus, no matter how he tried to dodge, he would be struck by one. This way he didn't have to. Xuanhuan's 3 arrows struck the shield and directly rebounded. 3 explosions rang out. Because the surrounding experts were too concentrated, 2 of the arrows landed amongst the corrupt experts, while 1 landed amongst the righteous experts. They had all been watching to see how Song Minjuan, Li Qi, and the others would be killed by Jai Changkong. When those arrows rebounded toward them, they instinctively took out their weapons to block, but their endings were tragic. 3 huge explosions caused miserable screams. Not everyone was as powerful as Zhu Yu. The explosion of these arrows blew apart any experts within several miles of the epicenter. Even rank 3 Celestials didn't manage to escape. Everyone was startled. Originally, Xuanhuan's arrows hadn't caused much effect against Zhu Yu, so they hadn't expected them to be so powerful. Li Qi Song Minjuan. Seeing that they were unable to stop Jai Changkong, they panicked. They went all out attacking Zhu Yu, hoping to force him back so they could assist them. Are you looking down on me? Corrupt pupil gaze, heaven and earth revolves. Zhu Yu laughed, and a strange fluctuation came from his third eye. They felt space become twisted and lost their sense of direction. It was like the world was constantly spinning around them. They were startled. This didn't seem to be an illusion. They were unable to describe it with words, and now they were unable to make any effective attacks. They were forced to switch to defense. They knew this kind of misperception would only be temporary. As long as they endured it, this move would run its course. But Zhu Yu's goal had been achieved. He wasn't in a hurry to kill them. He just stalled them, allowing Jai Changkong to kill Li Qi, Song Minjuan, and all the others. Righteous Path's traitors, time for you to meet your fate. Jai Changkong waved his hand, and a terrifying astral wind filled the air. Li Qi and all the others were within the scope of this attack. They found it hard to breathe, and they also couldn't move. They could only watch as death approached. You dare to call my brothers traitors? I look favorably upon you. A voice rang out across the battlefield, shaking people's ears and hearts. Chapter 915 1.1 Slap in the face. Following the arrival of that voice, a huge figure appeared in the sky, one that hid the sun. It was Meng Qi's housepit, the red-eye sacred blood phoenix. There was a black-robed man standing atop its head. His eyes sparkled like 2 stars, possessing an unspeakable charm. Long Chen, boss, Tang Wanner, and the others were delighted. Not even the slightest fluctuations could be sensed from Long Chen's body. He seemed like an ordinary mortal. But everyone knew this was a sign he had controlled his power to the pinnacle, preventing even the slightest bit of his aura from leaking. Long Chen suddenly pointed his finger. A violet lightning arrow shot toward Jai Changkong. Long Chen, are you looking down on me? Jai Changkong sneered. His runic shield once more appeared, and its power was now double what it had been before. In front of everyone's stupefied gazes, that powerful runic shield instantly exploded upon being struck by the lightning arrow. The lightning arrow didn't pause at all. What? Jai Changkong was shocked. He gave up on attacking Li Qi and the others, sending his palm toward the arrow instead. Seeing that Jai Changkong was able to change the direction of his attack so easily, everyone was startled. It had to be known that in order to change the direction of an attack that was already about to be released, it would require that the body contain at least twice the amount of energy it had. In other words, that terrifying attack wasn't even close to Jai Changkong's full power. Space exploded as Jai Changkong's palm blew apart the lightning arrow, but he was deeply shaken because his arm was numb now. Berserk Thunder Force had invaded his arm, and he hastily circulated his spiritual yuan to suppress it. Lightning runes exploded and faded, looking like beautiful fireworks. Once the fireworks were over, a figure with a raised hand appeared in front of Jai Changkong. That hand moved in a beautiful and graceful arc. It was dazzling and contained an incomparably profound rhythm. That movement was so beautiful that a person couldn't bear to interrupt it. Just as they were intoxicated by it, Long Chen's slap viciously struck Jai Changkong's face. That resounding sound could practically shake heaven and earth, a sound that could shock the heavens out of the sky and into the underworld. Jai Changkong smashed into the ground, and a huge wave of earth spread. With a single slap, Long Chen had sent a peak expert flying. Even Zhu Yu's expression changed slightly. Instead of continuing to fight, he slowly retreated. He was completely focused on Long Chen, and his energy circulated as he prepared to release his greatest power. On the other side, Wilder wasn't paying attention. In his barbarian blood bronze body, he had a crazy feeling, and he ignored anything happening in the outside world. His club continued to smash at Kawudu. Kawudu went all out, knocking Wilder back. Just as Wilder was about to attack again, Xuanhuan held him back. Now that Long Chen had arrived, they had to move in accordance with Long Chen's plans. Wilder stopped and his body instantly shrank. His face was a bit pale, and he quickly took out a huge leg of a magical beast and began crazily eating. As soon as Long Chen arrived, all the battles stopped. Long Chen didn't even look at his enemies. He walked over to Li Qi and Song Minjuan. Patting them on the shoulder, he said, "Good work." "It's a good thing you came when you did." Li Qi wiped off his sweat. Jai Changkong was just too strong for them. "Big brother Long Chen, sorry," said Xiao Fei. Long Chen gave Xiao Fei a fierce embrace. He patted him on the shoulder. "Now you're a man. Don't just randomly apologize to others, or you'll get in the habit of lacking confidence. People will sometimes get hot-headed and do some foolish things, but only those who dare to do foolish things are real men. If you're always overcautious and scheme all your actions, you'll eventually lose yourself, and you'll find your cultivation path limited by your own doing. There are no absolute rights or wrongs in this world, however. A hot-blooded man can't be lacking that hot-bloodedness, or they would have lived for nothing." Just these few words from Long Chen made Xiao Fei feel incomparably grateful. Rather than blaming him, he approved of his actions. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, this junior is Feng Jian from..." Feng Jian finally had a chance to meet this legendary figure. Seeing him send the insufferably arrogant Jai Changkong flying with a point of his finger and a slap in his face, his worship of him rose even greater. "I don't care where you came from. As long as you can stand beside me during such a time, it proves you're a hot-blooded man. Such people are all my brothers." Long Chen cupped his fists toward Feng Jian and the others who had come to assist the aboriginals for him. Although their power was low, that just made him even more grateful. They had essentially sacrificed their lives to come to help him, so he wasn't forcing himself when he called them brothers. If someone could sacrifice their lives for him, then he could do the same for them. Hearing him call them brother, these people all felt their blood burning hotter. They had been ashamed before this, as instead of helping, they had essentially held them back, forcing Li Qi and Song Minjuan to risk their lives to protect them. But this demeanor, this heroism, was something that hadn't disappointed them. Such a person was worthy of them following into death. Boom! Suddenly, a figure flew out of the ground, startling people. How was it that he only appeared after this long? Just how deeply had he been blown underground by Long Chen? Long Xian, Jai Changkong's furious roar shook the heavens. His aura erupted to a new level. Wasn't it just a slap in the face? Is it worth getting so riled up for? Look at big boy Zhu Yu. His head was cut off, his leg was cut off, but he's not making a sound. "Don't be so petty," said Xuanhuan contemptuously. Ming Qi, Gu Yang, and the others had all gathered with Long Chen. From three sides, Jai Changkong, Zhu Yu, and Ka Wudu's army surrounded them. As expected, Zhu Yu's killing intent erupted upon hearing Xuanhuan's words. Mentioning that was like picking off his scab. It might even be more infuriating than being slapped in the face. Zhu Yu was shrewd and didn't say anything. Long Chen's side was too powerful. Just now, he had caused Jai Changkong to suffer with just a wave of his hand. And while he was confident in his power, he knew he couldn't handle Long Chen, Wilda, and all the others by himself. Since that was the case, it was best to gather everyone's power to first kill him before saying anything else. They couldn't start fighting amongst themselves and allow Long Chen to flee. So although Xuanhuan's words were extremely insulting, he kept his expression flat. He kept his focus on Long Chen, guarding against his escape. "You are Long Chen, your life is mine." Ka Wudu stared at Long Chen, licking his dry lips. His tongue was actually the size of an ox tongue, and he appeared extremely sinister. Long Chen glanced at him. "Looking at your idiotic appearance, I suppose you must be that Ka Chulu fellow." "It's Ka Wudu," he roared. "Ah, that's about the same. No need to be so serious. Leng Yuan told me that you're a good cutting board. I wonder how many times I can cut you with my saber," sneered Long Chen. After saying that, he ignored the fuming Ka Wudu. To the righteous expert standing behind Jai Changkong, he said, "I, Long Chen, am not a kind-hearted man. Let me give you some advice. It'll be my last time advising you, so listen properly. Those who want to frame me, I can't be bothered to even care. I don't care if you're doing it to suck up or to protect yourself. Your brainlessness is loathsome, but it hasn't touched my bottom line. Remember, you can spout whatever nonsense you want, but don't use the weapons in your hands to provoke me, or you'll become my enemies. And I don't have mercy on my enemies. Everyone don't fall for Long Chen's scheme. He's trying to split us up." It was unexpected that the first person to speak up was the Xuanhuan Dao sect's Zhao Wuji. He and Yue Qianchen stood together. Long Chen didn't even glance at them. "I've already said what I wanted to say. Whether or not you want to be my enemies, choose for yourselves." He didn't care about the opportunists who swayed with the wind, but he had his own principles and his own conscience. Now that he had warned them once, he wouldn't feel so bad. Stupid people had to pay their own bills for their stupidity. The choice was up to them. A small portion of people did begin to sway due to Long Chen's words. However, being instigated by the majority, they began to say Long Chen was being sanctimonious, shameless, and despicable. To sum up, all kinds of curses and insults were thrown his way. Rather than getting angry, Long Chen smiled slightly. He nodded and then flew high into the air. "Do you really think you can escape?" Jai Changkong sneered. A huge ceiling barrier formed over the 10,000-mile Drake Mountain. Chapter 916, Killing Their Way Out of the Encirclement. "You idiot Long Chen, senior apprentice brother Jai has long since laid down a heaven-encompassing net for you," sneered the righteous experts. In truth, Jai Changkong had spent over a month setting this trap up. This formation was actually something he had luckily obtained within the immemorial path. In order to make sure he could capture Long Chen and the others, he had spent countless resources and materials to set it up. Even Zhu Yu didn't know about it, as Jai Changkong's plan was to kill him with everyone else. In his opinion, his combat power wouldn't be any lower than Zhu Yu's, but he didn't have absolute confidence in defeating him, so this formation wasn't just targeted against Long Chen. Jai Changkong's appetite truly was large for him to want to devour Long Chen and Zhu Yu with the same play. Jai Changkong was completely confident in this formation. Even if the two of them went all out, it still wouldn't break. If he didn't deactivate it, then no one could leave. Only a few people by Jai Changkong's side had even known about this formation. Seeing it now, the righteous experts felt that Jai Changkong had long since been prepared for everything and grew more confident in him. "Long Chen, what face do you have to live in this world? If I were a despicable traitor like you, I'd have killed myself. To trap your own allies, you're the scum of the righteous path. You deserve to be hacked to pieces and burned to ash." For a while, the righteous experts wildly cursed Long Chen to display their loyalty. All kinds of vulgar words came in an unending flood. Xuanhuan was fuming. His crossbow was already raised at them. His hatred toward the righteous experts had now even exceeded his hatred for the corrupt path. That was because amongst this crowd of righteous experts were many disciples from sects subordinate to the Xuanhuan Dao sect. They had begged for the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples to look after them. Back then they had been so respectful and deferential. Now they were hostile and cursing at them. Xuanhuan's body quivered with rage. "Don't be so angry. Don't you see, there are over a few dozen familiar faces behind Zhao Wuji and Yue Qianchen. It means many of them are still able to differentiate right and wrong. Although they didn't come to stand by our side, they didn't join them either. Furthermore, don't we also have quite a few brothers supporting us?" "That's enough," said Long Chen. Long Chen hadn't expected Jai Changkong to have set up such a powerful formation. This formation seemed to be on the same level as the Xuanhuan Dao sect's protective formation. Although he hadn't tested its power yet, he knew Jai Changkong wasn't an idiot. Setting up such a huge formation came at an immense price, and he wouldn't set it up for nothing. Furthermore, looking up at the barrier above him, he felt a great deal of pressure from the runes circulating within it. "Long Chen, what should we do? Go all out?" asked Tang Wan'er. Long Chen shook his head. "We don't have time to bother with them. We have to leave immediately." "What, why?" "The only ones here are the righteous and corrupt experts, but there's not one person from the ancient races. That's definitely off. I've had some relations with Yu Changhao, so he would definitely join in for the fun. I checked the map on my way here, and I think this trap is even greater than it looks on the surface." When I arrived, Jai Changkong definitely sent out news of my arrival. Perhaps he used photographic jades as proof that we're all in danger. The aboriginals will definitely charge out to save us, and at that time, Yu Changhao will lead the ancient races experts to slaughter them. If that's the case, then they really split up the work perfectly. Jai Changkong's head really does have some skill, said Long Chen. Everyone's expressions changed, especially Zhao Fei and Shikang. Hearing that their tribesmen were in danger, they began to sweat. Although the aboriginals had the numbers advantage, they had now seen just how powerful Jai Changkong, Zhu Yu, and Ka Wudu were. Even without the curse, the aboriginals weren't their match. This batch of invaders was the strongest they had ever encountered. Jai Changkong was incredibly vicious. With this one move, he planned on eliminating all the aboriginals' experts. But Zhao Fei and the others weren't able to do anything other than panic. However, they saw that Long Chen's eyes were sweeping over the sky as if he was calculating something. No one dared to interrupt him. "Long Chen, don't you think it's time for you to come out and face your death?" Jai Changkong was surrounded by glowing runes as he stood in the air. Long Chen nodded, Li Qi Minjuan in a bit. After telling them the plan, Long Chen flew into the air. A blood-colored saber rested on his shoulder. "Jai Changkong, Zuyu, Kachalu, come over and face your deaths." Long Chen's shout contained his unrivaled will, and at the same time his aura erupted, causing heaven and earth to rumble. Courting death, Jai Chenkang, Zhu Yu, and Ka Wudu were all infuriated. Long Chen was actually challenging all three of them at the same time. That was a naked insult. Jai Chenkang formed hand seals and a mile-long spear appeared. That spear was formed from runes, and as soon as it appeared, it released an immense pressure. Zhu Yu's third eye opened. A ray of light shot onto his black sword, and a huge sword image soared into the air. Ka Wudu's eyes looked like they might spurt flames at any moment. Long Chen was intentionally saying his name wrong. Forming hand seals, black qi appeared and transformed into the face of a fiend. With a sinister laugh, it shot toward Long Chen. That fiend's laughter caused everyone's expressions to change. They hastily circulated their spiritual yuan to block it, but quite a few people were still too slow. Blood poured from their 7 orifices. Long Chen gripped Blooddrinker with both hands. Countless runes lit up on it, wrapping around Long Chen. A huge saber image appeared. Boom! What startled everyone was that Long Chen didn't actually release his attack. He allowed all 3 of their attacks to land on him. A strange sound rang out. The blood-colored runes around Long Chen weren't at all damaged, and neither was Long Chen. The blood-colored runes scattered. Blooddrinker began to rumble. Light blossomed from it, looking like a blooming blood lotus. "Not good, stop him," shouted Jai Chenkang suddenly. Too late, Long Chen smiled. Using a strange technique, Blooddrinker had absorbed the power of their attacks. At the same time, his spiritual yuan poured into it. Split the heavens too. Boom! A crescent moon saber image soared into the air, slashing into the huge barrier in the sky. The world shuddered violently, and countless people vomited blood. They were like ants stuck inside a bell that someone had viciously hit. "Ha ha ha, Long Chen, looks like you're still dead. Even if you combined all of our power, you still..." "What?" Jai Chenkang was originally delighted to see that the barrier hadn't shattered, but very quickly, a strange noise caused his face to turn pale. The translucent barrier in the air was like a block of ice. Countless cracks appeared on it, rapidly spreading. "No!" Boom! In front of Jai Chenkang's disbelieving eyes, the entire barrier shattered. Jai Chenkang almost crumbled along with the barrier. That was a barrier that contained both offensive and defensive aspects, and it was his greatest assurance in being able to kill Zhu Yu and Ka Wudu. But this formation that he had spent over a month setting up and spent countless resources on was destroyed in one blow without even showing its power. Jai Chenkang's heart was crumbling. Earth prison. Just at this moment, Li Qi and Song Minjuan placed their hands on the ground. The earth surged around the aboriginals, completely wrapping them up. The red-eye sacred blood phoenix flew over and caught the earth prison with its claws. Its wings flapped, and just like that, it brought everyone soaring into the clouds. From the moment the barrier was broken, to Meng Qi and the others jumping onto the blood phoenix, to the creation of the earth prison, everything had happened smoothly and easily. By the time anyone reacted, the blood phoenix was miles away. Everything was within Long Chen's expectations. When the blood phoenix flew by him, he reached out a hand and caught one of its wings, also getting onto its back. "Stop them!" Jai Chenkang's eyes almost tore out of his head. With a furious roar, he gave chase. Zhu Yu and Ka Wudu followed, trying to stop Long Chen from fleeing. But they had underestimated the red-eye sacred blood phoenix's speed. Now that everyone was on it, the blood phoenix's feathers began to shine, and countless runes lit up. Ripples appeared in space, and the blood phoenix shot away. "Bastard chase!" Zhu Yu, Jai Chenkang, and Ka Wudu were all infuriated. Even in this kind of situation, they had allowed Long Chen to escape. They chased as fast as they could, while their subordinates followed. "There's no time to rest. Adjust your states and prepare for the real battle," shouted Long Chen. The blood phoenix crossed thousands of miles in a flash, and in just a bit, they arrived at a barren desert. Countless experts were currently fighting on it. There were hundreds of aboriginals fighting ancient race experts. Corpses were everywhere on the blood-stained ground. "I'll kill these bastards," Xiao Fei, Shikang, and the other aboriginals were infuriated. Seeing their tribesmen fall one by one in pools of blood, they clenched their teeth so hard they were about to break. "You Changhao, come out and die." Long Chen's blood began to boil. He shot straight toward the battlefield. Chapter 917, All-Out Killing. The endless desert was covered in blood. Hundreds of thousands of aboriginals were crazily charging, but they were being held back by 30,000 ancient race experts. Faint halos of light could be seen on the aboriginals' bodies. That was a sign they were currently being weakened by the heavenly Taos. Hundreds of foundation forging experts were leading the aboriginals, but they were still blocked by the ancient race experts, and with each passing moment, the aboriginals suffered losses. The ancient races were too strong. They had 14 rank 4 celestials and possessed ancient bloodlines. When they reached sea expansion, their combat power would soar. Even several foundation forging aboriginals would still be at a disadvantage against one of them. In fact, the situation was so precipitous that the aboriginals might get wiped out at any moment. There were 4 experts standing side by side in the air, indifferently watching the battlefield below. The 4 of them represented the ancient races' strongest powers. They were different from Zhu Yu and Ka Wudu. They all considered themselves to be on the same level as Yu Changhao and had formed their own independent powers. However, they didn't have any plans of truly fighting to the end with Yu Changhao. The 4 of them were publicly known as the 4 ancient race experts with the purest bloodlines. But as for who was truly number 1, that was something that would have to wait until they had the fair public challenge back amongst the ancient races. It wasn't to be decided through slaughtering each other here. Even if they took the number 1 position through a fight in the outside world, they wouldn't receive the approval of the ancient races. In fact, they might bring down the ire of the higher-ups. So although the 4 of them refused to be ruled by the other 3, they were still somewhat peaceful. From the way they looked at the battle below, it seemed the battle wasn't worthy of them participating in. The other rank 4 celestials below were enough to defeat the aboriginals that were suffering from the curse. Even foundation forging experts could be handled as long as they were under the curse. The ancient races were extremely perceptive to bloodlines, including other people's bloodlines. So even other rank 4 celestials had to accept that these 4 were truly the strongest of them. Yu Changhao, come out and die. A furious roar suddenly shook the sky, one that caused heaven and earth to change color, one that sounded like the roaring of gods, one that contained boundless killing intent. Long Chen was already charging toward Yu Changhao's group of 4. The battle below practically couldn't be called a battle. It should be called a slaughter. Seeing the corpses on the ground and the blood-soaked sand, Long Chen's eyes were scarlet. Long Chen, you didn't die to Zhu Yu and Jai Chengkong. Haha, good. Yu Changhao laughed and charged at Long Chen. Letting out a punch, he roared, have a taste of my bloodline power. Yu Changhao's fist was covered in runes and swung like a warhammer. Brilliant light and astral winds erupted from it. Taste your fucking mother, roared Long Chen. He ignored Yu Changhao's punch, allowing it to smash on his chest, while his own fist landed on Yu Changhao's nose. This fighting style lacked any technique and could only be described as a scoundrel's fighting style, but it was extremely effective. Both fists connected. Long Chen felt a burst of pain in his chest, as even with his extremely powerful physical body, he couldn't ignore Yu Changhao's power. As for Yu Changhao, his face caved in, and it was basically impossible to see his original features. Both of them shot back. Kill them all, shouted Long Chen to Gu Ran and the others. Even without Long Chen's shout, Gu Ran had already made his preparations. A 30-meter sphere appeared in his hands. From high above, he tossed it to the ground. Explode! The sphere exploded, releasing countless black needles. Screams rang out as that sphere contained the quills Long Chen had gathered. They were poisonous, and once struck, a person's body would rapidly rot. If they didn't want to die, they would have to cut off the rotting portion as fast as possible. But while it was possible to cut off a leg, it was less easy to deal with being struck in the heart, the neck, and the head. Some of the ancient race experts instantly turned into withered skeletons. In reality, these quills didn't possess much offensive power on their own, but the poison in them was something that could be fatal even to rank 3 celestials. As for rank 2 celestials who didn't cut off their infected body parts fast enough, they would definitely die. Heavenly Tao energy didn't have much effect on this kind of corrosive poison. There simply wasn't enough time to heal. This explosion covered 100 miles. Over 3,000 ancient race experts were killed in this one move. They panicked, and a portion of them gave up on the aboriginals. Instead, they were charging at Gu Ran. 9 underworld soul-devouring wave. Meng Qi took a deep breath in the air. A determined expression appeared on her face, and forming hand seals, a ripple rapidly spread from her. It's a spiritual attack. Activate your protective soul items, shouted one of the ancient race experts. As the ripple spread, even the ancient race experts that had activated protective soul items were unable to block it. They collapsed one by one. This attack contained Meng Qi's full strength. She couldn't hold back at all at this time, because with each passing breath, there were aboriginals that fell. She didn't dare to be soft-hearted. "Quick, kill her," roared an ancient race expert. He was a powerful rank 4 celestial and he charged at her, but he was stopped by Gu Yang. The instant Meng Qi had attacked, Tang Wan'er had already led the others to the side of the aboriginals. Wind blades filled the air as she went all out slaughtering the ancient race experts. With Tang Wan'er, Song Minjuan, Li Qi, and the others' help, the pressure on the aboriginals lessened a great deal. Gu Yang and Yue Zifeng were the only ones in charge of protecting Meng Qi, but there were still ancient race experts charging past them, and Meng Qi had no choice but to stop her soul art. Standing atop the red-eye sacred blood phoenix's head, she summoned the soul-suppressing tower to fight against them. Meng Qi's killing power was too great. Even in just the blink of an eye, thousands of ancient race experts had died without realizing it, so she was their #1 priority. Xuanhuan and Meng Qi's attacks had killed 8,000 ancient race experts. That kind of efficiency was horrifying. Xuanhuan was locked onto by a rank 4 celestial. However, Xuanhuan had already summoned his golden armor and was fighting intensely against him. Meng Qi was being entangled by 2 rank 4 celestials. They refused to permit Meng Qi to once more release such a powerful move. The top experts of the ancient races quickly found their targets, but the lower levels were in a panic, because 3 terrifying earth dragons were running amok in their midst. Those earth dragons were Meng Qi, Xuanhuan, and Tang Wan'er's housepits. Of the 4 original eggs, 1 had been given to Yue Zioqian, while the rest had been left to them. Meng Qi's earth dragon had received special nourishment and already entered the 8th rank. As for Tang Wan'er and Xuanhuan, in the end, they weren't beast tamers. Although they had done their best raising their housepits, they were still only at the peak of the 7th rank. But those 2 smaller earth dragons released waves of fire under the guidance of Meng Qi's earth dragon. The ancient race experts weren't able to block their fire breaths. There were experts that tried to attack the earth dragons, but even when rank 3 celestials went all out, they were at most able to break the hide of the earth dragons. They were just minor wounds of no consequence. Even for Long Chen, killing the 8th rank earth dragon back then had required extremely potent poison, and he had still almost been killed. Now, these ancient race experts could also learn just how terrifying earth dragons were. "Brave warriors of the aboriginals, retreat. Distance yourself from the battle to avoid being hit by the shockwaves," shouted Long Chen. Blooddrinker appeared in his hand. Yu Changhao had just recovered. Although his nose was fixed, he still felt some pain from it and he couldn't stop tears from leaking out. "Attack together," said one of the powerful rank 4 celestials. He saw that something was off. Meng Qi and the others were too powerful and they had no time to waste. The person they had to get rid of the most was Long Chen. The power he had shown off just now caused them to be extremely uneasy. The 3 rank 4 celestials attacked at the same time, releasing powerful auras and seas of runes. "Fuck off," roared Long Chen. He met their weapons with a single flash of his saber. The 3 of them felt bursts of pain in their arms as tyrannical energy knocked them back. They were horrified. Long Chen was shockingly powerful. They knew that this attack had been purely based on his physical strength. Suddenly, countless powerful auras appeared. Zhu Yu, Kawudu, and Jai Chenkang had caught up. They had appeared just in time to see Long Chen send those 3 flying with a single blow. They were shocked to find that Long Chen was even stronger than they had expected. "Everyone kill Long Chen together. Anything else can be put aside until later," shouted Zhu Yu. He clearly wanted everyone to give up their own grievances and first kill their common enemy. "Those subordinate to me, Zhu Yu, assist the ancient races to kill their enemies." Kawudu followed, ordering his people to help the ancient races. Only the righteous experts looked foolishly at Jai Chenkang. "Our righteous path only cares about righteousness. We must be firm against traitors, so everyone move out to kill them," ordered Jai Chenkang. The righteous experts hesitated, but in the end they took out their weapons and charged. They had no way back this time. "I'm finally full. Time to get back to work," Wilda patted his stomach. Raising his bone club, he charged toward one of the ancient races, rank 4 celestials. Chapter 918, One-Shot Instant Kill. Wilda charged forward with his bone club, directly smashing it at a rank 4 celestial. That ancient race expert only noticed Wilda's existence now. He normally relied on aura to sense others, but Wilda's body didn't release any. He was startled but just snorted coldly. He let out a fierce punch at Wilda's club. Blood splashed. A mix of bones cracking sound and his pained grunt rang through the air. His upper body had been shattered by this one blow. He had underestimated Wilder's power drastically. Die, Wilder roared, and in front of that ancient race expert's dumbfounded gaze, he suddenly grew to become a 30-meter giant. His bone club viciously smashed down at him. This technique was something Xuanhuan had taught Wilder. He had him pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger. Once his enemies were startled, caught off guard, and injured by him, he would then release his full power. As a result, this move was truly effective. In his carelessness, the expert had been heavily injured, and now before he could react, Wilder's terrifying club smashed toward him again. With a bang, his body exploded into bloody mist. A powerful rank 4 celestial, one who stood practically at the peak of his realm, had been killed in one blow. All the surrounding experts were stunned. This was the first rank 4 celestial to be killed on the battlefield. This performance from Wilder stunned everyone. Gather up, kill this idiot before killing the aboriginals. Following one person's shout, 8 rank 4 celestials charged toward Wilder. 6 of them were from the ancient races, while 2 were from the corrupt path. One of the ancient race experts had only just charged up when he was struck by Wilder's club. He shot back, vomiting blood. Fortunately, his weapon and body were strong enough, or this attack would have killed him. Once Wilder had summoned the barbarian blood bronze body, his power was terrifying. "Don't hold back. This giant's tough," shouted one of the corrupt experts. A warhammer appeared in his hand, and he didn't hesitate to sacrifice a huge amount of his spiritual yuan to activate his treasure item's might. The others also didn't dare to be careless. Even 8 against 1, they didn't seem to have good odds. The aboriginals were rapidly retreating with Xuanhuan and the others' protection. They were rapidly distancing themselves from the battlefield. That freed up more enemies' experts, and quite a few charged over at Wilder. But Wilder was too terrifying. Rank 3 celestials were fundamentally incapable of approaching him. In the end, only one more rank 4 celestial managed to join the battle. The 9 of them surrounded Wilder, and only then were they able to maintain an even situation. Wilder's appearance immediately reversed the board. He had drawn over 9 rank 4 celestials to handle him, and even killed one. "Everyone else retreat. Li Qi, Song Minjuan, you're in charge of protecting them. I have to help Sister Meng Qi." Xuanhuan shot off to the core of the battlefield. The battlefield had been stretched. The aboriginals were much further away, with only a small portion of ancient race experts attacking them. The majority of them had switched to defense to block Meng Qi, Gu Yang, Yue Zifeng, and the others. The 3 people attacking Meng Qi were exceptionally strong, and she relied on the red-eye sacred blood phoenix's speed to constantly dodge. As a soul cultivator, she wasn't skilled in close-range combat. Furthermore, having 3 rank 4 celestials at the same time, she had to be careful. Her situation was a bit dangerous. Her enemies were too strong. Other than the 4 peak experts, the ancient races also possessed 13 other rank 4 celestials. As for rank 3 celestials, they numbered in the hundreds. 7 rank 4 celestials from the corrupt path now joined in, as well as Zhang Mingkong from the righteous path. Other than the one that Wilder had killed, there were still 21 rank 4 celestials. Gu Yang and Yue Zifeng were now also in danger. They were both facing 3 rank 4 celestials. This was beyond their limit. The only one safe was Xuanhuan. With his golden armor and 2 golden sabers in his hands, he was fighting 3 rank 4 celestials. Occasionally, holes would open in parts of his armor and needles would fly out. The 3 people fighting him were like 3 hungry wolves that had surrounded a porcupine. Despite this porcupine not being strong, they couldn't eat it. Sometimes the needles Xuanhuan shot out had poison, infuriating them. This armor was too infuriating. When their attacks struck it, a portion of their power would be absorbed, while another portion would be dissipated. Xuanhuan was at most enduring 30% of their power. Furthermore, he then used their power to attack them, making them so furious that they cursed him. They had never encountered such a shameless armor, nor had they ever encountered such a shameless person. Now, there were no more rank 4 celestials attacking the aboriginals. Their safety was practically guaranteed, especially with how many foundation forging experts they had. Now that Xuanhuan joined in, the slanting scales once more evened. They were no longer all fighting 1 against 3, but gathered together with Meng Qi at the core. In this situation, they no longer needed to kill these people. Their main goal was to protect themselves. The main characters of this battle were not them. That belonged to another battlefield. Long Chen stood in the air, his eyes glowing with a frightening light. His blood-colored saber was pointed toward the people in front of him. Jai Changkong, Zhu Yu, Ka Wudu, Yu Changhao, and the other three peak experts were all glaring at him. All their auras had risen to their peaks. Countless runes were surging in the air, and faint ripples appeared in space. Long Chen and the seven of them roared at the same time and attacked. Long Chen slashed his saber down, and a biting cold saber chi locked onto the seven of them. Boom! Long Chen was blown back. When the seven of them worked together, he couldn't overpower them. HMPH, you're only at this level. One of the ancient race experts sneered. His body swayed strangely, and using some unknown movement art, he moved toward Long Chen like a fish in water. He arrived in front of him in an instant, reaching for his throat. His fingers were like steel. They were covered in scales, with each scale possessing circulating runes. There was actually blood flowing within those runes. His attack caused heaven and earth to tremble. Careful, but Zhu Yu, Jai Changkong, and Ka Wudu's expressions suddenly changed. They thought of an extremely bad possibility. Split the heavens too. The ancient race expert saw a sneer appear on Long Chen's face. Then, hearing Zhu Yu and the others' cries, a bad feeling rose in his head. But it was too late to do anything. Seeing Long Chen's saber slashing down, he felt a sensation of death well up within him. He instinctively reached toward Long Chen's hand to block it, and he also moved one of his feet forward, entering Long Chen's shadow. His tactic was extremely clever. In his opinion, once he blocked Long Chen's attack, Long Chen would definitely be struck in his vitals by his kick, and then with a tempest of attacks, he would be killed. His plan was good, but perhaps he was a bit too conceited in his defense. In any case, the result was that when Bloodrinker reached his arms, an earth-shattering power erupted, shattering his arms. This attack was created through Bloodrinker's absorption ability. It had absorbed a portion of their attacks. Although it said a portion, it was actually 7 portions, and adding on Long Chen's own power, its might was shocking. This was a monstrous ability that Bloodrinker had told him about after completely awakening. The most monstrous part about this was that the power wasn't stored like a magical art. Once the energy was absorbed, it was stored within Bloodrinker's body. Others wouldn't notice it. What exploded wasn't just the ancient race expert's arms. After his arms exploded, his head exploded, and then the rest of his body. All the aboriginals saw it clearly. Previously, they had jumped upon seeing Long Chen being forced back by the 7 of them. But in the blink of an eye, Long Chen had killed one of those 7 peak experts. It happened so suddenly that it seemed surreal. "Boss is amazing. Keep going, there are only 6 left. 6 more attacks and you'll be done," shouted Xuanhuan. Because of the distraction, he had been struck in the back. Although his armor blocked most of the power, his blood flipped within him. He didn't dare to be careless and continued fighting. Wilda had shocked everyone by killing a rank 4 celestial in one exchange. Now Long Chen, 1 against 7, had killed one of the peak experts here. "Long Chen, don't get too pleased. I'll show the feather race's true power." Yu Changhao was the first to react. His wings shook and his blood chi surged. Boundless pressure erupted, and a huge illusory figure appeared behind him. It appeared to be a giant bird. Because it was so huge and illusory, it was impossible to see what bird it was. But as soon as it appeared, his aura erupted like a volcano. It was as vast as an ocean. Yu Changhao charged forward, a golden bow in his hand. What was startling was that as soon as he drew the bow, countless light arrows condensed and shot toward Long Chen. "Someone I already defeated also dares to talk." Unafraid, Long Chen released a heaven-shrouding saber image that slashed down on those arrows. The arrows were piercing through space, but in front of Bloodrinker, they were easily shattered. With his vast spiritual yuan, Long Chen could now afford to squander extra energy on Bloodrinker. Corrupt pupil heavenly prison. Zhu Yu's third eye opened and a ray of light shot out, enveloping Long Chen. The world suddenly froze. Chapter 919 Sneak Attack. The light from Zhu Yu's third eye enveloped Long Chen. Space froze around him, and the others didn't even hesitate to attack. Zhu Yu's third eye was an innate corrupt eye. It possessed mystical powers, and one of those was spatial locking power. Although its effect only lasted for a moment, it was easy to kill experts within that moment. There was no time to think. They all launched attacks at their greatest speed. Even if they weren't their ultimate attacks, they could still kill Long Chen instantly with all of them combined. Divine Ring. Boom! A 3,000-meter divine ring appeared, its 4 colors revolving. The locking power around Long Chen blew apart. At the same time, a terrifying chi wave sent all the people charging at him flying. A drop of blood leaked from Zhu Yu's third eye. Long Chen's divine ring had actually injured his corrupt pupil. Long Chen's body suddenly moved. Like a bolt of lightning, he appeared in front of one of the ancient race peak experts. He was the one closest to him. That person immediately felt a chill. It was like a wild lion had set its gaze upon him. Even the companions around him didn't provide him the slightest feeling of safety. Clenching his teeth, his blood chi suddenly erupted. The runes around him became blood-colored, and a strange diagram appeared behind him. His aura erupted like a volcano. Boom! Long Chen's saber slashed down on his weapon. Although they were in the air, the shockwaves spread in every direction, shattering the ground. Quite a few people were instantly killed by the shockwaves. The ancient race expert was smashed into the ground, leaving a deep hole. But Long Chen was startled to see that this person merely coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was surprised to see this person could receive an attack from him now that he had summoned his divine ring. But the others were even more shocked. This peak expert had activated the might of his spirit blood to obtain power beyond his limits but still had been injured. Zhu Yu and the others finally became fully aware that Long Chen's power far surpassed their expectations. In the beginning, everyone had been trying to preserve their strength and trump cards for the upcoming battle after they killed Long Chen. At that moment, it would be time to split the spoils. But now seeing that this peak expert had turned into his current state even after the support of his spirit blood, they recognized the cruel reality. Trying to be clever would make them pay a terrible price. Whoever keeps holding back will be attacked by everyone else after the battle is over, said Zhu Yu. He activated his spirit blood, which was his ancestors' bloodline blessing. It was an extremely miraculous and precious energy. The whole reason why they were able to become peak existences amongst rank 4 celestials was because of their density of spirit blood. It far surpassed the other rank 4 celestials, allowing Zhu Yu and the other to suppress them. Now that they had all activated their spirit blood's power, the runes around them turned blood-colored. An invisible energy was gathering toward them, causing a loud rumbling. Zhu Yu's sword was the first to slash toward Long Chen. An indescribable energy was contained within this sword that made it terrifying to the peak. Boom! When Long Chen blocked with his saber, he was knocked back several steps. As expected, the support of spirit blood was extremely powerful. Even with his divine ring, he was knocked back. On the other hand, even with his spirit blood, Zhu Yu felt Long Chen's power to be the truly terrifying thing. He was blown back dozens of meters before stabilizing. Jai Chengkong, Yu Chenghao, Ka Wudu, and the other peak experts all released their full power with Zhu Yu taking the lead. With 6 peak experts going all out, their combat power was heaven-shaking. Up in the air, Long Chen fought against 6 peak experts. The void was constantly shaking due to their power. The battlefield was now split into 3 sections. Long Chen's battle was at the center. Then there was Meng Qi and the others fighting the rank 4 celestials. And the third battle was even further away but involved many more people. The corrupt path, righteous path, and ancient race experts were fighting against the aboriginals, 3 earth dragons, and 1 red-eye sacred blood phoenix. The 4 magical beasts were extremely powerful, and quite a few experts had to be used to keep them back. That allowed the aboriginals to take advantage. Added together, the righteous path, corrupt path, and the ancient races had originally possessed over 70,000 experts. But because of Meng Qi and Yu Ran's ultimate attacks, as well as the powerful attacks of the magical beasts, they were down to less than 60,000. In truth, a portion of that loss wasn't just due to deaths. Some had fled. Of course, those people were from the righteous path. One reason was because they were just too weak. Rank 1 celestials were no different than cannon fodder in a battle on this level. A shockwave from any random blow might kill them. Previously, they had thought that by cheering for Jai Changkong, they could form friendly ties with him, and through that, elevate their status. But now, the situation was rapidly changing and getting out of control. Even while facing the corrupt path, righteous path, and ancient races peak experts, Long Chen was still able to fight. That combat power terrified them. They even regretted that they had overestimated Jai Changkong. Their decision to invest in a relationship with him had been too brash. Now, their best decision was to retreat with their lives while they could. The righteous path had originally numbered over 30,000. After a portion had died, a greater portion had stealthily slipped away. Now, the ones remaining were less than 10,000. And these people remaining were just cheering loudly without putting in any work. They managed to make themselves sound loud and brave, but to maintain a safe distance, they only launched long-distance attacks. Those kinds of attacks were nothing more than itches, because they were afraid of making their enemies angry and being attacked. In any case, the corrupt path and ancient race experts were the true fighters that fought to the death. The righteous path's experts all excelled in cheering while doing nothing, giving a new meaning to the word useless. Now the aboriginals possessed greater numbers and greater individual power. While the situation wasn't set in stone yet, their advantage was growing greater and greater. Tangwaner and the others were surrounding Mengqi, guarding her while she used the soul-suppressing tower to help defend everyone else. At the same time, she occasionally activated her treasure items to launch attacks. Mengqi was the one who possessed the most treasure items currently. She had bracelets, rings, and earrings. In fact, even her shoes were treasure items. The majority of them were energy storage treasure items. Activating them to launch, an attack didn't require any of her own spiritual yuan. The most terrifying aspect of these energy storage treasure items was their ability to launch instantaneous attacks. Of everyone present, Mengqi was the only one not skilled in close-range combat. In order to make sure that Mengqi could protect herself, Long Chen had spent the most on her, giving her over 10 energy storage treasure items. One reason was because Mengqi needed them the most, but the other reason was only someone with vast soul energy like her could precisely control so many treasure items. Mengqi, Tangwaner, Guyang, and Yue Zifeng were working together as a unit. The rank 4 Celestials were all blocked by them, and they were all exhausting a great deal of their soul energy to maintain their soul items. That was to prevent Mengqi from killing them in one shot with a spiritual attack. That was the terror of soul cultivators. Without a soul item protecting a person, then there was the constant danger of being killed in one attack. Not every expert possessed such powerful spiritual strength. Due to this, they were unable to truly release all their power, so both sides were at a stalemate. A bit further from them was Xuanhuan. With sabers in both hands, he was fighting 3 rank 4 Celestials, which caused metallic ringing to continuously come from there. Those fighting Xuanhuan had an urge to vomit blood as Xuanhuan's armor was completely immoral. After fighting for so long, they finally saw cracks appear on Xuanhuan's armor. That had made them ecstatic. But after so much work, when the armor finally broke, they almost went insane. What they had broken was just the outer skin of the armor. Once that outer layer was broken, it revealed a completely fine set of armor. Are you guys going to be all right? My armor has a total of 18 layers, and at this rate, you won't be able to see my amazing body until next year, said Xuanhuan. PFFT, you fucker, you're too shameless. One of them directly coughed up a mouthful of blood from Xuanhuan's words. He was incredibly close to passing out. However, they also didn't dare to ignore Xuanhuan and could only continue like this. Otherwise, he would charge into their army. His killing power was too great, so even if they couldn't kill him, they had to hold him back. Both parties were stalling on Xuanhuan's side. But on Wilda's side, danger sprang up all over. There were 9 experts attacking him, and one of those had almost lost his life to Wilda right at the very beginning in his carelessness. Wilda's attacks were too terrifying for them. There were no hints prior to the attacks, and they came in a bold and unconstrained style. All 9 of them were unable to predict his next actions. In truth, Wilda was just randomly smashing his hammer. Previously, Long Chen had refused to accept that Wilda couldn't learn any techniques, and he had spent a full month teaching Wilda a move. But the result was that Wilda forgot it in just 2 days. Nowadays, Long Chen wouldn't try teaching Wilda anything even if he was beaten to death. The fiercest battle was at Long Chen's side. The desert around them was constantly sinking. The fierce clashing auras were incredibly intense. The entire battlefield had entered a strange equilibrium. Mengqi suddenly felt a twist in space. A slender, translucent sword suddenly appeared next to her, piercing toward the space between her ribs. Chapter 920, Full Firepower. A translucent sword appeared out of nowhere, looking as if it had come right out of space. It advanced at a dead angle toward Mengqi. Sister Mengqi, cried Tangwaner. As a wind attribute expert, she was extremely sensitive to spatial fluctuations. Water was variable, but wind was always in motion. Any obstructions either had to be blown away by the wind or cause the wind to change direction. So Tangwaner was the first to notice. But suddenly she found that something was off. The sword had pierced through Mengqi's body, but there was no blood, nor was there any reaction from Mengqi. Her body faded. An afterimage, a man slowly appeared in the air, surprised. Explode! Mengqi appeared hundreds of meters away. Forming hand seals, an invisible sphere exploded above her, splattering yellow powder everywhere. That man was instantly blanketed by the yellow powder. However, it seemed that the powder was just ordinary powder. It didn't contain any offensive power. This sneak attacker was naturally the Bloodco Hall's top assassin, Huang Junmo. He had been hidden on the battlefield the entire time. In fact, he had been there ever since Long Chen had arrived at Drake Mountain, only holding back the entire time because he had never found a good time to kill Long Chen. When Long Chen had arrived at Drake Mountain, he had felt that something was off. However, he hadn't been able to pinpoint the exact reason. It was as though he was being stared at by an expert, but he had been unable to sense the expert's position. That had made him keep his guard up. The only one who could hide his existence from him was a peak assassin like Huang Junmo. Therefore, Long Chen had given Meng Qi some instructions on their way here. She had kept a protective treasure item active the entire time. It was an extremely special treasure item. When she was about to be struck by a close-range attack, it would instantly teleport her away. This kind of treasure item was of little use normally, but it was priceless to Meng Qi. She didn't fight in close range, so such a treasure item was practically made for her. Although using it once would exhaust all its energy, just this one time was enough. As soon as Meng Qi had activated the treasure item, she had also detonated the sphere Long Chen had given her. The golden powder gave off a strong stench and light. There was no way for Huang Junmo to erase them in the short term. They had basically broken Huang Junmo's self-concealment abilities. Huang Junmo's expression changed. He instantly realized what was going on. Long Chen's prediction had been accurate. Huang Junmo would be lying in wait for an opportunity to kill him, or assassinate one of the most important people to him to make him go crazy. According to his experience with assassins, if they weren't guaranteed to kill him in one blow, they wouldn't take action. Even if he were to try baiting Huang Junmo into attacking him, with Huang Junmo's immense assassination experience, it wasn't likely he would fall for it. Instead, it would expose that he had sensed him. So Long Chen's guess was that Huang Junmo would kill one of his women to infuriate him. He wouldn't choose one of the men, as the easiest way to enrage a man was to target their women. Long Chen had absolute confidence that Huang Junmo would choose either Tang Wan'er or Meng Qi. As a wind attribute expert, Tang Wan'er was immersed in the endless wind element around her, making her extremely sensitive to spatial fluctuations. Thus, it would be difficult for Huang Junmo to approach her. As for Meng Qi, she was a soul cultivator. Although her spiritual strength was great, and she was also sensitive to auras, it would be easier for him to approach her while she was focusing on her enemies. So Long Chen had been almost sure he would choose to attack Meng Qi. Huang Junmo, you finally appeared. I've been waiting for a long time. 4-star battle armor. Stars appeared in Long Chen's eyes, and an explosive sound came from his body. His aura erupted like an awakening dragon. Boom! Zhu Yu and the others were instantly sent flying by a terrifying chi wave. They couldn't help being horrified. Long Chen had actually been holding back. After summoning the 4-star battle armor, he appeared like a battle god. With a single step, he closed the distance between himself and Huang Junmo, slashing his sword down. Huang Junmo's expression changed. He hadn't expected his perfect assassination attempt to be ruined and to be thrown into Long Chen's trap. There was no way for him to conceal himself any longer. Blood Fiend Grand Formation, Heaven and Earth Merge, shouted Huang Junmo. He immediately activated his spirit blood and used a secret technique to push his power to its peak. Boom! Visible ripples appeared in the void. Although Gu Yang and the others had been informed by Meng Qi and retreated, they were still struck by those ripples. Those ripples struck them, as well as the rank 4 celestials fighting them. They felt as if a mountain-like hammer had smashed into their bodies, and they all vomited blood. Only Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er were slightly better off. Meng Qi had already retreated far away, while Tang Wan'er was extremely fast, but they were both sent flying even further. More explosive sounds rang out as the ripples spread to the ground. Huang Junmo crashed into the desert, vomiting blood. The people fighting where he landed were devoured by a wave of sand. He had landed right in the center of the battlefield. Fortunately, Guo Ran had been smarter. After seeing Long Chen's attack, he had immediately let out a fierce spurt of wind and soared straight to the clouds. The 3 experts fighting him were stunned as they lost track of him. Before they could even tell what was happening, a huge wave of earth devoured them. The previous ripple that had struck them had been the shockwave from their attack, but this earth wave contained the true power of Long Chen's attack. Even Huang Junmo hadn't been able to bear it and had been blown into the ground. This wave of earth was the result of him shedding as much of the excess power as he could. As a result, the three of them were very unlucky. In fact, the experts fighting against Wilder were also unlucky. They were like ants in front of that wave. The energy within that wave of earth smashed their bodies to pieces, and hundreds of other figures were blown to bits. Those figures had been hidden before this, but when that earth wave erupted, they couldn't continue hiding. They had tried to flee, but they had been too slow. These people were the Bloodco Hall's elite assassins. They had caused countless experts to tremble in fear, but now they had been turned to dregs. The strongest aspect of assassins was their assassination arts. Their combat power lay in sneak attacks and fleeing. Defense was something they looked down upon, or there wouldn't be the assassin's creed of fleeing if the first attack failed. Even if they had the power to kill across realms, their defensive ability was basically zero. This one attack had killed all the elites of the Bloodco Hall. If that news was transmitted, the entire world would probably be shaken. The Bloodco Hall's way of raising disciples was extremely stringent. This attack had basically killed this generation of the Bloodco Hall's talented disciples. Boss really is vicious. He's getting more and more monstrous. Xuanhuan had flown into the air with a single fart. Looking at the apocalyptic scene below and those experts miserably vomiting blood, he felt goosebumps. He tried to wipe the sweat off his forehead but forgot he was wearing a helmet. Personally watching the earth wave rapidly spreading, Xuanhuan gulped. Li Qi quick, great earthen protection. Song Minjuan saw that this earth wave would still affect them despite how far they were. If they were struck, there were quite a few people that most likely wouldn't be able to bear it. Boom! A huge dome covered everyone, protecting them from the earth wave. The experts outside were dumbfounded. They had no time to think too much. They fled so quickly it seemed like they wished they could use their third leg as well, but they were still devoured by the earth wave. The wave spread tens of thousands of miles. Li Qi and Song Minjuan's defense was covering a huge area, and they still managed to bear it. When the wave passed, people popped out of the ground like moles, filled with horror. They were currently in a huge crater. It was like a meteor had struck this place. Is this really the power of a human? Muttered one of the Foundation forging tribe leaders. The threat has passed. Everyone go all out. There's no need for mercy now. What we need is the blood of our enemies. We'll use their foolish lives to comfort our departed brothers, shouted Long Chen. Previously, Long Chen had always been worried about Huang Junmo and his assassins. They were the ones that posed the greatest threat to his people and the aboriginals. Now that threat was over, it was time to let loose and start a slaughter. Kill, the aboriginals thought of their fallen tribesmen and charged toward the enemies closest to them. Pain made people angry. Pain made people crazy. But pain could also make a person brave and tenacious. Huang Junmo's not dead. Everyone, work together to kill Long Chen, shouted Yu Changhao. He still sensed Huang Junmo's aura and had to gather everyone's power to kill Long Chen. Long Chen was in the midst of preparing his second attack, so they all charged forward to interrupt him. Let's settle things today. Long Chen tightly gripped Blooddrinker, battle intent soaring out of him. It was time to resolve all their grudges. Chapter 921, Peak Battle. Zhu Yu was the first to unleash his attack. A huge bone claw shot forward, releasing an evil heir. Its runes were completely different from before. After being nourished by Zhu Yu, it had become stronger and more sinister. The bone claw was as large as a mountain as it reached toward Long Chen. Zhu Yu was no longer holding back any trump cards. He had realized that holding back was an exceedingly foolish thing to do now. Long Chen's power far exceeded his expectations. It was only because they had been holding back that Long Chen had managed to kill one of them. If they continued being so foolish, the results would be unthinkable. In the beginning, he had put aside his plans to fight Long Chen on his own and work together with the others, because he had been worried about Long Chen fleeing after being defeated. But now, he realized that the ones to flee would be them if they continued holding back. The evil dragon Bone Claw released a horrifying power. That evil air it released made it seem like thousands of ghouls were wailing, demanding lives. Boom, Long Chen Yu split the heavens, but he was blown back. Now that Zhu Yu was going all out, he was extremely powerful. Long Chen had just blocked Zhu Yu's Bone Claw when a golden wing slashed down. This wing was formed of runes and was a mile long. It released blinding light. Yu Changhao possessed the Golden Wing Blood Falcon's bloodline. In ancient times, the Golden Wing Blood Falcon was renowned for its power. It was said they were the Golden Peng's descendants, and their wings were their greatest weapons. Xuanhuan was also no longer holding back. The illusory image behind him transformed into a huge golden wing that slashed toward Long Chen. Long Chen's expression was solemn, but he wasn't surprised. He had long since known that these fellows were hiding ulterior motives and holding back the majority of their power. After killing him, they would rely on that power to fight over the spoils of battle, but now they finally felt threatened and stopped holding back. This combat power was within his expectations. Long Chen didn't retreat in the face of Xuanhuan's attack. Bloodrinker's runes circulated. The energy of his 4 stars and 4 chi Cs surged forth. Boom! Long Chen managed to block the huge wing, but its immense power continued to blow him back rapidly. With a furious roar, Long Chen's muscles bulged as he fought back against the wing's immense power. Die! Seeing Long Chen was deadlocked with Xuanhuan, the 2 ancient race experts didn't hesitate to pour all their energy into their treasure items. The true form of their treasure items appeared in the air. Scram! Long Chen's roar was like thunder. With a fierce shove, he forced Xuanhuan's huge wing to the side. It now came crashing toward the 2 of them. Boom! Xuanhuan's huge wing struck their 2 attacks. All 4 of them were blown back. This was a truly heaven-shaking collision. Heaven and earth changed color, the sun and moon lost all color, and space crumbled. The peak experts were finally going all out. The level this battle had reached was appalling. Spiderweb cracks appeared on the ground. The distant experts had no choice but to stop fighting and focus on defending against the aftershocks. After enduring it, whether it was the aboriginals, the righteous path, the corrupt path, or the ancient races, they all stopped fighting. Gathering together, they retreated even further. They now realized that their battle was no different than a game between children. The true battle was over there. If they continued fighting, then before their enemies killed them, they would be killed by the shockwaves. Remote Heaven Dragon Trapping Net. Jade also finally took action. He specialized in magical arts, and the hand seals he made caused the void to quiver. Millions of chains appeared in the air from every direction, piercing toward Long Chen. This was an extremely terrifying magical art, and its scope was especially astonishing. These chains covered an area of several thousand miles, making it so no one could dodge. Long Chen could only receive it head-on. The instant the chains had formed, Long Chen's heart was shaken. He hadn't expected Jade control over magical arts to have reached such a refined realm. He released a slash of saber chi that struck the chains, but they didn't break. The chains were flexible, allowing them to avoid taking on too much force. They continued to pierce toward Long Chen. Long Chen, this is my Remote Heaven Dragon Trapping Net. It is a secret art that my Remote Heaven gang does not share with others. It is incomparably tough, capable of even trapping dragons. You won't be able to escape, sneered Jade as he controlled his hand seals. This Remote Heaven Dragon Trapping Net was his strongest technique. In a 1-against-1, he had the confidence to trap anyone. Just this one technique made him undefeatable. The dragons you're talking about are definitely not true dragons. A dragon's power isn't something an idiot like you could understand. Watch as I break your garbage net. Long Chen raised Bloodrinker. Its runes rapidly circulated, and it grew rapidly, piercing into the clouds and the chains. Break! Bloodrinker's runes suddenly froze and terrifying ripples erupted. The ripples destroyed the chains one by one. Impossible! Jade couldn't believe his own eyes. Long Chen had now summoned Bloodrinker's true body. This was Bloodrinker's strongest state. Bloodrinker was a peak-grade treasure item, and after being nourished by his soul for so long, their connection was extremely close. Its power wasn't something other peak-grade treasure items could compare to. The chains were heavenly Tao chains, and it should have been impossible for them to break. All cultivators felt respect and fear for the heavenly Taos. That was an innate suppression. No matter how brazen a person was, they wouldn't dare to fight against the heavens. The name of the Remote Heaven Dragon Trapping Net was actually a ploy to intimidate others. Relying on the heavenly Tao suppression, then adding the intimidating name, it made it so others wouldn't even be able to form the urge to fight back. It destroyed a person's will and then easily trapped them. But this kind of trick was useless against Long Chen. In front of those terrifying heavenly tribulations, he had never lowered his head. Last time, he had even been bound by true heavenly Tao lightning chains, but he had still torn apart the dome of the sky. Was Jade trying to make a joke by attempting to trap him in these chains? In truth, Bloodrinker's power wasn't what had destroyed these chains. Instead, while releasing its own power, it had also released Long Chen's unrivaled will. Even the will of the heavenly Taos had to break in front of Long Chen's will. Without the will of the heavenly Taos supporting them, these chains were just formed of ordinary heavenly Tao energy. That was what had resulted in their easy collapse. Long Chen, have a taste of my devil's soul possession corrupt corpse rebirth. Long Chen had just broken the remote heaven dragon trapping net when a huge figure appeared in front of him. In front of all those ultimate moves, Long Chen's expression had been extremely flat, but seeing the current Kawudu, he was shocked. Kawudu's entire body was black. He looked like a corpse, and even his head had disappeared. He attacked Long Chen with a huge hatchet. Long Chen had never seen a technique like this. When his saber clashed against Kawudu's hatchet, he found that the headless Kawudu was now incomparably powerful. His body emitted endless death chi that would make a person feel like their bodies were rotting when they came into contact with it. With his saber blocking the hatchet, Long Chen sent a kick toward Kawudu's abdomen. But Kawudu was only kicked a few meters away, while a burst of pain came from Long Chen's foot. Long Chen was startled. He dodged Kawudu's next attack and slashed his saber into his shoulder. Although Kawudu's power had explosively grown, his agility had dropped quite a bit. Shockingly, his saber merely caused some metallic ringing when it landed on Kawudu's body. It was like it had slashed into another treasure item. His body wasn't injured at all. Ha 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 ha, Long Chen, you look down on me too much. This technique of mine is called the devil's soul possession corrupt corpse rebirth. This body you see isn't mine. Even the soul isn't mine. It is a peerless expert's soul and a peerless expert's corpse. Sword or spear, fire or water, nothing is able to damage me. This is my undefeatable state. Kawudu's laughter came from his abdomen. This technique was so strange that it made a person's hair stand on end. So what? Your corpse is lacking a head, and no matter how strong that soul of yours is, the corpse can't be used to fight without a head. If you can't control it properly in battle, it's still trash in the end. Long Chen slashed his saber. Kawudu instinctively went to block it, but this had just been a feint from Long Chen. His hatchet landed on nothing, which revealed an opening that Long Chen used to kick him away. Lang Yuan had been entirely correct. Kawudu was precisely a cutting board. Right now, Long Chen had no time to study him any further because Zhu Yu and the others were once more charging forward. Long Chen had pushed his combat power to its peak with his divine ring and 4-star battle armor. A fierce battle erupted, one that caused the world to shake. Peak like blood shadow. A furious roar resonated. A figure flew out, leaving phantoms behind him as his speed was pushed to the peak. He charged forward and slashed a sword at Long Chen. Chapter 922. Double Dragon Destruction reappears. Sword chi pierced toward Long Chen, causing his hair to stand on end. There was something different about this sword chi. He used the lightning body blink to dodge it, and it flew past his body. Kawudu had been in the midst of raising his hatchet when the sword chi struck him. Shockingly, Kawudu's previously impervious body had a cut appear on it. Long Chen, I'll definitely end you. Huang Junmo appeared, his eyes scarlet. He hated Long Chen down to his bones. Last time he had acted like a god to play the devil with the Eastern Wasteland Bell. He had caused him to lose a fortune and almost lose his life. It was a huge humiliation for him. He had been waiting for moment time Long Chen arrived at Drake Mountain, but he hadn't found an opportunity to kill him in a single blow. Without being assured of killing him in one blow, he hadn't attacked. Up until now, he had never failed his assassination attempts with the exception of when he had attacked Long Chen on Insect Island. This time he had decided to kill Long Chen in one blow to erase the humiliation he had given him and retrieve his glory as a killing god. However, Long Chen was too strong. Despite his calm as an assassin, he had lost his patience. He was worried Long Chen would kill everyone, and then he would never be able to kill him, so he had set his gaze on Meng Qi. Originally, he hadn't had any plans on killing her. His plan had been to heavily injure her and take her as a hostage. That would give him another trump card and infuriate Long Chen. Regretfully, he had landed within Long Chen's plan. As soon as he made his move, he had been seen through and had his concealing arts ruined. Then Long Chen had launched a sudden attack against him. Due to having his aura concealed, his energy had been in a static state. He hadn't had time to fully activate his power, so that one attack had almost taken his life. If it hadn't been for Zhu Yu and the others attacking, then one more attack from Long Chen would have erased Huang Junmo's existence from this world. Huang Junmo was infuriated. After healing, he had immediately erupted with his full power, using the peak-like blood shadow movement art, as well as his Bloodfiend sword Qi. Bloodfiend sword Qi was a secret technique of the Blood Hall. After using the user's essence blood, it absorbed all the baleful aura in the world to release an incomparably fierce attack. Legend said that the Bloodfiend sword Qi was an extremely extraordinary secret art. It was a magical art that had received the killing god's blessing. "Do you not have eyes?" raged Kawudu upon seeing this attack leave a foot-long cut on his body. This body was not his own. It was a corpse, and it didn't bleed, nor did it feel pain. But once its muscles and bones were severed, its combat power would sharply drop. "Don't fight. Work together to kill Long Chen first. Otherwise, don't even think about trying to explain yourself to the higher-ups," shouted Zhu Yu. To kill Long Chen, the corrupt path, the righteous path, and the ancient races had suffered immense losses. If they couldn't even kill him in the end, they would be screwed. They had no way to explain such huge casualties. Zhu Yu, Yu Changhao, Cao Wudu, Jai Chengkong, Huang Junmo, and the two peak ancient race experts attacked at the same time. The treasure items in their hands released blinding light, as huge projections of their weapons appeared in the air. 7 experts had unstintingly sacrificed their spiritual yuan to summon their treasure items, true forms. Right now, there was nothing more important to them than killing Long Chen. "Blooddrinker, let's see just how strong you are." Long Chen took a deep breath, and the energy in his 4 Cs poured into Blooddrinker. A 300-meter saber appeared in the air. "Kill!" Long Chen roared and charged forward. The manifestations of the treasure items, true bodies clashed together fiercely. It was like the end of the world. The distant experts were only able to see light exploding, unable to see anything within that light. All of them were stupefied by the level of this battle. Watching this apocalyptic battle, even Meng Qi and the others were sweating despite their trust in Long Chen. The people he was facing were all heavenly geniuses that could shake the world. They all had legends of being undefeatable, but Long Chen was facing 7 of them at the same time, causing their hearts to rise into their throats. "Not good, boss is starting to lose." Gu Yang's expression suddenly changed. They had been fighting evenly for an incense stick's worth of time. Even 1 against 7, Long Chen hadn't been at a disadvantage at the start. But as time passed, the 7 of them gradually got used to the others' attack styles. Their cooperation was growing, and they were no longer just fighting on their own. Long Chen was being forced to constantly fall back. Seeing that caused everyone's hearts to clench. Wilda was about to charge out when he was stopped by Meng Qi. Perhaps in the entire Dragonblood Legion, only Wilda possessed the power to participate in a battle on this level. But Wilda didn't understand any battle tactics, let alone how to cooperate with others. If he rashly entered, then there was a chance he might be able to kill one of them instantly. But if they were in a deadlock, then considering that the 7 of them were veterans of hundreds of battles, it would gradually become dangerous for Wilda. And the chances of him managing to kill one of them instantly were extremely remote. At that time, Long Chen would have to look after Wilda. It wasn't worth it. Unless Long Chen was truly in a critical situation, they couldn't interfere. "Long Chen, no one will be able to save you now," shouted Zhu Yu as he attacked with his bone claw. In truth, Zhu Yu and the others were incomparably shocked, and not just by Long Chen's combat prowess. They were also shocked by the blood-colored saber in his hands. Even after fighting so long and clashing so many times against their own peak-grade treasure items, that saber wasn't the slightest bit damaged. On the other hand, it was their peak-grade treasure items like the bone claw and Yu Changhao's bow that were starting to reach their breaking points. As for Huang Junmo, there were several small nicks in his translucent sword, making him incredibly distressed. The only comforting thing was that they had finally understood each other's rhythms and were able to put Long Chen at a disadvantage at last. Now the situation was dangerous for him. Long Chen had no choice but to admit that the 7 of them were extremely strong. It was fortunate he had killed one in the beginning, or his current plight would be even more miserable. Die! Suddenly, the 7 of them released a combination attack. The energy from their 7 weapons merged together, forming an incomparably terrifying attack. This combination attack was full of flaws as it was their first time using it, but it was still extremely powerful. As soon as it appeared, Meng Qi and the others clenched their fists. Boom! Long Chen used the second form of Split the Heavens and brought out all of Blooddrinker's power, but he was still sent flying and vomited blood. If it weren't for the fact that he had started refining the true dragon essence blood, completely changing his physical body, he'd have long since been blown apart. And if Blooddrinker wasn't so strong and blocking the majority of their power for him, he would have become Ka Wudu's cutting board. Long Chen vomited blood, feeling that his organs and bones had been badly damaged. Their combination attack was unblockable, and after fighting so long, he felt his spiritual yuan had dropped drastically despite his 4 chi Cs. Seeing their attack injure Long Chen, they didn't give him any breathing room. They once more unleashed their combination attack. With their experience from the last one, its power was even greater than ever. Long Chen, Xuanhuan was filled with worry. Seeing him vomit blood, she felt like needles were stabbing her heart. Meng Qi held her hand, both of their palms covered in sweat. Despite their worry, they were unable to help. Zhu Yu, Yu Changhao, and the others were peak rank 4 celestials. The density of their spirit blood gave them immense combat power. Xuanhuan and the others were able to fight ordinary rank 4 celestials, but these 7 were too terrifying. With the power they were currently displaying, they could easily kill an ordinary rank 4 celestial. As for the aboriginals, they didn't have the slightest ability to fight people like Zhu Yu and the other. The difference in power was just too big. Don't worry, boss has a trump card. Contrary to the others, Xuanhuan was full of confidence. The faith he had in Long Chen was practically blind. But as expected, it was truly Xuanhuan that understood Long Chen the best. As soon as he had said this, Long Chen put away Bloodrinker and formed hand seals. As he formed the hand seals, 2 dragon tattoos on his arms began to shine. An aura that caused heaven and earth to change rose. Looks like there won't be any more variables, so there's no need to hold back any longer. Double dragon destruction. Roaring filled the air. A lightning and flame dragon erupted into the air like a twister. Chapter 923, Devil Blood Sacrifice. After devouring the blood-incinerating lion flame, Huo Long had finally finished refining its energy. It was now incredibly powerful. As for Lei Long, it had refined the thunder force from Long Chen's tribulation, which made it even fiercer. Now that the 2 dragons appeared in the world again, their pressure caused the world to shake. After testing it several times, Long Chen had concluded that there wouldn't be any more unforeseen events. He directly released his greatest trump card. The 2 dragons coiled around each other as they charged toward the 7 of them. The 2 dragons were both a mile long, but in truth, their true bodies were much larger. If they brought out their true bodies, they would at least be 10 miles long. But Long Chen had them compress their bodies. That might catch their opponents off guard and bring about the greatest possible gains. In front of everyone's horrified gazes, the double dragon attack ruthlessly struck Zhu Yu and the others' combination attack. A blinding light erupted and even the stars shuddered. Zhu Yu and the others were appalled to find that their combination attack was unable to bear even the first impact of the 2 dragons. Their attack instantly exploded, and then the 2 dragons continued to rush toward them. A terrifying sensation of death filled their hearts. They all realized it was too late to run. Zhu Yu was the first to act. A blood-red ray shot out of his third eye and onto the bone claw. Zhu Yu was feeding his own essence blood to the corrupt dragon bone claw in order to bring out its greatest power. He had no choice but to sacrifice his precious essence blood now. He had to protect his life first. The bone claw closed around him, protecting him at its core. At the same time, a 3-fold blood-red barrier appeared around it. The others also quickly unleashed powerful trump cards. Those trump cards all came at a price, but it allowed them to summon the greatest possible defense. Boom! The 2 dragons exploded. The world lost all its light and the time turned still. Even Long Chen was shocked by his own attack. The distant experts looked up at the sky in horror. This time, the power was extremely condensed. The explosion had only affected the core region without unleashing an immense shockwave. It was extremely strange. After a moment, the 7 of them reappeared in their sights, all of them vomiting blood. Zhu Yu's bone claw was covered in cracks. This attack had basically ruined it. Zhu Yu himself was pale as paper. His third eye was tightly closed, a trickle of blood slowly pouring out of it. Yu Changhao appeared even more miserable. The 2 wings that had protected him were smashed apart, and he was covered in blood. The others were the same. The peak-grade treasure items they held in their hands had shattered. The only reason why they had managed to survive was because they had used self-harming techniques to push their defenses to the peak. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Huang Junmo. A saber pierced through his body. While they were still in the midst of their terror and shock, Long Chen had launched a sudden attack. Huang Junmo's treasure item had already shattered, and blocking Long Chen's attack had heavily injured him. While his body looked complete in reality, his insides had been smashed and broken. He was incredibly weak now. To block the double dragon destruction, he had used up all his spiritual yuan. There was no way for him to use heavenly Tao energy to recover. As a result, Long Chen's blade easily pierced his chest. "Huang Junmo, do you have anything to say?" said Long Chen, panting. Just now, Long Chen hadn't held back with the double dragon destruction. He had basically used up all his spiritual yuan. That was what had allowed Lei Long and Hugh Long to possess such terrifying power. He was also exhausted, but he knew the others were worse off than him. His first choice was to immediately kill Huang Junmo because of his abilities to flee. The speed he had displayed in their battle hadn't been slower than his own when he used the lightning body blink. With his saber through his body, Long Chen could tell exactly what was going on inside Huang Junmo. His injuries were incredibly heavy, to the point that he was on the verge of collapse. Defense was the fatal weakness of assassins. What Long Chen hadn't expected was that Huang Junmo looked down at the blade piercing his chest and smiled. He shook his head. "The winner is king while the loser is garbage. There's nothing to say. Death is the final fate of all assassins. I return to the god's embrace." Suddenly, a strange sound came from Huang Junmo's body. His body cracked like porcelain and then broke apart, falling to the ground. Huang Junmo was dead. He had used the final bit of power remaining inside him to end himself. Even his soul had dissipated as he had chosen a dignified way to die. Long Chen looked at Blooddrinker. In truth, he had sensed Huang Junmo's actions and could have stopped him. But he hadn't in the end, allowing Huang Junmo to die with dignity. Although Huang Junmo had been arrogant and targeted him multiple times, that was simply a part of the cultivation path. This path was naturally a game of natural selection. The majority of people only did what they did in order to live. Once a person was dead, the past grievances were settled. A generation's genius, a peerless assassin, had died. The world was silent for a moment. The other 6 experts stood in the distance, filled with shock. This result was not something they had wanted. "Attack!" Suddenly, the experts of the corrupt path and ancient races charged toward them. They were horrified. If they allowed this to continue, their peak experts would find it difficult to flee from Long Chen's vicious grasp. "Stop them!" shouted Gu Ran as he led everyone over. Everyone on Long Chen's battlefield was out of energy. Although the others couldn't help before, they could help now. Wilder roared furiously and charged to the front, with other experts following. The aboriginals moved out in full force, forming a wall that prevented the others from passing. The battlefield once more became chaotic. Long Chen felt weary enough to die, but he still raised his blade and charged at Zhu Yu and the others. All of them were out of spiritual yuan and were fighting with only their physical bodies. All of them knew that Long Chen was also exhausted. In the end, it would be up to who could last longer. Boom! After an intense bout, one of the peak ancient race experts was struck by his saber and blown to bits. But to do so, Long Chen had left an opening on his back. The other ancient race expert stabbed his sword through him. But before he could celebrate, Long Chen sent him a kick to the crotch. That fierce pain caused his brain to go blank for a moment. "Watch out!" shouted Jai Chenkong, but it was too late. Long Chen's saber had already severed his neck. His head flew into the air, but before it could get far, Long Chen turned his wrist and slashed his saber through it. Another peak expert fell. At the same time as Long Chen killed the 2 of them, he had to take 4 attacks. Zhu Yu's sword almost cut him in half. Zhu Yu's peak-grade treasure item was still fine. He had sacrificed the evil dragon bone claw, while Yu Changhao had sacrificed his wings to keep his weapon intact. Right now, the only ones remaining were Zhu Yu, Yu Changhao, Ka Wudu, and Jai Chenkong. Jai Chenkong was the most treacherous one. When blocking Long Chen's double dragon destruction, he had intentionally taken a step back and stood behind the foolish Ka Wudu. As a result, the cutting board was truly effective, managing to save his life. Although his treasure item had still been broken in the collision, Ka Wudu had at least saved his life. As for Ka Wudu, his corpse had been completely destroyed, revealing his true body. All his spiritual yuan had been sucked dry by the corpse, and right now he was fighting with a high-grade treasure item. Seeing Long Chen be repeatedly injured delighted Zhu Yu and the others. Without spiritual yuan, there was no way for them to recover, so taking injuries at this time could be fatal. But their hearts quickly turned cold. Long Chen's injuries disappeared in the blink of an eye. There wasn't even a scar. If it weren't for his torn clothes and bloodstains, they might even think their eyes had broken. The reason why Long Chen dared to take all these injuries was because he had the primal chaos bead and its monstrous healing capability. At this time, its healing ability was practically heaven-defying. Meng Qi and the others were blocking the corrupt path and ancient races experts from assisting. Fortunately, the righteous experts had disappeared. However, Meng Qi was aware of the truth. The truth was that they were pretending to be dead by lying on the ground. Some of them even dug their way into the ground. It seemed that if Long Chen won, they wouldn't do anything. But if Jai Changkong won, they would suddenly revive from the dead. Although this kind of conduct was contemptuous, it was a good thing for Meng Qi and the others. Boom! Suddenly, Ka Wudu's club was split apart by Long Chen's attack and he was knocked back, vomiting blood. Long Chen naturally wouldn't give up on this opportunity, and he appeared in front of Ka Wudu like a phantom, once more slashing with his sword. "You idiot Long Chen, why don't you go kill the others? Are you treating me like an easy target?" roared Ka Wudu furiously. Ka Wudu suddenly reached into his own chest. Blood splashed as he ripped out his own heart. Ka Wudu crushed his own heart, and a blood diagram appeared in front of him. At the same time, Ka Wudu's vitality rapidly declined. Devil blood sacrifice. The void erupted as a huge figure appeared. A fist bigger than a house smashed toward Long Chen. Chapter 924, Terrifying Trump Card. A figure appeared out of nowhere and smashed its fist toward Long Chen. Long Chen's expression changed as he recognized this figure. Boom! Long Chen was sent flying. That berserk power seemed like it could shatter heaven and earth. Long Chen shot across the ground, leaving behind a long ditch. This sudden change shocked everyone. Whether it was Zhu Yu, Yu Changhao, or Jai Changkong, they looked at that figure with shock as well as complete terror. Flame Devil. Zhu Yu and Yu Changhao also recognized this figure. It had two horns on its bullish head. Its 300-meter body had scarlet runes circulating around it like surging lava. Long Chen, Zhu Yu, and Yu Changhao were the most terrified ones out of them all. Back when they had fought in the Coffin region, they had inadvertently broken its seal, releasing this ancient devil. Back then, they had almost been killed by it. They had miserably fled and barely escaped with their lives. Just thinking about that made their hearts palpitate. This musclehead Ka Wudu had actually been hiding such a terrifying trump card. "Lord Flame Devil, I've sacrificed my heart's essence blood to you. I ask you to kill this brat," shouted Ka Wudu. When everyone looked at Ka Wudu, they were startled to see that practically all his blood chi had vanished. Even the flame of his life was exceedingly weak, looking like it might extinguish at any time. It seemed Ka Wudu had paid an extremely steep price to summon the Flame Devil. Once this battle was over, Ka Wudu would basically be crippled for the rest of his life. "You released me, so I promised to help you out once. I won't eat my words." That huge Flame Devil actually opened its mouth and spat out human words. Its voice resounded throughout the air, shaking people's eardrums. The Flame Devil suddenly reached out a hand and caught Ka Wudu, throwing him in his mouth. Crunch! Ka Wudu's startled cry rang out for a moment before the sound of bones breaking rang out. Everyone's hair stood on end, and they became covered in sweat. "Our agreement's complete. I'll kill him for you, and we'll owe each other nothing." The Flame Devil finished swallowing Ka Wudu and turned to look at Long Chen. The Flame Devil had escaped its prison, but it had still been bound by its seal. It had only been able to move within a small region. Ka Wudu had heard of its release, and once he had advanced to become a rank 4 celestial and his corpse devil blood had awoken, he had the courage to try seeing if he could subdue the Flame Devil. Amongst his ancestors was an almighty expert who had specialized in controlling corpses and devils, so he possessed a special kind of energy. He could also use this energy as feed for devils to make them obedient. However, Ka Wudu had underestimated the Flame Devil's terror. As soon as he had tried placing a slave mark, the Flame Devil had gone crazy. If it weren't for the seal, he'd have died. Since the Flame Devil was so terrifying, he gave up on enslaving it. Instead, he switched to forming an agreement with it. He walked the corpse devil Dao, so he understood a bit about the Flame Devil's seal. Setting up a formation was extremely complicated, but breaking it was simple. Ka Wudu formed an agreement with the Flame Devil that he would break its seal, and it would help him out once. But the Flame Devil was extremely greedy, and for it to help him, it required him to sacrifice his heart's essence blood. Experts who cultivated the corpse devil Dao concentrated their essence blood in their hearts, and that was the tastiest thing to devils. It possessed an irresistible allure. Ka Wudu had agreed in the end, So the Flame Devil had been staying in his spiritual space this entire time. It was Ka Wudu's strongest trump card. Ka Wudu hadn't used it this entire time because he had been hoping for Long Chen to kill Zhu Yu, Jai Chengkong, and Yu Chenghao for him. Then it would be his turn. That way he could summon the Flame Devil and have Long Chen killed. Then all the top geniuses of the Eastern Wasteland would be dead, and he alone would rule. But once they were down to 4, Long Chen had started placing his sights on him, so he had no choice but to release the Flame Devil. As a result, he had underestimated the Flame Devil's appetite. After devouring his heart's essence blood, he had devoured the rest of him as well. Inferior human race, you can all die. The Flame Devil's roar resounded throughout the air. It stamped on the ground and a ripple spread. Jai Chengkong, Yu Chenghao, and Zhu Yu were immediately sent flying, wildly vomiting blood. As for the Flame Devil, its huge body shot toward Long Chen. It closed a gap of hundreds of miles in an instant. Long Chen didn't dare take its fist head-on. He hastily dodged to the side. As a result, the Flame Devil's fist smashed onto the ground, causing another explosion. Inferior ant, you shouldn't resist. Just obediently carry out your role and I'll give you a painless death. The Flame Devil continuously attacked, destroying the ground. Its body was huge, but its movements were shockingly fast and nimble. His size didn't cause any clumsiness in his movements. Long Chen's expression was solemn. He suddenly used the lightning body blink to appear right in front of the Flame Devil's head, right after the Flame Devil had finished one punch and was storing energy for the next. Long Chen once more brought out Blooddrinker's true body. An immense saber image slashed onto the Flame Devil's head. It was unknown whether it had been sealed for too long or whether it was an instinct, but it vainly tilted its head, trying to dodge. However, its head was too big and they were too close, so there was no way for it to dodge. Long Chen's saber landed cleanly on its forehead. Boom! Long Chen's saber managed to strike the Flame Devil, but the Flame Devil's palm also struck him. Long Chen felt like every bone in his body had broken, and he vomited blood. Long Chen, Tang Wan'er shot over. Just as she was reaching out to catch him, her expression changed. Hastily forming hand seals, a dozen wind nets appeared in front of her, catching Long Chen. Those sturdy wind nets were pierced through, but Long Chen's speed dropped slightly. Only then did Tang Wan'er reach out to catch him. However, she still felt as if a mountain had struck her and they both flew back. Tang Wan'er only managed to stabilize 100 miles away. Everyone was horrified by how powerful the Flame Devil was. The situation had once more changed. Everyone stopped fighting to stare at the Flame Devil. It only had eyes for Long Chen. The ancient race experts flocked toward Yu Chenghao, and the corrupt paths experts all surged toward Zhu Yu. Countless dead people flew out of the ground and regrouped with Jai Chengkong. Long Chen was still hacking up blood. The Flame Devil's power simply was too much. Boss, Yu ran, and the others saw that Long Chen's injuries were terrifying. Practically all his bones were covered in cracks. Long Chen took a deep breath. He looked inside the primal chaos space. As he drew out its life energy to heal, he saw that all the huge trees had withered by the time he fully recovered. After such a long battle and after taking so many injuries, the huge trees were finally unable to bear it. Furthermore, Long Chen's physical body was stronger than before, meaning he needed more life energy to heal. This was the last time he could heal. The Flame Devil roared and once more charged at Long Chen. It had to fulfill its obligations and kill Long Chen before it could regain its freedom. Boss, what should we do? Asked Xuanhuan urgently. Wilda, you lead everyone to block it for a moment. I need time to launch a big move, said Long Chen. He took a deep breath. All right, Wilda shot forward, immediately using the barbarian blood bronze body. Hey, I wasn't finished talking yet. Quick, go help him. Stall for me, said Long Chen. Meng Qi, Tang Wan'er, Yue Zifeng, Song Minjuan, Li Qi, and Gu Ran all flew out, along with the 3 earth dragons and the red-eye sacred blood phoenix. Boom! Wilda had already exchanged blows with the Flame Devil. On the entire battlefield, Wilda was the one with the greatest power right now, with the exception of the Flame Devil. He had been making up for his exhaustion the entire time. As soon as he stopped fighting, he would take out more food. This huge battle had caused him to use up all his rations now. However, his power was still at its peak. Regretfully, even in his peak state, he couldn't stop the Flame Devil. In their first exchange, he was blown back, his hand bleeding, but he continued charging forward. Fortunately, at this time, everyone else arrived. Treasure items flew through the air, unleashing powerful attacks. Combined with the four magical beasts, they were just barely able to stop the flame devil. However, the flame devil's power surpassed their imaginations. Other than Wilder, who was able to take a head-on blow, the others couldn't stop him without combining all their efforts. Despite working together, there was the danger of being killed at any moment. Gu Yang was almost killed by an attack, but Meng Qi sacrificed a high-grade treasure item to block the flame devil for him. That treasure item exploded upon being struck by the flame devil's fist. The fortunate thing was that they were rich now. Each one of them had several high-grade treasure items. After a while, sacrificing those treasure items was the only way for them to hold back the flame devil. Even Meng Qi's 8th rank Earth Dragon could be killed in one shot by the flame devil. Looking at them fighting such a bloody, dangerous battle, the aboriginals all clenched their fists, but they were powerless to assist. They had the heart but not the power. Suddenly, the flame devil roared and sent Wilder flying. The bones of his shoulder broke through his skin, but Wilder continued to fight. However, the difference in power was starting to show itself. With another fist, it sent Wilder flying once more. 2 globes of light appeared in its hands, and it suddenly merged them together. A berserk aura erupted. Despicable humans, you can all die. The flame devil slammed the combined globe into the ground, and a sensation of death filled Meng Qi and the others. Raging flame prison. Just as that fierce attack was about to erupt, divine chanting filled the air. Chapter 925, Little Snow's Sacrifice. The globe the flame devil had summoned was created from his core energy. It had been angered at being held back and grew impatient, so it had been preparing to unleash one of its ultimate attacks. Once that attack was unleashed, it was confident that it could kill all the ants stopping it. This attack wasn't something the flame devil could unleash whenever it wanted. If it hadn't been angered at being held back, it wouldn't have been willing to sacrifice its core energy like this. Just as its attack was about to erupt, countless flame runes condensed in the air around it. Columns of flames soared into the air, forming a mile-long prison that trapped it at the center. It was at this moment that the flame devil's attack erupted. Boom! Meng Qi's Earth Dragon used its huge body to block the attack for everyone, but the explosion of that globe was too terrifying. The Earth Dragon was turned into a bloody mess. Even its insides were leaking, and it was pushed to the brink of death. However, with it blocking for them, everyone else only suffered some injuries. Meng Qi felt a burst of pain. Just now, she hadn't ordered the Earth Dragon to block for them. She had been preparing to use the soul-suppressing tower to block it. But the Earth Dragon had been worried she would suffer a backlash and charged in front of her, causing her to feel both moved and guilty. She hastily returned it to her spiritual space. Fortunately, the Earth Dragon possessed a trace of the dragon race's bloodline. Its body was extremely powerful. Although it was on the brink of death, it wouldn't die. But recovering would definitely take a long time. In truth, the main reason Meng Qi and the others were able to survive was because of the raging flame prison. It had received the majority of the impact. What the Earth Dragon had received was nothing more than some aftershocks. Long Chen was covered in sweat. What leftover spiritual yuan he had was now sucked up by the raging flame prison. The fortunate thing was that using the Nirvana scripture didn't require his spiritual yuan. As the chanting resounded throughout the air, all the flame energy in the world surged into his flame prison. Everyone help, raging flame deathblow. Long Chen suddenly changed his hand seals, and the prison began to rapidly shrink. Long Chen wanted to use the Nirvana scripture to crush the flame devil to death. Meng Qi and the others all rushed over beside him. Placing their hands on his backs, they poured in what remaining spiritual yuan they had into his body. The flame devil let out a furious roar and went all out attacking the flame prison. However, it was unable to break it. When Long Chen had used the raging flame prison before, its flame chains had only been the width of a finger. But now, each one of those flame chains was as thick as a person's waist. It was unknown just how many times stronger it was. The power of the raging flame prison was directly related to the quality of the flame it used. Huo Long had now devoured another stronger earth flame, making its power soar. That combined with the Nirvana scripture allowed Long Chen to trap this incomparably powerful flame devil. Ants, the supreme devil race can't be trapped by the likes of you. The flame devil roared, unleashing berserk attacks against the flame prison. Once the flame prison had shrunk to the same size as the flame devil, it stopped shrinking. It was unable to compress the flame devil any further as it crazily struggled. Furthermore, it would occasionally expand and shrink again. All tribesmen move out. The stone tribe's leader was the first to charge over. Placing a hand on Gu Yang's back, he poured in his own energy through Gu Yang. Although their combat power was reduced by the curse, they had plenty of spiritual yuan. Following the stone tribe's leader, the others also shot into motion. Placing their hands on the backs of whoever was in front, hundreds of sea expansion experts sent all their Danshan's energy to Long Chen without reserve. 10,000 streams formed a river, 100 rivers formed a sea. All the aboriginals, regardless of cultivation base, passed on their spiritual yuan. After such an intense battle, the warriors of the aboriginals had lost 2/3 of their number. Now, they numbered less than 100,000. But for almost 100,000 experts to send their spiritual yuan to him, Long Chen immediately felt the pressure light. Although this kind of spiritual yuan transmission was extremely crude and lost 90% of the energy in the process, with their numbers, it was still an extremely powerful force. Long Chen concentrated all this energy into compressing the raging flame prison. Damnable ants, the noble devil race won't submit to you. The raging flame prison rapidly shrank to 150 meters. The flame devil wasn't able to move any longer. Furthermore, as it shrank, its power only grew. For the flame devil to once more expand the prison would be very difficult. Long Chen, are you all right? How about I also help you? Suddenly, the distant Zhu Yu sneered, causing Long Chen and the others' expressions to change. Zhu Yu formed hand seals and an illusory figure appeared behind him. That was the image of a fiend. Its long hair touched the ground and long tusks protruded out of its mouth. It appeared incredibly lifelike. It immediately took out a dagger and left a cut on its long tongue. Black blood flowed out. As that black blood flowed out, Zhu Yu's third eye opened. A bizarre rune surfaced in his eye and that black blood landed on it. Yama King Blood Curse. A fiendish image shot out of his third eye and at Long Chen. The entire world became full of death chi like it was cursed. The Yama King Blood Curse made this world seem like hell on earth, and whether ally or enemy, everyone felt their hair stand on end. It felt like their souls were about to be squeezed out of them. Long Chen's arm shook and Lei Long shot out. This was a trump card Long Chen had been holding back specifically to handle Zhu Yu's Yama King Blood Curse. Zhu Yu's curse arts were too bizarre and too insidious. He was able to curse a person to death. Although Long Chen had gone all out with the double dragon destruction previously, he had still told the two dragons to preserve 1/10 of their energy. This cautiousness was now proved to be the right choice. His luck was always lacking, so rather than hoping that he would be lucky and nothing bad would happen, he would rather have the strength to handle things when they did happen. Huo Long had been used to condense the flame prison, while Lei Long was used to block the curse. Lei Long came from the 9 heavens, tribulation lightning. It was a supreme yang existence, a direct counter to Zhu Yu's curses. Although it only had 1/10 of its power, Long Chen was sure that destroying Zhu Yu's curse would be no problem for it. Long Chen had no time to pay attention after sending out Lei Long. He went all out trying to kill the flame devil. He had to kill it as fast as possible, or if Zhu Yu once more attacked, it would be troublesome. Long Chen, let me help you as well, haha. Jai Changkong suddenly laughed. He took out a yellow scroll that emitted an ancient and desolate aura. Spatial displacement. Jai Changkong smiled sinisterly. A rune appeared in his hand, and he pressed it against the ancient scroll. A ray of light shot out at Lei Long. Space twisted and Lei Long vanished from their sights. When it reappeared, it was tens of thousands of miles away. Ha ha ha, Dai Long Chen, laughed Jai Changkong. The ancient scroll in his hand turned to dust. It was a one-time use item. It didn't normally have any use at all, but now it became the best trump card to kill Long Chen. This sudden change caught even Long Chen off guard. By the time he realized what was happening, the Yama King Blood Curse was right in front of him. Long Chen's mind turned blank. This kind of curse could not be dodged. There needed to be someone to take his place for it, or it would continue chasing him forever. If he tried using the lightning body blink, it was true he could escape it. By flying into the midst of the corrupt path, finding a scapegoat was easy. But if he did that, all his previous efforts would be wasted. The raging flame prison would instantly collapse, and they would have to face the flame devil's merciless slaughter. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Long Chen didn't know what he should choose. A roar reverberated throughout the air. Don't, Long Chen suddenly cried out. His spiritual space fluctuated, and a snow-white figure appeared in front of Long Chen. The Yama King Blood Curse instantly struck its body. No, Long Chen let out a heartrending cry. and as a result of his chaotic mental state, his spiritual strength became unsteady and the raging flame prison exploded. Everyone was sent flying by a shockwave. Long Chen tightly held Little Snow. His gaze was rapidly growing dim. Little Snow, you can't die. Feeling Little Snow's vitality rapidly fading, Long Chen felt like vipers were biting his heart. Little Snow licked Long Chen's face and then turned limp. Right before dying, his final message was, "If there is another life, I would want to be with you again." Ah, Long Chen roared. Killing intent filled the entire world. The winds and clouds changed color. His fury had reached a kind of pinnacle. He thought of how Little Snow had been with him ever since he was the size of a palm. He thought of how Little Snow had risked life and limb to cross thousands of miles to find him as just a cub. Countless scenes surfaced in his mind. Die, you damnable ant. Having escaped its prison, the flame devil smashed its fist at Long Chen. Suddenly, a barrier of light surrounded Long Chen, blocking the flame devil's attack. You should let me handle this, sighed the Eastern Wasteland Belle. It was just about to take action. Fuck off, you just watched as Little Snow died. I don't need the help of a bastard like you. Tears streamed down Long Chen's eyes. Little Snow's death caused him to go completely crazy. Long Chen's blood chi began to boil. It was like a wild dragon was awakening. A divine and terrifying aura erupted. Chapter 926, Green Dragon Battle Armor. Something inside Long Chen's body seemed to break. Blood chi crazily erupted and shockingly, his skin began to crack. Blood poured out, dyeing his entire blood red. Long Chen, you're crazy. There's still a portion of the true dragon essence blood that you haven't finished refining. You'll die, roared the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Me being crazy is at least better than an emotionless bastard who just watches as others die, Long Chen roared back. He was full of hate. He hated the Eastern Wasteland Belle. It clearly possessed the ability to save Little Snow but had chosen to just watch. He hated Zhu Yu. He hated Jai Changkong. He hated the Flame Devil. He hated every one of his enemies, wishing to bite them to death. He hated the heavens. He hated them for being unfair, for always targeting him. They didn't just want to exterminate him, but also take away every person by his side. He also hated himself. He hated his weakness. He had clearly accounted for every possible thing, but he had still been one move off, causing Little Snow to sacrifice his life. As Long Chen furiously roared, his blood chi continued to boil and all his skin split apart. His bloody appearance was ghastly. Long Chen. Seeing Long Chen in his crazy state, they felt like blades were stabbing their hearts. They all knew about the deep feelings between Long Chen and Little Snow. They knew what kind of pain he must be feeling right now. Although Long Chen liked to laugh and joke normally, he cared deeply about every single person by his side. He would be willing to put his life on the line for any one of them, willing to fight against any powerful enemies. But he wasn't able to endure the pain of losing someone close to him. Green Dragon Battle Armor, get the hell out here. Long Chen roared furiously, and more blood gushed out of him. Even the ground around him turned scarlet. Boom! The entire eastern section of the immemorial path trembled intensely. With Long Chen at the center, a huge chi pillar soared into the sky, blowing apart the clouds. What? Zhu Yu, Jai Changkong, and Yu Chenghao were all horrified. He had clearly already reached his peak power. So how was it that his power was now suddenly growing so explosively? At the same time, within the boundless cosmos, a pair of large eyes slowly opened. The gaze pierced through countless stars to look into a world that looked like a speck of dust. Too slow. The master of those eyes indifferently sighed and once more closed its eyes, as if unconcerned with anything. As the huge chi pillar soared into the clouds, it was like the boulders became weightless. They began to float into the sky, and then in front of everyone's appalled gazes, they were crushed into nothingness. This is too crazy. Are all young people this brainless now? They'll throw their lives away at a whim. Or is it that I really have become old and can't keep up with the ages? Looking at Long Chen covered in blood, the Eastern Wasteland Belle sighed. Boom! Suddenly, another explosion shook the land. A huge storm erupted and then disappeared just as fast. The dust in the air settled, and the world returned to calm. What? When the dust settled and they saw that figure, everyone was shocked. Long Chen was covered in green scales, a dragon-shaped mark on his forehead. The divine aura he was releasing made it feel like he truly was a reincarnated dragon. Kill! Long Chen's roar was like thunder through the air. With a single stamp of the foot, he arrived in front of the flame devil. There was no longer any aura coming from his body, nor were there any spiritual yuan fluctuations, as his spiritual yuan was completely exhausted. The only thing left to him was the power of his physical body. In his rage, in his fury, in his craziness, Long Chen had instantly refined the remaining 20% of the green dragon essence blood to summon the dragon blood body tempering art's strongest state, the green dragon battle armor. According to his normal speed, Long Chen would have needed 2 or 3 more months to refine the rest of the essence blood. For him to instantly refine it, all was truly impetuous. But Long Chen was in a berserk state. He hated the Eastern Wasteland Belle for not helping, and so he wanted to personally get revenge for Little Snow. The fortunate thing was that Long Chen's body was strong enough to bear the impact of refining the remaining essence blood. The reason why his skin had split apart was because the dragon blood body tempering art's goal was to force out his ordinary blood. Once all his blood contained dragon blood essence, he could finally summon the green dragon battle armor. He was now completely covered in dragon scales, and even without any spiritual yuan supporting him, just the dragon blood flowing within him gave him endless energy. Boom! Long Chen's fist collided with the Flame Devil's fist. What startled everyone was that cracking sounds rang out as the Flame Devil's arm broke. Its huge body shot back, tumbling across the ground. Return Little Snow's life. Long Chen's voice was full of killing intent, and he chased. He caught its tail. The Flame Devil was smashed into the ground repeatedly by Long Chen. The ground crumbled with each smash. The Flame Devil roared, and a huge globe condensed in its mouth. This was one of its innate divine abilities. But before it could release it, Long Chen kicked his jaw. A muffled bang rang out as the globe exploded in its mouth. The Flame Devil's jaw blew off. Half its head collapsed. That had been an extremely powerful attack, and for it to explode inside its own body, its destructive power was horrifying. Die! Long Chen jumped up, and with his hands clasped, he smashed them toward the Flame Devil's forehead. Boom! The Flame Devil's huge head exploded from Long Chen's attack. Broken bones and fresh blood flew through the air. Long Chen stood on top the Flame Devil's corpse, his scales flickering. Kill! Even after killing the Flame Devil, Long Chen's fury didn't lessen. He shot toward the distant Yu Changhao. He had no spiritual yuan and couldn't use his movement technique, but just relying on the power of his physical body, his speed was not slower than before. He arrived in front of Yu Changhao in an instant, smashing his fist at him. Yu Changhao was horrified. As soon as Long Chen had looked at him, he had begun fleeing. Not only were the ancient races retreating, but even the corrupt path was running. As for the righteous experts, they had long since disappeared. It went without saying that righteous experts were blessed with the best vision. As soon as Long Chen had sent the Flame Devil flying with a single punch, they had begun stealthily slipping away. As for the ancient races and the corrupt path, they had just been foolishly watching. Only now that Long Chen had turned his sights to them, did they recover from their dumbfounded state. Yu Changhao hastily circulated his essentially exhausted spiritual yuan to activate his bow. This peak-grade treasure item bow was blown apart with a single blow because it didn't have enough spiritual yuan supporting it. At the same time, Yu Changhao's body exploded. Now that Long Chen had summoned the green dragon battle armor, the power of his physical body could no longer be described as human. With the power of a green dragon supporting him, no one could stop him. The bow was shattered and the person was dead. The ancient races, peak experts, had all fallen now. Within Long Chen's primal chaos space, another heavenly Dao fruit appeared on the heavenly Dao tree. This heavenly Dao fruit had 4 Dao marks. But Long Chen was still lost in the pain of losing Little Snow. He didn't even notice that. The only thing in his heart was a desire to slaughter. He wanted to slaughter all his enemies. The other ancient race experts were fleeing for their lives. Long Chen was just about to chase them when he felt the world spinning around him. He almost collapsed on the ground. His scales vanished and the feeling of boundless energy also vanished. Long Chen felt a bout of weakness overwhelm him. He didn't even have the power to stand. Long Chen! 2 soft bodies caught Long Chen. Once the scales vanished, it revealed Long Chen's original body, covered in blood. Seeing him in that state caused Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er to softly weep. I want to see Little Snow. He had terrified his enemies, but Long Chen was still lost in his sorrow. Little Snow was his companion who had been with him from the start, but they had been parted just like this. No matter how many enemies he killed, he wouldn't be able to revive Little Snow. He tenderly rubbed Little Snow's head. Little Snow was lying on the ground looking extremely peaceful. It was like he was just sleeping. Despite trying to hold back his tears, he couldn't stop them. Little Snow was motionless. He would never move again. Meng Qi, Tang Wan'er, Gu Yang, Yue Zifeng, Gu Ran, Li Qi, and Song Minjuan were also crying. Little Snow wasn't just Long Chen's housepet. He had been a companion who had fought through life and death with them. We'll definitely kill all those bastards for Little Snow, especially that bastard Jai Changkong. I'll tear him to pieces. Gu Ran clenched his teeth. If it hadn't been for Jai Changkong who had teleported away Lei Long, Little Snow wouldn't have died. 8 peak experts had joined hands to kill Long Chen, but 6 of them had been killed. Right now, the only ones remaining were Zhu Yu and Jai Changkong. The debt for killing Little Snow would have to fall to them. Furthermore, they were the main ringleaders that caused Little Snow's death. Regretfully, they had already fled. Jai Changkong had fled especially early, and if the 2 of them wanted to hide in the huge immemorial path, it would be basically impossible to find them. Long Chen, don't feel too bad. In truth, I wanted to interfere back then, but Little Snow stopped me. You've been with Little Snow for so long, so I'm sure you understand what he was thinking. The Eastern Wasteland Belle sighed. Long Chen nodded. His fury had passed, so his rationality had returned. Little Snow had already been aware that it wasn't able to keep up. He had used this method to choose his own way to leave, giving himself a dignified death. With Little Snow present, Long Chen wouldn't accept other housepets. Thus, Little Snow had chosen to leave so that Long Chen could find a stronger helper. Little Snow didn't want to implicate Long Chen. But Long Chen only felt grief. Had Little Snow really thought that once he was dead, he would be able to accept new housepets? An indescribable sorrow filled him. Little Snow didn't understand him well enough. Buzz. A scarlet crystal core appeared in front of Long Chen. Long Chen's expression became furious. Don't get mad. Although Little Snow died, I sealed his soul and memories in his crystal core. In the future, if you can find a magical beast with limitless potential, you can merge it with this crystal core. Then Little Snow could count as being reborn, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Long Chen was delighted to hear that. He carefully received the crystal core. At the same time, he felt ashamed for his previous rudeness toward the Eastern Wasteland Belle. The battle's over. Everyone can go back and rest, suggested the Stone Tribe's leader. Everyone hastily began to clean up the battlefield. Chapter 927, Preparing to Leave. Within the Stone Tribe's ancestral land, Long Chen was sitting alone beside a small lake. He was as still as the motionless water. It had already been a month since the battle, and Long Chen had fully recovered. He had taken a great risk in summoning the green dragon battle armor last time, and although he had succeeded, it had been extremely damaging to his body. The green dragon essence blood had been so domineering that it had almost broken his meridians. Fortunately, the flame devil's corpse had been thrown into the primal chaos space and devoured by the black soul, giving him enough life energy to recover. Yu Ran and the others fully recovered in less than 3 days. After refining the rank 4 heavenly Dao fruits Long Chen had given them, they had all become rank 4 celestials. The high-spirited Yu Ran had just been about to lead everyone to look for Zhu Yu, Jai Changkong, and the others as revenge for Little Snow. But Long Chen had stopped him. There was no meaning behind such an action. As long as they weren't stupid, they would have hidden themselves. Trying to find someone who was hiding in a place as large as the immemorial path was no different than searching for a needle in an ocean. It was just a waste of time. Although Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er had accompanied him while healing, Long Chen hadn't returned to his lively self. He gradually became a person who liked to be silent. Little Snow's death made him feel like a boulder was crushing his heart. It was hard for him to breathe. He gently rubbed the scarlet crystal core in his hand. That was Little Snow's crystal core. His memories and soul were sealed within it. Although he knew that if he could find a suitable housepet, he could erase that housepet's soul and allow Little Snow to be reborn, that didn't change the fact that Little Snow had died. Last time, it was Yi Zhikyu and Lu Fanger who had died. Yi Zhikyu had been lucky, and a powerful expert had brought her away. Long Chen had sensed her aura, so he knew she had been reborn and was more powerful than ever. But Lu Fanger was gone forever. Meng Qi hadn't been able to bear burying her, and she had instead used a crystal coffin to keep her body by her side forever. Legend said that if a corpse wasn't buried in the ground, its soul wouldn't enter the cycle of reincarnation. Then the soul would forever guard the person it was with. When Meng Qi thought no one was around, she would occasionally look at her dead sister and silently weep. Long Chen had noticed her several times like that, but he had never disturbed her. Everyone had their own weak spots. Everyone had times when they were helpless, but people could only do their best to hide their weaknesses and instead expose their sharp fangs as they fought against fate. Yijikyu had been lucky. Little Snow had also been lucky that the Eastern Wasteland Belle was present, but something like luck wasn't reliable. Long Chen wasn't someone who could hope to live off luck forever. Perhaps what is required is another reign of terror. Otherwise, some people will never learn their lesson and will constantly try to scheme against me behind my back, said Long Chen as he gently stroked Little Snow's crystal core. The Flame Devil had been killed. 6 of the 8 peak experts had been killed, but Long Chen was still filled with anger and sullenness. He just didn't know who his hate was targeted towards. He felt like he was a bloodthirsty devil king who had constantly been suppressing his own urge for slaughter. But now, he was feeling like he couldn't suppress it any longer. He had to release his true self. Senior, no matter how strong the enemies I encounter, you can still help me handle them, correct? Asked Long Chen. Of course. The Eastern Wasteland Belle's response was extremely direct. Then good. Next time, I'll let my name resound throughout the entire Martial Heaven continent. Whether it's a glorious name or an infamous name, I will make sure it becomes known through slaughter. I'll kill until those people scheming against me are finally afraid and will tremble upon hearing the name Long Chen. He continued to stroke Little Snow's crystal core gently, but his voice was full of killing intent. I know that persuading you is useless, but I'll just warn you one more time. Take it easy, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle a bit helplessly. To it, Long Chen was becoming more and more terrifying. Sometimes he was frighteningly calm, sometimes he was frighteningly crazy. Furthermore, he had found that Long Chen was a determined person. What he had decided, no one could change. Long Chen. Suddenly, a soft voice rang out. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er walked over. They looked like 2 fairies who had walked out of a painting. They sat beside him, holding his arms. They were full of worry, as they had never seen Long Chen in such a slump. Little Snow's death had been a huge blow to him. Sorry I've made you worry. Long Chen felt a bit guilty. Little Snow's death had been a constant weight on his mind, and this entire time he hadn't been able to escape his sullen mood. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er had done their best to cheer him up during this time. In fact, they had even slept in the same bed with him, subtly indicating that they would have been willing to go through with certain acts. However, in his pain and guilt, Long Chen hadn't been interested. The 2 of them had been willing to break their promise with their other sisters in the hope that it would allow Long Chen to walk out of the shadow he was under. That made Long Chen grateful and ashamed. With his kind of conduct, he really had been blessed by his ancestors to have such beauties by his side. Long Chen, do you feel better? Asked Tang Wan'er. She and Meng Qi were the same. They were worried Long Chen would be affected by a heart devil. I'm better, everything's better. I've already thought things through. Long Chen smiled and pulled the 2 of them into his embrace. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er both blushed with his arms wrapped around their waists. His actions made a strange feeling rise in their hearts, one that was very warm and very safe. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er, one on the left and one on the right, leaned against Long Chen's chest. Seeing Long Chen smile, they felt like the light after the rain had finally appeared. Long Chen, you scoundrel, do you know how worried we were for you? While in Long Chen's embrace, Tang Wan'er gave him a vicious pinch. But Long Chen had finished refining the green dragon essence blood, so his body was extremely strong. Even if he didn't do anything to resist, treasure items wouldn't be able to easily injure him. After a few pinches and finding that she wasn't able to cause any damage, then seeing Long Chen's evil smile, Tang Wan'er suddenly opened her mouth. Aya, Long Chen let out a miserable cry. His earlobe had been bitten by Tang Wan'er ruthlessly. He found that even the dragon blood body tempering art had its flaws. The defense of his ears hadn't increased much at all, so being bitten was still very painful. Scoundrel, we were worried to death because of you. How can you smile? Tang Wan'er felt wronged. Although she was a fiery woman and very opinionated, her heart was entirely Long Chen's. For Long Chen to become silent and sullen, she had felt like the sky was falling. Suddenly, a warm mouth ruthlessly pressed against Tang Wan'er's lips. Her body shook as his smell entered her nose. She was instantly lost in that emotional feeling. She tightly held onto him when she suddenly realized something was off. She struggled to get away, but Long Chen held on tightly. After a moment, Aya, were you born in the year of the dog? Long Chen suddenly felt a burst of pain as his lips were bitten by Tang Wan'er. He even tasted blood. He had found another weak point in his defense. Bastard, how can you bully me right in front of big sister Meng-Chi? Wait, no, even if sister Meng-Chi isn't here, you still can't bully me, cried Tang-Waner. Her face was much thinner than Long Chen's. Although she had liked the feeling just now, Meng-Chi had been right there. She would rather express her anger than express her willingness. Fine then. Long Chen directly turned to give Meng-Chi a deep kiss. Meng-Chi immediately turned red and tried to pull away, but how could she, a soul cultivator, escape his grasp? Bastard, release big sister Meng-Chi. You can't bully her, shouted Tang-Waner. Her fists were like a tempest of rain, but her attack power was essentially zero. She grabbed Long Chen's neck and began some familiar motions. Stop, stop! Long Chen hastily let go of Meng-Chi. Only then did Tang-Waner take her mouth away from his ear. Meng-Chi and Tang-Waner were both red. The three of them didn't say anything, instead just looking at each other. Long Chen suddenly burst into laughter. Scoundrel! They both reddened, but they were full of delight and hope. Long Chen had finally returned to normal, so they could finally put down their worries. The next few days were peaceful. The Stone Tribe leader handed all the spoils of the battlefield to Long Chen. Long Chen had his people pick out a portion of the treasure items useful to themselves, and the rest was all left to the Aboriginals. They also didn't keep a single medicinal pill. As for the people who had followed Feng Jian to help, each one of them obtained 2 high-grade treasure items and several middle-grade ones. They were incredibly grateful, especially since they came from poor origins. They had never thought they would one day have a high-grade treasure item. Long Chen had taken less than 1% of the spoils, and the wealth left to the Aboriginals was truly an indescribable amount. That battle had been too immense. The Stone Tribe's leader knew Long Chen's character, so he didn't say anything. He directly gathered all the tribe leaders and gave him all the Yuan spirit stones they had in storage. Long Chen also didn't stand on courtesy and received them all. The days passed one by one. Long Chen was waiting for Lord Heaven-Eye's return. According to the Stone Tribe's leader, Lord Heaven-Eye had gone to another region, and no one knew when he would return. Only Lord Heaven-Eye had the ability to cross the barriers into other regions. Suddenly, there came a day when clouds filled the sky of the immemorial path. The void began to shake, and the jade tablets Long Chen and the others held lit up. It was time for everyone to leave. "Boss, let's leave quickly and go for a slaughter," shouted Xuanhuan. He summoned his armor, killing intent erupting out of him. He was ready for a good fight. Chapter 928, The Change in the Sect. Lord Heaven-Eye has returned. Just as everyone was about to activate their jade plates and leave, a shout rang out. Long Chen hastily stopped everyone. A path opened within the crowd, leading to the transportation formation. Lord Heaven-Eye had finally appeared. Lord Heaven-Eye. Long Chen quickly cupped his fists toward him. Long Chen was still grateful to him. If it hadn't been for the identity plate he had given him, he and Yue Xiaoqian would have been killed back then. It was also because of Lord Heaven-Eye's guidance that the Aboriginals had formed such a strong relationship with him. Long Chen was extremely moved by the Aboriginals. They were simple and honest. Compared to the righteous path, which was filled with deception and internal conflict, Long Chen would prefer a place like this. "I suppose I made it on time. Here, take this." Lord Heaven-Eye looked weary from travel, but he tossed Long Chen a black jar which had an ancient seal on it. It appeared to have been sealed for countless years. 10,000 spirit blood. This fellow knows how to spend wealth. Long Chen, what he's giving you is a priceless treasure. This 10,000 spirit blood is an artificial spirit blood made during the immortal era. Although it's not on the same level as a true spirit blood, as long as a rank 4 celestial absorbs it, it will evolve into spirit blood that matches their elemental attribute, benefiting them for the rest of their life, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Long Chen only heard the Eastern Wasteland Bell's voice after receiving the jar. When he did, he couldn't help but feel that it was incredibly heavy. Looking at Lord Heaven-Eye's weary appearance, he didn't know what to say. "Senior, did you leave in order to get this?" A sour feeling welled up within Long Chen's heart. If Lord Heaven-Eye hadn't left, then with his intelligence, he definitely would have seen through Jai Changkong's scheme. Then the hundreds of thousands of warriors from the Aboriginals wouldn't have been sacrificed. Child, don't overthink things. As an unrivaled heavenly genius, it is fated for you to rise like a shooting star. Considering the cycle of karma, everything that I've done is for us. Go. The dragon swims through the sea, the pang flies through the clouds. We will definitely meet again one day. Lord Heaven-Eye patted Long Chen on the shoulder like a kind elder comforting a child that was about to go on a long journey. Long Chen took a deep breath and put the black jar into the primal chaos space. He bowed deeply toward Lord Heavenai. Following him, Meng Qi and the others also bowed. This kindness is something I, Long Chen, will remember. I'm confident as well that we will meet again. Xiao Fei and the others waved goodbye as fiercely as they could. Long Chen's unrivaled appearance during that shocking battle had made him the idol of every youngster. Now that their idol was leaving, they were full of unwillingness. Long Chen swept his gaze over their reluctant eyes. After that, he finally steeled himself and crushed his jade plate. A rune erupted out of it and enveloped him. He instantly disappeared from their sight. One after another, they disappeared. They couldn't help but feel disappointed and frustrated. Don't sigh. The current immemorial path is not the old immemorial path. Because Long Chen tore apart the dome of the heavens, he has released the aura of the outside world. The energy and laws that the immemorial path was lacking have been made up for. In other words, our cultivation bases will no longer be suppressed to the foundation forging realm. Work hard on cultivating and stepping into higher realms. Long Chen might need us one day. Lord Heavenai looked up at the sky, a faint smile on his face. Long Chen felt his feet hit the ground. He was standing in the midst of the original entrance. When he had entered, there had been a sea of people. But now that he was coming out, there were pitifully few people present. The occasional people that were present all looked at Long Chen like he was a demon and instantly fled. People appeared one by one. However, Feng Jian didn't appear as he didn't come from this entrance. Of the people that had helped Long Chen, only 5 had come from this side. After exiting, they waved goodbye to Long Chen. "Boss, something's wrong," said Yu Ran as he looked around. "Yes, I agree. Why didn't the various sects send experts to receive us? Did something happen?" Long Chen nodded in agreement. The fact that Jai Changkong and the others weren't present was very normal. They had most likely immediately rushed out of the immemorial path and fled. Long Chen had thought that Jai Changkong would ally himself with the various sects, experts to surround him and attack, but this was out of his expectations. But the righteous sects hadn't sent anyone to receive their disciples. Even Aoyang Qiuyu wasn't present. That was curious. "Let's go. We can ask around once we return to the Xuanhuan Dao sect." Meng Qi summoned the red-eye sacred blood phoenix. Under her constant care during this time, the blood phoenix had broken through to reach the 8th rank. The 8th rank blood phoenix was even larger and faster than before. The 3 spatial storms they met were easily pierced through. In just a day, they reached the Xuanhuan Dao sect's territory. But as soon as they arrived, a loud alert rang out. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's grand protective formation activated, shocking everyone. What was going on? "Who dares to attack the Xuanhuan Dao sect?" An icy shout rang out from within the formation. A white-robed elder stood within it, staring vigilantly at the red-eye sacred blood phoenix. Although he didn't recognize it, he could sense how terrifying it was. Long Chen jumped off and looked inside the formation. There were only 6 sea expansion experts inside that he could see. He frowned. Why were there so few people inside the sect? Furthermore, he saw that many places showed signs of damage and were in the midst of being repaired. It was like an immense battle had been fought here. "I am Long Chen. Release the grand formation," shouted Long Chen. He recognized that person. He was from the Shui family and was at the peak of sea expansion. He had once been in the running for the Shui family's future head. But this person had repeatedly targeted Shui Wuhan, and in her fury, she had left the Shui family to go to the 36th super monastery. You are Long Chen. Who knows whether or not you're a fake? This is an extremely tense time, so you can't enter the sect for now," he shouted, but he was clearly a bit panicked. "Courting death," Long Chen snorted and flew forward. He smashed a single fist onto the grand protective formation, and it shattered. "Long Chen, are you rebelling?" "Pow!" His reply was a slap in the face. He vomited blood and all his teeth shot out. He fainted. This was after Long Chen had held back. If he had increased his power just a bit, that old man's head would have exploded. "Speak, what happened?" Long Chen turned to look at the other 5 sea expansion experts. Seeing Long Chen shatter the grand protective formation with a single punch, they were all horrified. One of them hastily said, "A month ago, the corrupt path gathered all their power in." The truth was that a month ago, the corrupt path had suddenly launched a sneak attack on the 36 super monasteries as well as the Xuanhuan Dao sect. This sneak attack was of an unprecedented scale. All the corrupt path's elites had moved out. They had caused heavy casualties to the Xuanhuan Dao sect, and the entire righteous path entered a state of battle. No one knew who would be the next target. Fortunately, the majority of the 36 super monasteries, elites had been gathered at the Xuanhuan Dao sect. That was a joint agreement between the monastery heads, as they were part of a welcoming ceremony for the sect master. Yang Qiuyu had left for a trip to the Central Plains after sending Long Chen and the others into the immemorial path. This was an official meeting that happened once every 4 years. The various sect masters would report what had happened during this time, and after that, the head sect would give them various material benefits. That was something very much worthy of celebration to their branch sect. In past years, there had never been a problem. Only this time did the corrupt path suddenly launch a berserk attack that caused the 36 super monasteries to suffer tragic losses. As for the Xuanhuan Dao sect, the attack on it had been so fierce that the Grand Protective Formation had been destroyed. Their enemies, cultivation bases, had just been too high. The vice sect master and Xuanhuan, who had just advanced to foundation forging, had gone all out, and only then had they managed to make sure the Xuanhuan Dao sect wasn't completely destroyed. But the sect had suffered unprecedented damage. The vice sect master had died, and Xuanhuan had taken heavy injuries under the attack of 2 foundation forging experts. In that incredibly critical moment, Yang Qiuyu had actually returned a day early. When she saw her home was under siege, she had furiously slaughtered her enemies. The corrupt path had immediately retreated when Yang Qiuyu had arrived, but Yang Qiuyu had still managed to slaughter a huge mass of their experts. Seeing the half-destroyed Xuanhuan Dao sect, learning the vice sect master had died, and finding that Xuanhuan's soul had been injured and she had descended into slumber, Yang Qiuyu had exploded in fury. She had immediately sent out a call to summon all the Righteous Path's experts to launch a counterattack. But what infuriated her even more was that all the various large sects found convenient excuses not to help her. She realized these opportunists had decided that the Xuanhuan Dao sect's core had been too heavily damaged by this attack and would quickly collapse, so they didn't want to get too close to the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Even amongst those smaller sects under the Xuanhuan Dao sect's protection, only a few of them supported them with their full power. Furious just like that, Yang Qiuyu led the Xuanhuan Dao sect's surviving elites and a pitiful number of experts to slaughter a path into the corrupt path's territory. Apparently, Yang Qiuyu had attacked 3 of the corrupt path's smaller strongholds, and in the midst of conquering the 4th stronghold, she had encountered a large-scale counterattack by the corrupt path. Both sides were in a deadlock. Hearing that Xuanhuan had been injured, Long Chen immediately rushed to her side. Xuanhuan was pale and withered, with death chi over her forehead. She was pitifully haggard. When Long Chen arrived, a maid was in the midst of feeding Xuanhuan medicine with a small spoon. She couldn't swallow, so she could only allow the medicinal liquid to enter bit by bit. Long Chen suddenly grabbed the bowl of medicine. He looked at it with a bewildered expression of disbelief. Sniffing it, he shouted, "Who prepared this medicine?" Chapter 929, Absorbing 10,000 Spirit Blood. Long Chen's shout was full of killing intent. The 3 monastery heads who had led Long Chen to this room all jumped. Long Chen's killing intent was absolutely terrifying. It was berserk and icy. They felt like the tips of millions of blades were pointed toward them, and with a single thought, those blades would pierce their bodies. I don't know," said the maid. She was pale. With her Xuanhuan cultivation base in front of the current Long Chen, even just speaking was extremely difficult. Monastery head Shui Qingfeng was in charge of it. "Could it be?" muttered one of the 3 monastery heads. "Bring that idiot over," said Long Chen icily. One of the monastery heads obediently ran off. Long Chen put aside the bowl of medicinal and gently placed a medicinal pill into Xuanhuan's mouth. Her face had lost all signs of life right now. Wrinkles she had never possessed had appeared. "Let me." Meng Qi gently pressed her hand over Xuanhuan's forehead. Her spiritual strength carefully entered her body. Xuanhuan's spiritual strength had been essentially exhausted now. She had reached the point of a lamp out of oil. Without more spiritual strength to nourish her, her soul would have completely dissipated. Because her spiritual strength had dried up, Meng Qi had to give her new spiritual strength slowly and carefully. Finally, her spiritual strength gained control over part of Xuanhuan's nerves, and she made Xuanhuan swallow the medicinal pill Long Chen had given her. At the same time, Meng Qi's spiritual strength spread throughout Xuanhuan's body. Her body was in a quasi-death state right now and needed to be awoken. The medicinal pill Long Chen had given her had been personally refined by him. Its medicinal effect was extremely strong. With Meng Qi's help, it was rapidly absorbed. A rosy color gradually appeared in her pale face. Long Chen, what are you doing? Shui Qingfeng was escorted over. Long Chen's slap hadn't just knocked him unconscious. He had also sealed his spiritual yuan, and he was powerless to resist. Long Chen didn't say a word. He directly pressed a finger against Shui Qingfeng's forehead. His spiritual strength erupted into Shui Qingfeng's mindset. Shui Qingfeng's body quivered, and then his eyes became distant. The other three monastery heads were horrified. Long Chen had directly used a soul search without saying anything. But they didn't dare say anything. They were aware of many things, and now that the Devil King Long Chen had returned, they didn't dare to go against him. Yu Deshui Zhaofu Li Wengxiao Zhang Heioren. Long Chen listed off 17 names, causing the three monastery heads' hearts to pound. Bring them all here. The three of them were shocked. Although those three weren't monastery heads, they possessed extremely high status in the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Some of them were even closely related by blood to Yang Qiyu. There's no need for the three of you to do it. Yu Ran Yue Zifeng, go with them and handle it, said Long Chen coldly. The three of them were helpless. Although Long Chen was just a disciple who had only recently entered Sea Expansion, and he also didn't possess an official post or status, they didn't dare to speak. They felt that if they did say something, Long Chen would directly kill them. They quickly led Yu Ran and Yue Zifeng away. The reason Long Chen wanted them dead was because they had participated in this matter. He didn't care what their goal was, but since they had clearly known that this would harm Shui Wuhan, he had decided they could disappear from this world forever. The most infuriating thing to him was that two of those people were from the Law Enforcement Hall. They had both been bought by Shui Qingfeng. When Yang Qiyu had left, Shui Wuhan had been unconscious from her heavy injuries. She had needed to rest her soul. Yang Qiyu knew about the unending battles between the four families, so she had intentionally left some people to look after her. She had left behind 4 of the Shui family's monastery heads to look after the Xuanhuan Dao sect. She would never have imagined that Shui Qingfeng would actually be so deranged as to kill Shui Wuhan. He foolishly thought that once Shui Wuhan was dead, he would become the next Shui family head. For safety purposes, he had pulled in a large group of people. Using both threats and bribes, he had pulled them to his side. This way, once Shui Wuhan died, they could all testify that they had done their best, but Shui Wuhan's illness had suddenly taken a turn for the worse and she had died. The 3 monastery heads actually had known about this matter. They hadn't been willing to go along with it, but they also hadn't dared to go against Shui Qingfeng. It was precisely because they hadn't participated that they could keep their lives now. It's done. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, Yu Ran and the others returned. The 3 monastery heads were shocked. Amongst the people Long Chen had listed, 9 had been Sea Expansion experts, but they had been killed by a wave of the hand by Yu Ran. They probably hadn't even understood what was happening before they were killed. Furthermore, when Yu Ran killed people, he was frighteningly calm. It was like he was just killing ants. There was no change in his expression at all. Long Chen nodded and continued looking at Shui Wuhan. The medicinal energy was beginning to activate. Shui Qingfeng had been extremely sinister. He had added soul poison into her medicine. In the state where her soul was damaged, she needed slow nourishment. Although that poison's effect was extremely slow, it exhausted all her spiritual strength. Once she died, there would have been no way to find out what had been used. Long Chen. Suddenly, Shui Wuhan opened her eyes. Her originally bright eyes were dark now, and her voice was harsh to the ears. "Big sister, I'm here." Long Chen hastily held her hand. "You're back, good. I was worried about you." A gratified expression appeared in her eyes. Her face twitched as if she was trying to smile, but with her corpse-like face, there was no way to do so. Seeing that Shui Wuhan had escaped death, Long Chen sighed with relief and almost teared up. Shui Wuhan had always looked after him like she was his big sister. Although she would occasionally act fierce and reprimand him, it was all for his own good. Big sister was useless. The Xuanhuan Dao sect was shamed. I failed the sect master's mission. Tears leaked out of Shui Wuhan's eyes. She felt extremely guilty for the Xuanhuan Dao sect's heavy losses. "Big sister, it's fine. This enmity is something I'll repay for you. Just peacefully heal. You're tired and sleepy. When you wake up, everything will be fine," said Long Chen softly. He glanced toward Meng Qi. She immediately understood and changed her spiritual strength. Shui Wuhan immediately felt a bout of sleepiness and fell into a deep slumber. "Get me a map and tell me where the sect master is." A monastery head immediately took out a map. Long Chen quickly saw his target. I'm leaving my big sister with you. If something happens to her, don't even think about living. When I kill people, I don't need to give any reason. After saying that, Long Chen and the others jumped onto the red-eye sacred blood phoenix, flying northwards. Although he was a bit worried about Xuanhuan, he knew that with his medicinal pill and the replenishment of Meng Qi's spiritual strength, she would quickly wake up. Once she was awake, although she wouldn't have her peak power, her safety would be guaranteed. Furthermore, he was also sure that those three wouldn't dare to do anything to Xuanhuan. They didn't have the guts, otherwise, they would have been on the same side as Shui Qingfeng. It was precisely because they didn't have any guts that they hadn't participated in that matter. Right now, the Xuanchen Dao sect's main power was attacking the corrupt path stronghold, and the disciples had been transported to a secret location. The current Xuanchen Dao sect was almost an empty city. The corrupt path's power and attention were also concentrated on their strongholds, so the chance of them attacking the Xuanchen Dao sect was essentially zero. Looking at the map, it seems it'll take around a day of flying. There aren't any spatial walls this time, so it'll be a calm journey. Don't waste this time. Everyone, start refining the 10,000 spirit blood I've given you. It shouldn't be anything hard for you. Work hard because we're going to deal a vicious blow this time, said Long Chen. Long Chen had given a drop of the 10,000 spirit blood to each one of them before. On their way back, the spatial walls had been too disruptive to refine it, but now that there were no more disruptions, they couldn't waste any more time. They all took out a drop of violet blood. In truth, the 10,000 spirit blood was a kind of guiding medicine. Once experts refined it, it would excavate a person's potential, bringing out their greatest power. For example, a cultivator might only possess a trace of earth energy that was normally useless. In this case, cultivating any earth attribute battle skill would be very difficult. But once they refined the 10,000 spirit blood, that trace of energy would become even purer, and they would become a true earth attribute cultivator. Everyone began refining the 10,000 spirit blood. There was no reaction when it entered their bodies, and it quickly spread throughout every inch of them. The first one to cause a reaction was Xuanhuan. Her runes revolved around her. She was a powerful wind attribute cultivator, and the 10,000 spirit blood had only just entered her body when it merged with her wind energy. Practically invisible lines appeared on Xuanhuan's runes. The 10,000 spirit blood was purifying her wind energy, and it was also changing it. Xuanhuan originally possessed practically no spirit blood, but she gradually became able to control spirit blood power. It was like a seed had landed in fertile soil and begun to germinate. From now on, Xuanhuan would become an expert in command of spirit blood, and an extremely terrifying wind attribute spirit blood at that. Her bloodline power would make her even stronger. Following her, Meng Qi, Yue Zifeng, Gu Yang, Song Minjuan, Li Qi, and Gu Ran all entered similar states. There was no reaction after Wilda consumed the 10,000 spirit blood. He just foolishly looked at Long Chen. Long Chen just smiled slightly. He had long since been prepared for this result. It wasn't strange. Wilda's body was just too special. Long Chen looked into the distance, and killing intent surfaced in his eyes. It was time to flip the heavens. Chapter 930, The Slaughter Begins. Kill. Blood splashed. Furious roars rang out. In front of thousands of corrupt experts, the Dragonblood warriors were still releasing awe-inspiring killing intent. The Dragonblood warriors were all at the peak of Xianshan. On a 1,000-mile battlefield, they were on the right wing, surrounded by a mass of corrupt experts. Over half of these corrupt experts had reached sea expansion. The intense battle dyed the yellow ground red. We can't continue like this. Fuck that Joe bastard. He intentionally left us here to draw the majority of their forces. If this continues, we won't be able to hold on, roared one of the Dragonblood Legion squad leaders. The Dragonblood Legion had been assigned to the right wing of the battlefield during the strategy meeting. Only once the battle began did they find out that the majority of their enemies' power was concentrated on them. At the front of the battlefield, Aoyang Qiuyu was fighting two of the Corrupt Path's top experts. The void rumbled around them, making it so the others couldn't see their battle clearly. This was their third battle against this stronghold. The previous two times, the Righteous Path had been at an advantage, but this time, the Corrupt Path had clearly sent reinforcements. The Xuanchen Dao sect's experts were all here along with some smaller sect experts. That was an extremely strong force. There was a group of sea expansion experts blocking the majority of the other sea expansion elites from the Corrupt Path, but the corrupt path just had too many sea expansion experts. As a result, quite a few of them managed to get by and attack the Dragonblood Legion. What shocked everyone was that these peak Xuanhuan warriors were actually able to handle 10 times their number, even when half of those enemies were sea expansion experts. Although they weren't elite sea expansion experts, they still weren't things that Xuanhuan disciples should have been able to handle, especially not in a 1 against 10 situation. However, this kind of intense battle was too exhausting. The Dragonblood warriors hadn't expanded their seas, so their spiritual yuan was limited. They couldn't keep up with this intensity forever. After a day and night of fighting, their energy was starting to flag. Their situation was growing desperate. Talking about that now is useless. Boss should be arriving soon, so just endure it. We'll settle our debts then, said another squad leader. In the back of the battlefield was the Zhou family's genius commander who had come up with the troop distribution. But even if the Zhou family was trying to intentionally harm them, they couldn't do anything about it now. Once their line buckled, the people behind them would be doomed. The entire army would be implicated, so they could only clench their teeth and endure. Fall back into the arch slaughter formation. Your main goal isn't to kill your enemies but to survive, shouted a squad leader. He saw that they were still able to fight against their enemies, but they wouldn't be able to keep it up for much longer. Bastards, you have to form a barrier at the front. Hold the line, or the enemies will get by, shouted a person standing at the back of the troops. That was the genius commander from the Zhou family. He had been in command of multiple righteous and corrupt battles and had won despite many setbacks. He had plenty of experience, so he had naturally become the commander. Fuck your mother, Zhou idiot, just wait until this over, cursed the squad leader. He ignored his orders, having everyone form a protective arc formation. They changed from offense to defense, making sure they could temporarily survive. He couldn't care too much anymore. The Dragonblood Legion's warriors were all his brothers, and their lives were more important to him than his own. He wouldn't allow any of them to fall. Bastard, you dare to ignore orders, just wait. Halfway through his furious roar, a golden light shot through his body and he exploded. That light hadn't come from the front, but from behind. In other words, it had come from the side of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Let's not wait, we're too busy to listen to your long-windedness. An icy voice rang throughout the battlefield. Boss, hearing that voice, the Dragonblood warriors immediately felt their blood heat up. That voice was too familiar and they cheered, their morale surging. Long Chen and the others appeared in the air. With his black robes billowing, it was like the arrival of a death god. Everyone, don't panic. An idiot commander's death signifies that victory is near, said Long Chen lightly, calming the uproar caused by the death of their commander. All the experts from the Xuanhuan Dao sect were affected by Long Chen's arrival. He was the leader of the Xuanhuan Dao sect's junior generation, and his prestige was extremely high. In the younger generation, his prestige might even surpass the sect master. Good job, brothers. Long Chen gave the Dragonblood warriors a thumbs up. To remain undefeated 1 against 10 gratified him. Leave the rest to us. Brothers, just watch the show. Xuanhuan was the first to charge out, a flashy golden crossbow in his hands. The crossbow shook and released golden rays that exploded amongst their enemies. The corrupt experts in the middle of attacking, the Dragonblood warriors were blown up in large clumps. Heavens! The Dragonblood warriors' jaws dropped. The fierce corrupt experts that they had had such difficulty with were nothing in front of Xuanhuan. With just 10 arrows, hundreds of them were killed. Xuanhuan's awe-inspiring power shook the entire battlefield. He immediately drew everyone's attention. He loudly chanted, I swept through the 4 seas, crossed 1,000 mountains, caused huge billows in heaven and earth, slaughtered demons, eliminated devils, plucked the stars and moon. If you want a chivalrous hero, you can come find Aya. Before Xuanhuan could report his name, he was sent flying into the corrupt path's army by Long Chen. He couldn't stand him right now. Everyone jumped in fright. Because of Long Chen, Xuanhuan had flown right into the battle of the elite sea expansion experts. Don't just watch, you all have important work to do. Long Chen returned to the Dragonblood warriors, ignoring Xuanhuan's plight. Great soul barrier. Meng Qi formed hand seals, and a huge spiritual barrier enveloped them. People outside were only able to see a curtain of light around them, but they were unable to see inside. Xuanhuan grumbled, why couldn't you just let me finish the last 3 words? Boss, I wasn't done yet. Kill. The corrupt experts were first startled at a person suddenly being kicked into their midst, but then they quickly recovered and attacked. "Kill your mother," raged Xuanhuan. His fury from having his poser act interrupted now fell onto the corrupt experts in front of him. Two golden sabers appeared in his hands, and he hacked the person shouting in two. "I Xuanhuan am right here. Whoever dares can come at me." With his two sabers dancing in the air, Xuanhuan started a slaughter. The two sabers were a pair of treasure items he had obtained within the immemorial path. Paired weapons on the level of a treasure item were extremely rare. After he had added them to his set of armor, they hadn't even been damaged during the huge battle in the immemorial path. Thus, it could be seen just how powerful they were. Now that they were just facing corrupt experts who at most possessed low-grade treasure items, he cut through any resistance easily. In an instant, over 10 of the corrupt Path C expansion experts were killed, shocking them. They hastily retreated. Looking at the armored monstrosity that was Xuanhuan, the Xuanhuan Dao sect and the Righteous Path's experts were all shocked. "The vanguard, hold the line and slowly retreat." Long Chen's voice suddenly resounded throughout the battlefield. He appeared out of the spiritual barrier, looking down on the entire field. The battlefield contained tens of thousands of experts, but when he compared it to the battle fought in the immemorial path, Long Chen felt like it was nothing more than child's play. Long Chen wanted all the Righteous Path's people to retreat from the battle, as they were too weak. There were even Meridian Opening disciples fighting on their side. Just now, he had gathered the Dragon Blood Legion and distributed the 10,000 Spirit Blood, Divine Mortal Molting Elixir, Heavenly Tao Fruits, and Sea-Expanding Pills to them all. They were to absorb the first three things as fast as possible, and then get ready to attack Sea Expansion. Of course, those treasures were too important, and so he had Meng Qi summon a barrier to block other people's vision. He watched as Xuanhuan's addition to the battlefield caused the whole battle to become imbalanced. Just on his own, he drew all the experts' attention. Many of the Xuanhuan Dao sect's monastery heads were freed up and went to help other squads that were in a dangerous situation. The tempo of the battle slowed down quite a bit. "Those at Xuanhuan and below retreat out of the battle," shouted Long Chen. "What?" The Xuanhuan Dao sect's experts couldn't believe their ears. If all Xuanhuan experts and below left, then they would only have a few hundred people left on the battlefield. "Listen to Long Chen. Those below Sea Expansion retreat." A booming voice rang out from the air. It was Yang Qiuyu. Yang Qiuyu was fighting two corrupt experts who had both reached Foundation Forging and were extremely strong. They had intentionally distanced themselves from the battlefield and were fighting in the air. Hearing Yang Qiuyu, no one hesitated any longer. They all retreated, leaving behind only Sea Expansion experts. This sudden change caught the corrupt path completely off guard. But looking at Long Chen standing in the air, for some unknown reason, they felt like they shouldn't approach him. It was like getting one step closer to him was getting one step closer to death. The corrupt experts gathered the majority of their power on Xuanhuan. But even in the face of hundreds of Sea Expansion experts, Xuanhuan was unstoppable. The main thing was that this armor was too shameless. All their attacks were unable to break it. Thus, the corrupt experts could only bitterly endure. After a moment, the Xuanhuan Dao sect and the smaller sects, tens of thousands of experts had mostly all retreated into the distance. They were perplexed, not knowing what Long Chen was thinking. Long Chen icily looked at the sky. His heart shook, and he suddenly looked at the spiritual barrier below him. With a stamp of his foot, he shot toward Yang Qiuyu. What? Everyone was shocked. Long Chen actually wanted to join a battle of Foundation Forging experts. Had he gone mad? Chapter 930, One unable to bear a single blow. With a single step, Long Chen arrived at Yang Qiuyu's side. Everyone was startled. Yang Qiuyu was fighting against two old monsters from the corrupt path. It was an incredibly imposing sight, and any Sea Expansion experts that entered their scope would be blown apart. "Sorry, I'm very busy. Don't mind me." Long Chen directly charged at one of the corrupt path's old monsters. The two of them were both late Foundation Forging experts. With their full power released, space was constantly twisting around them. That was the specific power of Foundation Forging experts. Foundation Forging experts were able to control a certain amount of spatial power. That was a kind of comprehension realm. Advancing to Foundation Forging didn't just rely on support and talent, but it also required high comprehension skills. For a Xuanhuan expert to reach Sea Expansion was comparatively easy. By piling on the resources, any somewhat talented person could reach Sea Expansion. But for Foundation Forging, No matter how many resources you piled on, no matter how great their innate talent, if their comprehension skills were lacking, they would never be able to reach foundation forging. It required a certain level of comprehension into the heavenly Taos. So foundation forging experts were very few. If it hadn't been for Long Chen, Xuanhuan wouldn't have reached foundation forging ever in her life. These two were precisely two of the three that had killed the vice sect master and heavily injured Xuanhuan. The two of them were extremely strong, but back then, one of their group of three had been killed by Aoyang Qiuyu, and these two had fled. Now that they were once more fighting, the two of them were merely focused on stalling Aoyang Qiuyu. They hadn't expected Long Chen to join their battle, as he had clearly just advanced to the first heaven stage of sea expansion. With a cold snort, they simply ignored him. With his combat power, it wasn't worth it for them to split their attention. They had to focus on Aoyang Qiuyu. Long Chen smiled slightly. He sent a single punch toward one of them. "Idiot, you won't even be able to break my spatial wall," sneered that old monster. But his sneer quickly transformed into astonishment and then horror. Boom! The transparent spatial barrier around him was instantly shattered by one punch. Long Chen then sent out another punch. The corrupt expert hastily moved his soul-summoning banner to block. Long Chen's fist became covered in thunder force as he struck it. What astonished the corrupt expert was that cracks appeared on his soul-summoning banner. It was a peak-grade treasure item, but was broken just like this. "Bastard, how can you possess heavenly lightning?" That old monster finally realized the problem. His soul-summoning banner was a supreme corrupt item that contained the aggrieved souls of countless people, and Long Chen's thunder force had killed all the evil energy within it. The only thing that could possess such power was the most supreme yang existence, heavenly tribulation lightning. Boom! His response was another punch. It was just a single punch, one relying on just his physical strength. At this time, Long Chen's body had been completely changed by the green dragon essence blood. The corrupt expert summoned a runic shield, but it was unable to bear a single blow from Long Chen. His shield shattered and he shot back, vomiting blood. One fist broke his spatial barrier, one fist broke his peak-grade treasure item, and one fist caused a late foundation forging expert to vomit blood. Everyone was shocked. Those people from the Xuanhuan Dao sect were especially shocked. A year ago, Long Chen had already been terrifying enough, but now, his power had practically surpassed the scope of their understanding. Is he really human? The experts who had come from other sects couldn't believe their eyes. How could they? Their jaws were dropped so low it was almost possible to see their stomachs. At sea expansion, he was able to fight across realms against a foundation forging expert. Furthermore, it was the early sea expansion against late foundation forging, and with just 3 punches, he caused him to vomit blood. They felt like their heads had broken. Even Aoyang Qiuyu was shocked. However, she was also delighted. Long Chen's power caused her to feel much more assured. In truth, although she had launched a furious counterattack against the corrupt path for their sneak attack against the Xuanhuan Dao sect, she had her own secret troubles. The Xuanhuan Dao sect had suffered immense damage this time, and their prestige had dropped sharply. It was a grievous blow, especially to their influence over the righteous path. Aoyang Qiuyu had no choice but to launch a fierce counterattack in order to show the Xuanhuan Dao sect's power. Otherwise, not only would others look down on them, but she would also have no way to explain this to the head sect. However, the vice sect master had died, and Xuanhuan had been heavily injured. Aoyang Qiuyu's plan had been to wait for Xuanhuan to heal from her injuries, which was why she had just been patiently fighting these two. She was waiting for Xuanhuan. She had never imagined that Shui Qingfeng would actually be so stupid. Even at this life and death juncture of the entire Xuanhuan Dao sect, he had actually wanted to play games. If it hadn't been for Long Chen, Xuanhuan would be on the brink of death right now. The person Aoyang Qiuyu had been waiting for hadn't arrived, but Long Chen had, and his power was just what she needed. "Bastard brat, fuck off," the injured corrupt expert roared furiously. Previously, he had been focused on fighting Aoyang Qiuyu, which was why he had been at such a disadvantage. A huge palm image covered the sun and smashed toward Long Chen. A terrifying pressure descended upon him. "Careful," warned Aoyang Qiuyu. She knew that this was a full-power attack from him. She was worried Long Chen wouldn't be able to handle it, and she was just about to help him. But suddenly, a blood-red saber appeared in Long Chen's hands. A huge saber image manifested, looking like a celestial blade. Split the heavens too. Boom, the palm image and saber image both exploded. Heavens, Long Chen can break a foundation forging expert's full-strength attack. Doesn't that mean he truly has the power to challenge late foundation forging experts? That's terrifying. At the first heaven stage of sea expansion, he can challenge late foundation forging experts. Just what kind of monster is he? Countless people from the Xuanhuan Dao sect were looking at the sky in shock. They were looking at that godlike figure holding a blood-red saber. Blood Soul devours Ghost Kill. After having his attack broken, the corrupt expert clapped both his hands together and a sea of blood appeared behind him. That sea of blood was 300 miles long. A bloody scent filled the air. Although it was condensed from countless runes, in truth, those runes were created through the souls and essence blood of countless dead experts. The sea condensed into a huge skull, and it smashed toward Long Chen. Bang! Long Chen slashed his saber onto the skull, but he felt an immense power behind it. He was constantly forced back. Divine Ring. A four-colored divine ring emitting endless might appeared behind him. Long Chen's power explosively grew alongside Bloodrinker. He had activated its true form. At the same time, his spiritual yuan poured through 18 acupuncture points. Boom! An unstoppable saber image erupted into existence, instantly shattering the huge skull. The huge saber image continued toward the corrupt expert. The corrupt expert was appalled. He had never imagined that Long Chen could possess the power to destroy the magical art he was so proud of. He hastily formed a layer of defense. As a result, it was cleanly cut through. Boom! The corrupt expert smashed into the ground like a shooting star, and the expert's Xuanhuan was fighting against were blown to smithereens by the impact. Even Xuanhuan was unfortunate. He hadn't expected disaster to suddenly fall from the sky. He just happened to be where the corrupt expert fell. He felt like a balloon that had been kicked by a foot. He flipped through the air, his blood surging within him. If he hadn't refined the rank 4 heavenly Tao fruit and the 10,000 spirit blood, strengthening his constitution to a whole new level, he would have been heavily injured just now. While Xuanhuan felt like the stars in the sky were spinning around him, he suddenly felt someone catch him. Only then did he realize he had been blown back into his group. Now the Xuanhuan Dao sect's people finally understood why Long Chen had all Xiantian experts and below retreat. The result of Long Chen's attack had caused a powerful shockwave that exterminated over 10,000 corrupt experts. Even sea expansion experts were killed. Thinking of that, they felt a chill. What if the corrupt expert had landed on the side of the righteous path? Just how many people could have survived? Well done, Long Chen. Liang Qiuyu felt like flowers were blooming inside her heart. Although she had always had a favorable opinion of Long Chen, she had never dared to imagine he would be so powerful. Boom! A figure flew into the air. He was flying toward a spatial portal in the distance. "Stop him, Long Chen, he's trying to flee," shouted Liang Qiuyu. But that corrupt expert was quite crafty. He had traveled quite a ways underground, and only then had he flown out. He instantly flew into the portal and disappeared. Seeing him flee, the other corrupt expert suddenly released a blinding light like the sun. He lit up the entire sky, blinding people, and somehow everyone's other senses disappeared. Their sense of hearing, smell, and even touch were gone. It was like the world had turned static. Just as everyone was shocked by this move, the blinding light disappeared. Their senses returned to normal. Up in the sky, Liang Qiuyu was smiling coldly. At some unknown point, a sword had appeared in her hand. It was stabbing through the corrupt expert's body. That corrupt expert was filled with shock. He was unable to move an inch. Ice chi began to envelop him, turning him into an ice statue. "Did you think I was an idiot? You wanted to escape with such a flimsy little trick." Liang Qiuyu disdainfully wrapped her opponent in runes before extracting her sword. He had his life, but now he was a hostage. She dropped him to the ground. Liang Qiuyu smiled at Long Chen. Who would have thought that in just 1 year you would be able to fulfill your promise? Chapter 932, Do You Want to Play It Big? For some unknown reason, seeing Liang Qiuyu's smile made a trace of warmth appear in Long Chen's heart. Perhaps it was because of dealing with schemes for so long, but that simple act touched him deeply. "I don't remember making any promise to you." Long Chen shook his head. "Oh, you've forgotten already. I seem to recall that back then, someone intimately called me little sister and said that if anyone bullied me, I could come and find you," laughed Liang Qiuyu. Long Chen's arrival caused Liang Qiuyu's originally chaotic mood to instantly improve a great deal. The haze over her heart finally faded. Long Chen immediately felt awkward. Back then, he really had been an idiot. He had been tricked by Aoyang Qiuyu's outer appearance and treated her as an ordinary disciple. He had even bragged so much. You came from the Xuanhuan Dao sect, right? What's going on there? Shui Wuhan should have recovered by now, so why didn't she come with you? Asked Aoyang Qiuyu. As soon as Shui Wuhan was mentioned, Long Chen's gaze turned cold. His gaze swept over the sea expansion experts of the Xuanhuan Dao sect, and his killing intent slowly rose once more. Sect Master, although raising this topic now is a bit unsuitable, I'm an impatient person and I don't like to stall. Within our group are several black sheep that need to be eliminated. What? When Aoyang Qiuyu heard that Shui Qingfeng had actually been so stupid as to try to kill Shui Wuhan, Aoyang Qiuyu's expression sank to a frightening point. How brazen! The brazen ones aren't just those few idiots from the Shui family. The Zhou family is also quite brazen. Wouldn't you say, Zhou family head? Long Chen turned toward a certain elder in the crowd. That person was the new Zhou family head. He immediately shouted, Long Chen, I admit you're powerful, but you can't willfully slander others. As soon as you appeared, you killed our commander, but I didn't say anything. Now you want to slander me. Just what are you thinking? Why do you always have to target my Zhou family? The Zhou family head's voice sounded righteous and wronged, and he spoke loudly so everyone could hear him. HMPH, that commander was clearly garbage. His distribution of battle power was clearly unbalanced. The right wing's enemies were strong, but he placed the majority of our power to the left. Do you think I'm an idiot and can't see that he placed the Dragonblood Legion at the front to be sacrificial pawns? Asked Long Chen icily. What does a brat like you know of battle tactics? You're just shamelessly framing people. If you want to accuse someone, bring out your proof. If you don't have any proof, then just shut your mouth, shouted the Zhou family head. Proof? Sorry, but I'm not a bailiff. If you want proof, well, let's just see. Long Chen's gaze locked onto the Zhou family head, and he suddenly found that he was unable to move. Long Chen's spiritual strength crashed down on him like a mountain. He felt like he had been dropped in an ice house. He was unable to move, but it wasn't a spatial art. It was a spiritual suppression and a kind of killing intent lock. I ask you, was that commander intentionally harming the Dragonblood Legion? Shouted Long Chen. Yang Qiuyu was startled. She hadn't expected that it wasn't just Long Chen's combat power that was so frightening. Even his spiritual strength was terrifying. This was an extremely domineering spiritual interrogation. With his spiritual strength locked around him, the Zhou family head couldn't lie. If he did, the slightest spiritual fluctuation from telling a lie would activate Long Chen's killing intent and his soul would be destroyed. Yes, after struggling for a long time, the Zhou family head didn't have the courage to lie in the end. Were you the one who incited that? Long Chen's expression didn't change. The Zhou family head tightly shut his mouth, his whole body trembling and sweating. He didn't dare to make a sound. He looked at Aoyang Qiuyu with a pleading expression. Long Chen. Aoyang Qiuyu had just opened her mouth when Long Chen flashed into motion, pressing a finger against the Zhou family head's forehead. Soul Surge. Everyone was horrified. Long Chen truly was brazen to actually exceed his position and directly use a soul search against the Zhou family head in front of Aoyang Qiuyu. Once this soul search was over, wouldn't the Zhou family head be turned into an imbecile? You brazen criminal, hurry and release me. The Zhou family head's furious roar was cut off by a golden light. He was dead. When my boss takes action, don't make such a fuss, shouted Xuanhuan. He had been the one to kill him. Yang Qiuyu's expression changed slightly. Long Chen's actions truly were not giving her, the sect master, face. He didn't care at all about her opinion. Zhou Changwei Zhou Yehu Zhao Chengji. Long Chen listed off 8 names, all of which were the Zhou family's higher-ups. Those who were named immediately turned pale as paper. Xuanhuan raised his finger and pointed at them. The 8 of them were locked down. Long Chen, we can discuss this matter later. Right now. Aoyang Qiuyu couldn't help but open her mouth. Now wasn't the time to continuously kill their own sea expansion experts. It would affect their army. Xuanhuan helped them out. Long Chen seemed to not hear Aoyang Qiuyu. Okay. Xuanhuan pointed his finger. A golden ray shot out and killed one of the Zhou family's experts. Sect Master, save us. Miserable cries rang out as Xuanhuan continued pointing. Arrows shot out too quickly and at too close of a distance for them to do anything but die. Long Chen, I order you to stop, shouted Aoyang Qiuyu furiously. Why should I stop? Long Chen suddenly turned to look at her. He looked like a furious lion, his killing intent soaring into the sky. They wanted to kill my brothers, so why can't I kill them? Do I really have to wait until they actually do kill my brothers so I can kill them in revenge? Who came up with that dogshit logic? Don't try giving me some garbage about taking my time and how I can settle the bill later or how I need to get proof. I don't care about any of that. Anyone who dares to touch my brothers all have to die, every single one of them. Long Chen thought of Little Snow's death. His fury and killing intent were about to erupt out of his control. His final words echoed through the air. Even someone with Ayan Kyuyu's cultivation base felt her head ringing from Long Chen's voice. But even more terrifying, Long Chen's eyes were completely red. He looked like a bloodthirsty devil who might start killing people at any moment. This was Ayan Kyuyu's first time seeing Long Chen so furious, and her own fury vanished without a trace. The reason I traveled so far wasn't because I care so much about the Xuanhuan Dao sect, but because my brothers are here, and because my big sister is here. For them, I can put my life on the line. But as for the dogshit rules you higher-ups like to play, I've had enough. Don't talk to me about background or influence. Anyone who dares to scheme against my people will have my butcher's knife chop off their heads. Long Chen's voice shook everyone's hearts. In that instant, it felt like all their lives were in his hands, as if a single thought from him could kill them all. He was too terrifying. 8 of the Zhou family's experts had been killed. After completing the mission Long Chen had given him, Guo Ran casually walked back behind him. You don't feel any ties to the Xuanhuan Dao sect? Liang Qiyu sighed with disappointment. As the head of that family, she viewed each disciple as her own child. Long Chen's words were hurtful. I don't like the Xuanhuan Dao sect's atmosphere. The internal strife and despicable schemes continue in an unending stream. Just now, all I did was kill a few of the vermin targeting me. But in reality, the Xuanhuan Dao sect is infested with more vermin that hinders the sect's proper development. I'm sure you're even clearer about that than me. I want to love the Xuanhuan Dao sect, but in front of the endless schemes that want me dead, I don't know just how I'm supposed to love it, said Long Chen. The higher-ups all felt ashamed. Yes, it was true that all their energy was focused on internal strife. But there was no way around that. If they didn't, they would have to leave or die. No matter what they wanted to do for the sect, they would have to go through many twists and turns. Countless people were worried that you would soar like a shooting star above them, and so they would heavily suppress you. As you constantly worked your way through that, you would constantly run into blockades. Cooking a good bowl of porridge wasn't easy, but ruining it was. All it required was a single log of stool to destroy your work of several years or even decades. After trying for so long, everyone had given up. Instead, they held their own logs of stool and their sights on other people's bowls of porridge. It began an unending, vicious cycle. Many people understood this principle, but they were unable to do anything about it. These had become unspoken rules, and they had to follow them. This was what it meant by the law could not condemn everyone. It wasn't as if they could kick out every single one of them. Wouldn't the sect be disbanded then? Although they were all just holding logs of stool to target others, at least on the surface, it would appear like the sect was flourishing. This was the case for the majority of sects. Although I don't have any good feelings toward the sect, my brothers and sisters are here. They are the people I love, so I've come, continued Long Chen. Hearing that, Ayan Qiyu's disappointed eyes brightened. I don't care about the problems with the sect system, nor do I care about your hopelessly tangled relationships. How other people want to fight against each other means nothing to me. However, don't provoke me. Long Chen glared at the Xuanhuan Dao sect's higher-ups. This was a warning. Originally, Ayan Qiyu had thought that Long Chen was saying these heartless words because he was planning on leaving the Xuanhuan Dao sect. But now he had clearly expressed himself. Although he didn't like the Xuanhuan Dao sect, he wouldn't leave the sect. That relieved her. At the same time, she was also extremely ashamed. She was the highest leader of the Xuanhuan Dao sect, but she had never been able to steel herself to completely cleanse the sect. If she had been ruthless back then the Xuanhuan Dao sect might not be in its current form. Long Chen, what are you planning to do now? Asked Liang Qiyu. Sect Master, do you want to play it big? Long Chen stared at the distant spatial portal, his eyes icy cold. Chapter 933, Killing Their Way into the Corrupt Path's Hive. Originally, Aoyang Qiyu had been about to call a retreat. She had only summoned everyone to win back the Xuanhuan Dao sect's honor. To put it more bluntly, it had been for face. Now she had won and succeeded in killing tens of thousands of the Corrupt Path's experts. She had even killed 2 Foundation forging experts. This counterattack had been enough to shake the Eastern Wasteland. Once she reported this accomplishment back to the head sect, they wouldn't reprimand her. Instead, they would praise her, and the Xuanhuan Dao sect's name would rise to a new height in the eastern wasteland. With this battle, she would be able to give a show to the head sect as well as the eastern wasteland's righteous path. And so she had been planning on retreating, because if they continued fighting, this matter might escape her control. You want to? Ayang Qiuyu jumped in shock. Yes, I'm preparing on leading everyone into the spatial portal and start a slaughter of their hive, said Long Chen. You can't. That spatial portal leads to one of the corrupt path's 7 great strongholds. Although it looks calm from the outside, once you go in, you won't just have to face countless formations and mechanisms, the other 6 strongholds. Experts will also come to reinforce them. At that time, you'll be facing the entire eastern wasteland's corrupt path's attack. In fact, half-step kings might appear. Don't think that the corrupt path only has so few people. This is just an unwritten rule that without approval from above, neither the righteous nor corrupt path will launch an all-out war against the other. But if we ignore that and attack, the corrupt path will be able to gather all their experts to kill us. Everyone was shocked to hear that Long Chen wanted to charge into the corrupt path's hive. Perhaps the younger generation didn't understand, but the Sea Expansion elders were aware of these rules. More rules, I hate those things the most. Battle is not a game. Who is the referee? Who came up with the rules? After they're broken, who gives out the punishment? I'll tell you, rules are always chains the strong use to control the weak. As for the strong, they'll ignore those chains and kill you whenever they please. Isn't the righteous path a perfect example? Each time the righteous and corrupt battles begin, isn't it the corrupt path that attacks? Did they ever send you a notification before attacking? Did they tell you where they were attacking? Did they tell you their numbers? Why do they get to be the player and the referee while we just have to accept that? Long Chen looked at Ayang Qiuyu, his voice full of disappointment. Even Ayang Qiuyu, an expert who could command an enormous existence like the Xuanhuan Dao sect, was actually constrained by these idiot rules. Long Chen really was starting to feel like there was no hope for the righteous path. Ayang Qiuyu didn't know what to say. She had always felt the righteous path to be very stupid and cowardly, but despite how high her cultivation base was, she didn't dare to break the rules that had been followed for countless years. Seeing Long Chen's disappointed expression deeply stimulated her heart. She clenched her teeth and said, Long Chen, no matter what you choose to do, I will accompany you. Although she hadn't known Long Chen for long, she had to admire his heaven-defying ability to stir up trouble. Since Long Chen wanted to play bigger, then as the sect master, she would accompany him for a bout of craziness. Even Ayang Qiuyu herself didn't know why she felt that taking risks with Long Chen was so frightening, but this kind of fright was also extremely stimulating. She had always handled things steadily and calmly. Whatever she did, all the results were basically within her expectations. But this time, she had no idea what the results would be. The more you didn't know the results, the more stimulating it was. It was like a gamble. Without revealing the final card, no one knew just who had won and who had lost. Xuanhuan, come over. Boss, you have instructions for me. Do you still have any more of those supreme bombs? I just need one. Boss, I only have one. This bomb's scope was huge. Back then, he had only managed to use one at the start, as otherwise he would have injured his own people, so the second one had gone unused. Good, we'll use it as the opening act. Xuanhuan, you can be the vanguard. Give them our gift. Remember, we want to start off with a bang. Long Chen patted Xuanhuan on the shoulder. Haha, don't worry, boss. It'll definitely be enough to shake heaven and earth, said Xuanhuan excitedly. However, don't put on your poser act. If you want to be a poser, wait until you set off the bomb, warned Long Chen, who knew if this fellow had gotten too addicted to posing and would mess things up. Long Chen, are you sure he can handle such a thing? Ayang Qiuyu was hesitant. Although Xuanhuan's aura had reached Sea Expansion, his aura wasn't particularly outstanding. She couldn't help being worried. Sect Master, don't worry. If I didn't have any ability, how could I follow boss? My life is pretty tough as well, said Xuanhuan, confidently patting himself on the chest. After the immense battle in the immemorial path, Xuanhuan could also count as someone with his own story. Each movement he made seemed to possess the manner of an expert. It did have a bit of an intimidating flavor. The others, you don't need to enter. I suppose you can just wait outside. Long Chen glanced at the Sea Expansion experts of the Xuanhuan Dao sect and shook his head. You, Long Chen, are you ignoring us because you think we're too weak? Asked one of them. Long Chen helplessly stared at him. In the end, he truthfully nodded, almost causing that elder to cough up blood. You. Not every Sea Expansion expert here was a coward. They had their own dignity and hot blood. They were willing to fight for the sect. Although they constantly fought amongst themselves, they still cared about the sect in their hearts. Furthermore, quite a few of the disciples and family they cared about had died to the corrupt path. They had come with a determination to fight to the death as revenge for them. Long Chen, you should let them come. Ouyang Qiuyu looked at Long Chen, her tone almost pleading. Some of these sea expansion experts were still people with face. If they didn't participate in this battle, how were they supposed to work for the sect in the future? Long Chen understood their meaning, and he bitterly smiled inside. Looking at the several staunch experts, he felt a bit of comfort. This meant that not all their hot blood had been wiped away by those garbage rules. The righteous path could be saved. You can come, but you have to listen to my orders, said Long Chen harshly. He definitely didn't want chaos because of them. Don't worry, I will personally guarantee that each one of them will listen to your orders, said Ouyang Qiuyu. She knew that these sea expansion experts might be a bit too old to feel comfortable with being treated as fighters that had to obediently listen to orders, so she hastily mediated things. Everyone, to tell the truth, the corrupt path is completely intolerable, and so I am planning on undergoing a true bloody battle with them. The corrupt path's strongholds are all linked with transportation formations, so once we charge through this spatial portal, we'll essentially be facing the entire eastern wasteland's corrupt path. Think carefully about whether you want to fight this battle. It might be a battle to the last man. Do you still want to participate? Warned Long Chen. Nonsense. If a group of children like you can sacrifice your lives, then how could a group of people with half a foot in the grave possibly refuse? Isn't it just death? That happens sooner or later, but to bring a few bastards from the corrupt path with us, we can make sure our children have fewer enemies. Disciples, listen well. If I don't return, the monastery head position will fall too. The various sea expansion elders were all ready for death. In fact, even some of the smaller sects' leaders had entrusted their position to their juniors. Other than a few of them that evasively hid themselves, the majority of them were invigorated and ready to fight a battle to the death. Who would have thought that at a critical moment, the righteous path's experts would actually possess some courage? Looking at these old elders ready to sacrifice their lives, Ouyang Qiuyu couldn't help being moved. People can be good, but the righteous path's rules have harmed them. If you are all right with the pain of cutting out a malignant tumor, the Xuanhuan Dao sect might be able to walk into the right path in the future. Long Chen also hadn't expected there to be this many people who wanted to fight. Sect leader, we also want to go in. We can also fight. Even if death lies within, we're not afraid. We'll go all out against those bastards from the corrupt path. Affected by their sect leaders, quite a few disciples began to shout emotionally. All of you shut your mouths. Even we would just be cannon fodder once we enter, so how do any of you have the qualifications? Go back and focus on cultivating. Wait to put your life on the line once you get stronger, scolded their sect leaders, but they were gratified. Perhaps only at this time was it possible to clearly see who was a real man. They were gratified to see that there really were quite a few hot-blooded men in the righteous path. They regretted wasting their time fighting each other. What would happen if they focused on raising these hot-blooded men? Thinking of this all, they were incredibly ashamed. Space suddenly shook. The powerful rumbling shocked everyone, and they hastily turned to look in a certain direction. Meng Qi's spiritual barrier now vanished. Over 300 experts were releasing turbulent auras. Illusory seas appeared behind him. Collective sea expansion tribulation. Everyone was shocked. The Dragonblood Legion's experts were all advancing to sea expansion at the same time. Hundreds of Qi pillars soared into the sky. Each one of the Dragonblood warriors, Qi seas, was over 2,000 miles. They were all together so their seas superimposed, causing intense rumbling in space. Xuanhuan, go ahead, fire the opening shot, shouted Long Chen. All right, I'm going. Xuanhuan summoned his golden armor and charged into the spatial portal. Everything was silent for a moment, but then the spatial portal began to tremble. It was possible to hear a very faint bang. Dragonblood Legion charge. Undergo tribulation in the corrupt path's hive. Chapter 934 Blood dyes the ground scarlet. The corrupt path's stronghold was actually a whole minor world. It was a world created by an almighty expert and was hundreds of thousands of miles wide. This kind of minor world was similar to a spatial vessel and didn't possess its own laws. It was essentially the same as the outer world, but it was extremely hidden. If you didn't know the entrance, it was essentially impossible for others to notice it. Countless experts of the corrupt path had gathered within this minor world. The old monster that Chen had injured was nervously looking at the portal. Are you sure they'll enter? You have mustered such a large force, but there's no movement coming from their side. Are you sure you weren't just scared out of your wits? A pockmarked, corpse-like elder glared at the person who had been injured by Chen. His voice contained ridicule, because in the sneak attack against the Xuanhuan Dao sect, all 7 of their strongholds had sent in troops, but only this stronghold was counterattacked. Now, although their sneak attack had succeeded, Aoyang Qiuyu had led a fierce counterattack to turn the old monster into his current state. He had lost all his elite warriors, so this elder was laughing at his misfortune. However, since he had received an urgent request for help, he had no choice but to come here. This stronghold now contained the elites of all the other 6 strongholds. They numbered over 400,000. Having mustered such a huge force, if the Xuanhuan Dao sect didn't dare to attack, it would become a massive joke. They had over 3,000 sea expansion experts and a total of 18 foundation forging experts. Such a force was practically enough to overturn the entire eastern wasteland. This was the result of that injured elder sending out an urgent distress signal. Although they had all known that bringing all their forces like this was overkill, when the urgent distress signal was used, they all had no choice but to move out. Those were the rules, and no one dared to go against them. "Shut up, don't think that you can bully me just because I'm down and out," roared the person Chen had injured. He was this stronghold's master. All his elites had been killed. Such immense damage was something that couldn't be recovered from without several centuries. Originally, his stronghold had counted as above average amongst the 7 strongholds, but now they had immediately become the bottom existence, and even he had been beaten badly. He was already enraged, and as soon as that other elder added some oil to the fire, he exploded. As for the person he cursed, he was infuriated to be pointed at and cursed back. He had long since gotten tired of that old monster's bragging, and he was just about to counterattack. Suddenly, a golden figure charged through the spatial portal, startling everyone. But when they saw that it was just one person, they hesitated. "Don't activate the killing formation. They sent one scapegoat, so don't waste the formation on one person," shouted one of the corrupt path's elders. "Scapegoat, fuck your mother, I am the grand and illustrious Xuanhuan. When did I become a scapegoat? Fuck here." Xuanhuan furiously tossed out a huge sphere. It landed in front of the spatial portal, an empty land covered in runes. It was a huge killing formation. Boom! The huge sphere exploded upon striking the land. An immense force instantly erupted. Not good. The bomb's explosion was absolutely horrifying, as it completely destroyed the killing formation. Not only that, but bone thorns also shot out like rain. Those bone thorns came from the immemorial path. Even ordinary sea expansion experts couldn't handle them, let alone the Xuanhuan disciples the corrupt path had gathered. Anyone touched by a bone thorn would instantly die. This attack scope was incredibly huge, and although the foundation forging experts hastily took action and formed barriers of light, tens of thousands of their disciples had still been killed. These bone thorns contained poison, and a single one of them could pierce through hundreds of disciples. They were just too weak in comparison. "Kill that golden armored monstrosity." The corrupt path's experts roared. They found that the killing formation they had set up in advance had been completely ruined and couldn't be activated. They had the urge to tear Xuanhuan apart piece by piece. "I've already said my name is Xuanhuan. Are my words too complicated for you, or are you deaf?" raged Xuanhuan. Buzz! Just as the corrupt path was thrown into a mess by Xuanhuan's attack, the sky suddenly darkened. "What's going on? Heavens, someone's undergoing tribulation." A huge mass of people charged out of the spatial portal. Their initial seas surged behind them. Boom! Endless lightning poured down from the sky, landing amongst them. "It's a sea expansion tribulation. Sea expansion experts, hurry up and kill them. Foundation forging experts, suppress your cultivation bases to sea expansion and slaughter them, quick," shouted one of the foundation forging experts. They hadn't expected Chen to be so ruthless as to send in a huge group of people that were undergoing tribulation. This move was too vicious. Because this was a sea expansion tribulation, their Xuanhuan disciples all met misfortune. This tribulation wasn't something they could endure. "A portion of you go kill them. Xuanhuan disciples, gather together and find a sea expansion expert to protect you. This is just the first wave of the tribulation and isn't that strong. Quick, kill them now," roared a foundation forging expert. Hahaha, in a battle against opponents from the same realm, when have the Dragonblood warriors ever been afraid of anyone? The Dragonblood warriors laughed and brandished their weapons, slaughtering their enemies. Their collective tribulation was a part of Long Chen's battle plans. Within the scope of the tribulation clouds, everyone had to suppress their power to the level of the person undergoing tribulation. Otherwise, the heavenly tribulation would suddenly grow in power. Unless the foundation forging experts gave up on everyone else's lives, they couldn't go all out. Otherwise, this sea expansion tribulation would become foundation forging tribulation. That tribulation could instantly annihilate anyone below foundation forging. At this time, Long Chen, Ouyang Qiuyu, and the others also entered. However, Long Chen didn't participate in the battle. Instead, he just calmly watched. No one was more confident in the Dragonblood Legion's power than Long Chen. On this battlefield, no one could defeat them in the same realm. When those sea expansion elders that had valiantly demanded to be allowed into the fight saw the sea of corrupt experts, they were all startled. They hadn't expected the corrupt path to possess such numbers. However, they also saw the Dragonblood warriors slaughtering their way into their midst while also dealing with the lightning tribulation. They were like tigers pouncing on a flock of sheep. Each slash of their blades killed a group. This was an absolute slaughter. Long Chen, this move of yours is ruthless. You're forcing the corrupt path to not use their true power. Ouyang Qiuyu couldn't help being moved. He saw that the foundation forging experts who charged toward the Dragonblood Legion were completely unaccustomed to fighting with their cultivation bases suppressed to sea expansion. They didn't dare to use many of their moves, and as a result, a single one of them was at most able to hold back 5 Dragonblood warriors. Just 5 disciples were able to go against a foundation forging expert. They were so furious that their faces were green. And seeing the Dragonblood warriors slaughtering their elite disciples, they felt like they might explode. Disciple of the righteous path, just wait, we'll slaughter you to the last, roared one of the foundation forging experts. I'll slaughter you all with a smash of my club, Wilda charged out. The lightning rain was unable to affect him at all, and he charged right in front of that foundation forging expert. Fuck off, do you think I'm easy to bully? Roared the foundation forging expert. He sent a punch at Wilda. Seeing that, quite a few of the sea expansion elders couldn't help but feel worried for Wilda. But they suddenly found that Long Chen, Meng Qi, and the others suddenly couldn't bear to watch and turned away. Bang! That foundation forging expert had his cultivation base suppressed to sea expansion. As a result, a single smash of Wilda's club destroyed half his upper body, and before he could even react, Wilda's second smash blew him to bits. The sea expansion elders were all horrified. A foundation forging expert, an almost pinnacle existence within the eastern wasteland, had been killed with 2 smashes of a club. This was too hard to believe. Even Ouyang Qiuyu was filled with shock, her hand covering her mouth. She couldn't believe her eyes. On the contrary, Long Chen's expression was calm. Everything was within his expectations. Wilda was a complete freak. He had no cultivation base, and the heavenly tribulation was unable to lock onto him. For a foundation forging expert to suppress his cultivation base to sea expansion, he would only be a bit stronger than a peak sea expansion expert. But Wilda's power wasn't suppressed at all, so for him to be able to kill that expert with 2 smashes of his club was completely normal. Wilda's participation in the battle caused complete chaos. He was focusing on the strongest experts of the corrupt path, the foundation forging experts. When another foundation forging expert activated his treasure item but was still almost killed in a single blow, he shouted, "Avoid that giant brat. Something's off about him." Wilda wreaked havoc amongst the corrupt path as he chased the foundation forging experts through the battlefield. Seeing foundation forging experts fleeing like chickens in front of a dog, Ouyang Qiuyu and the others were flabbergasted. Buzz! The lightning tribulation grew even stronger. Lightning rain, lightning arrows, lightning spears, and finally, lightning beasts appeared. The corrupt path was finally unable to bear it. The Xiantian experts were still blown apart even under the protection of sea expansion experts. "Hold, this is the final wave of the tribulation," shouted a foundation forging expert. He saw lightning beasts descending from the sky one by one. By the time the lightning beasts had filled the battlefield, the corrupt path's original army of over 400,000 had been reduced by 2/3. 99% of their casualties had been because of the heavenly tribulation. Rumble. What, it's over already? Is this the bias given to celestials? Seeing the tribulation clouds slowly scatter, Long Chen couldn't help being disappointed. He had an urge to fly up and give it a punch to bring it back, but he decided against it. Then he would be playing a bit too big. "You damnable righteous path, time for you to die," roared one of the Foundation forging experts. His aura erupted and he sent a powerful palm crashing toward the Dragonblood warriors. Chapter 935, The Corrupt Path's Terrifying Strength. "You're the one who should die, you old ghost." A huge giant appeared in the sky, breaking his palm image with a single blow. Wilda had activated the barbarian blood bronze body. He smashed apart his attack and then sent another smash toward him. "Corrupt blood grand formation," shouted the Foundation forging expert. He suddenly transformed to look like a ghoul who had just flown out of a pool of blood. Ghost chi soared out of his body, and with a wave of his hand, a blood-colored spear shot toward Wilda. Boom! The blood-colored spear was shattered by a single blow from Wilda. "Impossible! How can you not be affected by the blood soul impact?" Seeing Wilda had no reaction, that corrupt Foundation forging expert was shocked. That blood spear of his was not just a physical attack. It also contained a powerful spiritual aspect, one that would confuse a person's mind and make a person fall into illusions. They would fall into a blood sea that they couldn't escape from. He couldn't believe that Wilda really had no reaction to his attack. What corrupt blood grand formation, what soul impact. My brother Long said that no matter what enemies I face, they can all be handled with a good smash of my club. If one smash isn't enough, then two. If two isn't enough, then I just have to continue until they're dead. Watch. Wilda once more smashed his club at him. The corrupt expert refused to accept this, and he launched 7 of those blood spears again. But Wilda seemed immune to the blood soul impact, causing him to be so furious that he involuntarily trembled. Foundation forging experts possessed a high level of comprehension into spatial energy. Thus, they were able to release the full power of magical arts. But no matter what magical arts this Foundation forging expert used, whether offensive or defensive, Wilda would simply repeatedly smash his club at him. The runes of his magical arts would shatter each time. At the same time, Meng Qi, Tang Wan'er, Gu Yang, Yue Zifeng, Li Qi, and Song Minjuan all moved out, starting a fierce fight with the Foundation forging experts. Yang Qiuyu and the others were shocked to see that they were able to fight Foundation forging experts one-on-one without losing. Originally, they had been weaker than Wilda, but that weakness had been erased after consuming rank 4 Heavenly Dao fruits and the 10,000 spirit blood. Their power had reached a completely new level. "Should we first destroy their transportation formations and cut the reinforcements off?" asked Yang Qiuyu. "No need. Since we're playing, let's play bigger. I want to make the corrupt path pay a miserable price." Long Chen shook his head. Zhu Yu had completely infuriated him. Right now, he wasn't fighting for the righteous path, but for revenge for Little Snow. A blood debt had to be paid with blood. "Fine, up to you. In any case, I'm just accompanying you. I'll go out first." Yang Qiuyu smiled slightly. She felt a feeling of freedom she hadn't felt in a long time. Long Chen was the true leader of this battlefield. Yang Qiuyu felt a feeling of delight. This was the first time in many years that the burden on her shoulders was released. She felt relaxed and carefree. She had an urge to give Long Chen the title of sect master. In fact, she felt like she had returned to the springtime of her youth back, when her blood had been boiling as well. "Brats from the corrupt path, if you have any skill, come and try me." Perhaps it was because she had forgotten herself, or perhaps she was just too excited, or perhaps Yang Qiuyu had always been hiding her craziness. But she actually shouted such an inappropriate thing as she charged out. Yang Qiuyu attacked, blocking 5 Foundation forging experts on her own. Her jade palm released powerful runes that caused the world to shake. What startled Long Chen was that Yang Qiuyu's magical arts were different from others. She didn't need any hand seals. With each wave of her hand, a rune flew out and transformed into a sword. In truth, Yang Qiuyu had been holding back when she had fought outside the spatial portal. She had been constantly thinking about what kind of victory she required in order to win back the Xuanhuan Dao sect's face. She had possessed the power to kill those 2 Foundation forging experts back then. After all, she had already touched the next barrier. Compared to an ordinary Foundation forging expert, she was much stronger. However, what she wanted was a total victory. She needed her disciples to win as well, as just slaughtering the corrupt experts on her own wasn't enough to raise their morale. Furthermore, that would go against the unwritten rules of the righteous and corrupt battles. During huge battles, the experts on both sides couldn't attack those of a weaker level. Once they did, the entire world would become chaotic. With each side doing their best to ruin the other, there was no way for either party to develop. This law of troops fighting troops, generals fighting generals had existed since a long time ago. Otherwise, if everyone started sending experts to kill their opponents, children, this world would become completely chaotic. That was why even if Aoyang Qiuyu had killed those two foundation forging experts, it wouldn't have counted as a victory to her. She had needed her disciples to kill the corrupt experts and win a double-sided victory. However, all of this had been changed by Long Chen. He didn't give a damn about any of that. He directly charged into their hive, and his goal was only to cause their blood to turn into rivers. He wanted revenge. Yang Qiuyu had thrown caution to the wind, allowing Long Chen to do as he pleased. She would rather be a merry warrior and charge into the front lines. Long Chen, what do you want us to do? Asked the monastery head. They had all made their preparations. Just watch, or perhaps activate some photographic jades to record the battle. You can use those to encourage your disciples in the future, said Long Chen indifferently. What, is that really all right? He asked. There's no choice. This battle is just the beginning. Look, another two foundation forging experts just appeared from the transportation formation. That means our enemies are still gathering. The battle will only grow more intense. You might have the correct heart, but you don't have the power. In this battle, any random shockwave might kill you. Such death has no meaning. Long Chen shook his head. The transportation formation was constantly lighting up. Groups of corrupt experts were constantly appearing, and they had all at least reached sea expansion. The monastery head sighed despondently. The others also looked dispirited. I don't say these things because I'm looking down on you or because I want to insult you. I want you to know just how big this world is. As for us, for some insignificant advantages, we act like a leaf can blind us to a mountain. The only thing we do is use our small intellects to fight against each other. There is no meaning behind that. Although the lot of you don't have the power to fight here, you have plenty of experience and can use that experience to raise your disciples in the future. Let them resolve the regrets you have, said Long Chen. They all clearly understood his reasoning. Seeing these experts fighting, they felt even more regret for wasting all their time on useless things. Just watch here, I have work to do. Long Chen also charged into the battle in the air. That was the battle of the foundation forging experts. More and more corrupt experts were appearing, and Long Chen went to replace Li Qi and Song Minjuan. In the air, the two of them were like fish that had jumped onto dry land. They were already starting to buckle. Go take a break, remember my signal. Long Chen summoned his divine ring and slashed with his saber, blocking three foundation forging experts. All right, Li Qi and Song Minjuan both wiped off their sweat. They really were unable to bring out their full power in the air. Long Chen had joined the battle, but he didn't use his full power. He was simply stalling as he fought with Aoyang Qiuyu and the others. More and more experts were arriving. The Corrupt Paths Foundation forging experts now numbered 25. That number was shocking. Down below, the majority of the Xiantian experts had been killed. Blood dyed the ground scarlet and corpses littered the ground. Right now, the battlefield on the ground belonged solely to sea expansion experts. Tens of thousands of sea expansion experts had surrounded the Dragonblood Legion. Despite their huge numbers advantage, they were unable to stop the Dragonblood Legion. With each passing breath, several of their experts died. As for the Dragonblood warriors, their morale only continued to grow as the battle progressed, and they became fiercer and fiercer. It was like a group of sheep was surrounding a group of tigers. Steady, steady, shouted one of the squad leaders. The Dragonblood Legion had 4 captains, Gu Yang, Yue Zifeng, Li Qi, and Song Minjuan. Below them were the squad leaders. There was 1 squad leader for every 10 warriors. Normally, they were only in charge of their squads, but now this squad leader had no choice but to give a warning to everyone. Sorry, I was getting too addicted. I forgot, apologized a Dragonblood warrior. They needed to kill at a steady pace so that their enemies only continued to increase. Long Chen wanted to play big and force the Corrupt Path to bring out all their power. It was to give the Corrupt Path an unforgettable experience. There's 28 of them already. How could the Corrupt Path have hidden them so well? Yang Qiuyu sent a spiritual message to Long Chen. She was extremely shocked. Long Chen, how do you plan on handling this? My appetite's big, so we're just going to continue until the Corrupt Path uses up every last bit of their power, said Long Chen. Are you confident? Yang Qiuyu was startled. Don't I have you by my side? As the Xuanhuan Dao sect's leader, I don't believe you don't have some frightening trump cards, laughed Long Chen. Sly brat, so you even included me in your calculations, raged Oyankyu. As time passed, more experts continued to arrive. Oyankyu was shocked to see that the corrupt path had over 100,000 sea expansion experts. As for foundation forging experts, they now numbered 56. Long Chen and the others were in a dangerous situation now. How could the corrupt path have so many experts? This power is already beyond the sum of the righteous path. The sea expansion elders watching the fight were stunned. If they weren't personally witnessing it, they would never have believed such a thing. When had the corrupt path grown to such a level? Had they always been concealing their power? Had they been planning some immense scheme? Thinking of that, they felt a chill. One of them thought to leave now and spread the photographic jades while he could, letting everyone realize the scope of the corrupt path's forces. Even if they all died, at least the righteous path could prepare themselves. Crap, the spatial portal has been sealed. His expression suddenly changed. More and more corrupt experts arrived. After 2 hours, they finally came to a stop. It's about time. Everyone, there's no need to hold back. Start the slaughter, shouted Long Chen. His saber lit up, and with a single slash, a foundation forging expert was killed. 4-star battle armor.